In the chat room, a group of people were dumbfounded. The entire ninja world, since Senju Hashirama created the era of one country, one village, until now. All the Kage successors of the 5 great ninja villages have never exploded like this. Drive Susanoo and threaten the villagers. Even in chaos like Kirigakure, nothing like this has ever happened. Uchiha Madara. Ha 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 ha. That's how it should be. Kim Sasuke really has a bad temper with me. Jiraiya. It's too outrageous to actually do this. Terumi Mei. It really opened my eyes. The new Kage who succeeded to the throne can actually do this. 4th Raikage. If you think about it carefully, this is in line with Kim Sasuke's character. Onoki. Indeed, the will of fire inherited by the Hokage of Konoha, Jin Sasuke, doesn't believe this at all. Senju Tobirama. Oh. I knew that after this guy became a Hokage, he would definitely do something wrong. Now. Kim Sasuke just became the Hokage. Work on Hokage hasn't officially started yet. This is such big news. During the Hokage's succession ceremony, driving Susanoo, threatening the people of Konoha village. Can imagine. It won't be long before word spreads throughout Ren Yuan. I'm afraid Konoha will become a joke to the 5 great ninja villages. Senju Hashirama. This is indeed a bit out of line. Why did that boy do this? Hitaki Kakashi. Actually, it's normal. Jin Sasuke has always been burdened with the hatred of genocide, and now his character is very good. Nara Shikamaru. Based on Sasuke's experience, one day he had a happy family, and he was the son of the leader of the largest clan in Konoha. The next day, his entire clan was wiped out, his parents died tragically, and the murderer was suspected to be his brother. Isn't this crazy? It's already great if it falls. Aburame Shino. Especially after Kim Sasuke discovered the truth about the genocide. It was learned that the top brass of Konoha were the murderers of the genocide. Then, Kim Sasuke turned on Mangekyo directly in hatred and anger. After that, Jin Sasuke only took revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and their family forces, which was already rare. If I had someone with a more extreme personality. Destroying Konoha is easy. Orochimaru. For Kim Sasuke, he wants to become a Hokage, not because he has the ideal of becoming a Hokage, but because he wants to use the position of Hokage to do what he wants to do. Uzumaki Kushina. I think he did the right thing. Some people are just not worth protecting. Those guys who deliberately sold Naruto expired food, if I were to do it, I should catch them all. Namikaze Minato. But, at least don't do this at the Hokage succession ceremony. Jiraiya. The will of fire passed down by Hokage through the generations is now broken. Uchiha Madara. The so-called will of fire is just something that powerless weaklings believe in. If war can be quelled by one person, why do we need the will of fire? Tsunade. But, Kim Sasuke shouldn't have the strength to end the war by himself yet, right? He needs to grow up for at least a few more years. Uchiha Madara. Hey, little girl, you really don't know anything about power. With the complete amount of Sage Body Chakra, combined with Susanoo and Wood Style. Even though Jin Sasuke's strength has not yet reached its peak due to his age. But it is completely enough to deal with those miscellaneous fish in the ninja world. The Hokage succession ceremony ends. The residents of Konoha village who had gathered in a jubilant atmosphere were now no longer happy. Even. It can be said that it is a blessing to survive the disaster. The purple giant tens of meters tall just stared at them, the sense of oppression was too strong. They have no doubt that they will be easily crushed. Don't dare to say more than a word. All thoughts were kept in mind, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Some people started to panic even more. This new Hokage looks completely different from the previous Hokage. Don't be too overbearing. I still have to settle old accounts. Those who have intentionally sold expired food to Naruto will be expelled from Konoha. And after this, in the future, if someone does not abide by the rules of this new Hokage, they may be expelled from Konoha. But many confident and innocent Konoha villagers, such as Otsutsuki Ichiraku, don't care at all. They have never done anything untoward, and they usually abide by the law. Even though the new Hokage may have new rules, they basically don't need to worry. Hokage building. In Hokage's office. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't think being a Hokage can be like what you said. Jiraiya couldn't help but persuade. Uchiha Sasuke may have been stimulated since Orochimaru told him the truth about the genocide of Uchiha, and his personality is a bit extreme. Jiraiya feels the need to persuade. I have my own ideas about how to make Hokage. Sasuke took off the Hokage's robe and threw it directly on the chair. Then, I won't say any more to Jiraiya. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, it's time to go, Tien and the others should be waiting for me now. Sasuke said to the two of them. Hinata and the others, as well as some of Sasuke Naruto's companions from the same period, plus a few mentor jonin. We will get together today. It's a celebration of Sasuke becoming Hokage. By the way, Tsunade, do you want to come too? There is someone I want to recommend to you as a disciple and learn medical ninjutsu from you. Well, you can make a decision after taking a look at the qualifications. Sasuke suddenly thought of something and said to Tsunade. Me? Isn't it appropriate for me to go? Tsunade said hesitantly. Sasuke and Naruto are both young men. Even Hitaki Kakashi is much younger than her. No, Sasuke said with a smile, besides, several people should regard you as their idol. Just think of it as meeting your fans. That's it. That's okay. Tsunade nodded and said. It's okay to celebrate. Before, she was wandering around the ninja world at will. After today, I may have to start working in Konoha again. Let's say goodbye to the past. Jiraiya looks very embarrassed. What about me? What about me? Didn't you also invite me? Didn't Uchiha Sasuke say before that he was a reader of the Love in Heaven series? Why are you neglecting yourself now, in the chat room? Jiraiya. This guy Kim Sasuke only invited Tsunade without me. Damn it, it's such an ambition. Orochimaru. That's probably not the only reason. Jiraiya, you are always pushing me. Minato and Naruto may listen to you, but Jin Sasuke will not believe your childish ideas at all. Jiraiya. Damn it. Namikaze Minato. He and Naruto and his son were all mentioned at once. In a private room booked in advance. Everyone from Konoha's 12, plus Shanglin, and several instructors jonin. Excluding the dead Sarutobi Asuma. Already waiting here in advance. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi and Tsunade arrived later. Tsunade-sama. See Tsunade come in. Several female ninjas were shocked. Yuhi Kurenai, Sakura-chan, Ino, Tenten and others all look like fans meeting their idols. Am I still so popular? Tsunade himself was a little surprised. That Yuhi Hong is nothing more than that. The remaining little girls were probably born after she left Konoha. Tsunade-sama, I have always dreamed of becoming an outstanding female ninja like you. Tianshin said with great excitement. Me too, Tsunade-sama is the idol of all our female ninjas. The same goes for Sakura and Ino, they are female ninjas. It can be said that they all grew up listening to the legend of Tsunade. Aside. Sasuke poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and covered up the slightly twitching corners of his mouth. Tsunade. According to the character Sasuke learned from Orochimaru. Gambling is as bad as life, and the gambling luck is very bad. Called the legendary Big Fat Sheep. Furthermore, because he has mastered the powerful physical technique of Kylie, Tsunade likes to smash things, such as walls and tables, when he is angry. I hope Sakura and the others won't be disillusioned after learning Tsunade's true identity. After Tsunade said a few polite words to his little fans. Sasuke coughed twice and said, the disciple I plan to recommend to Tsunade is little Sakura. She has a good theoretical foundation in medical ninjutsu, and her chakra control ability is excellent. These should be needed to learn medical ninjutsu. When Class 7 was first established, this is the path Sasuke arranged for little Sakura. At that time, in addition to learning the basic knowledge of medical ninjutsu every day, little Sakura also practices other aspects such as chakra control ability and yang escape chakra. This is true. Tsunade nodded and looked at little Sakura. Little Sakura's heart beats. Although Sasuke told her in advance that he would recommend her to Tsunade as his disciple. But I don't know if Tsunade-sama will like her. In terms of chakra control ability, little Sakura learned some strange power techniques from me. In addition, she has been practicing in the yang escape chakra. Sasuke added. Your arrangement is quite comprehensive. Tsunade withdrew his gaze. Theoretical basis, chakra control ability, yang escape. These are all required for medical ninjutsu. Haruno Sakura. This little girl should be Uchiha Sasuke's girlfriend, right? Well, even if her talent isn't great, she should at least give the new Hokage some face. Also, it seems that this little girl's talent is pretty goo. Okay, you can learn from me from now on. Tsunade patted Sakura on the shoulder and said with a smile. Huh. Little Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Tsunade. Long live. She actually became Tsunade-sama's disciple. Sasuke is so awesome. In the chat room. Haruno Sakura. I remember that on the silver-framed screen I saw before. I was originally going to be Tsunade-sama's disciple, right? Hitaki Kakashi. Yes. But maybe Tsunade-sama accepted you for Naruto's sake. Otherwise. Little Sakura is just an ordinary female ninja. How could she be accepted as a disciple by Tsunade? Haruno Sakura. How could this be? Hitaki Kakashi. Of course, Little Sakura, your chakra control ability is indeed excellent, and you should be able to become an excellent medical ninja in the future. Sasuke-kun, can't I learn from Tsunade-sama? Ino looked at little Sakura and said with great envy. This is not suitable for you. The most powerful secret technique of your Yamanaka clan is yin escape, while medical ninjutsu requires yang escape. Sasuke shook his head and said, Woo. Ino is still a little unwilling. She also wants to be able to take Tsunade as her teacher. Can I also learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade-sama? Tianshin said cautiously. Looks at Sasuke, then at Tsunade. It would be great if Sasuke could also recommend it to her. Unfortunately, she is not Sasuke's girlfriend. The only relationship between her and Sasuke is that two teammates were beaten by Sasuke. You probably can't do it. You have some talent in space and time ninjutsu, but in Yangdun, well, your talent is average. Sasuke opened Mangekyo and glared at Tenten and said. He said it as tactfully as possible. Tianshin's yang escape talent is not just average, but very poor. It can be said that it is not suitable for learning medical ninjutsu at all. Konoha Hospital will train a large number of medical ninjas in the future. If you want to learn, you can try to sign up. Tsunade said with relief. This little girl seems to admire her very much. Yes, thank you Tsunade-sama, Tianshin said very gratefully. Across from me, Sasuke secretly shook his head. I guess I will still be hit every day. The party to celebrate Sasuke becoming Hokage ended in the evening. After the breakup, Sasuke didn't go home, but instead came to Konoha prison. He has become the Hokage of Konoha, and there is someone who needs to be notified specifically. The lock of a cell is opened. Inside, the person being escorted is Shimura Danzo. After executing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sasuke temporarily kept Danzo. Now, it's time for Danzo to come in handy. In the chat room. Senju Tobarama. Suddenly I had a bad feeling. Uchiha Madara. I remembered. Jin Sasuke said before that when he becomes Hokage, he will notify Senju Tobarama. Shimura Danzo, hehe, probably impure world reincarnation. Sacrifice. Shimura Danzo, bastard. Damn. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, can't you just kill him? Torture him like that, imprison him for so long, and then make him a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. So vicious. Sure enough, Uchiha is born evil. Tsunade. No, Jin Sasuke has become a Hokage. Why did he still do this? Is this what a shadow should do? Not just using forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation. And what the dirty soil summoned was Konoha's ancestor Hokage. Orochimaru. Haha, just because I became a Hokage, my mockery of the second Hokage was even stronger. As an Uchiha who was hostile to the second Hokage, Kim Sasuke became a Hokage. Senju Tobarama. Damn, it makes me sad just thinking about it. The current Danzo can no longer see the majesty he once had as Hokage's assistant and leader of the Root organization. My right arm is missing, my empty right eye is bandaged, and my whole body looks haggard due to being detained for a period of time. If Sasuke hadn't specially asked, please pay attention to Danzo's health status. Danzo may not even be able to survive now. Shimura Danzo, get up. Sasuke slapped Danzo directly on the face, it's time to hit the road. Danzo's face is gloomy. If he hadn't been too weak, he would have cursed at least twice now. Whoosh. Sasuke grabs Shimura Danzo and activates the Flying Thunder God technique. Next moment, Sasuke took Danzo and flashed to the Hokage rock statue. Standing on top of the Senju Tobarama rock statue. Come. Let's take one last look at the night view of Konoha. Sasuke pointed forward and said with a smile, predict. Danzo is a little confused. Where did this damn Uchiha Sasuke take him? It seems that the location is quite high, because it is quite sunny. Ahead, looking down is Konoha. Well, at least as far as this location is concerned, it is indeed a good place to see the night view of Konoha. Etc. Danzo's expression suddenly changed. This place seems a bit familiar. Looking down on the right-hand side, there is a huge rock statue. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. There is an empty seat on the left, and then there is also a rock statue on the left. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Sasuke, what did you want to do by bringing me to Hokage Rock? Danzo said with a serious face, and brought him to the top of Mr. Tobarama's head. What the hell? If you want to kill him, just kill him. Now, what tricks are you trying to do? When I made a plan to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and you, I was thinking about what kind of death method I would arrange for you. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, because he used to be a Hokage and had a good business image. Therefore, the way I arranged for him to die was to have all the dirty information stripped away and be executed in public after losing everything under the witness of everyone. And Danzo, you are just a root leader, a rat hiding in a stinking ditch. The people of Konoha village don't understand you at all. So, the way of death arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen is not suitable for you. Sasuke said in a very leisurely manner. Danzo's face is ashen. I feel so frustrated that I want to vomit blood. It's just that he never became a Hokage in his life. Now, I'm going to die and be humiliated like this by Uchiha Sasuke. Does he not even deserve to die the same way as Hiruzen? Wait a minute. This on you is the Hokage's god robe? Danzo suddenly noticed this. Damn it. What does that mean? Uchiha Sasuke, has he become a Hokage? That's right. Sasuke smiled very happily. I just took over the 5th Hokage today. Unfortunately, Danzo, you have been in prison and don't know about it. But fortunately, you know now. Sasuke feels very caring. Before Danzo died, he specially informed him of the good news. Danzo gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. The position of Hokage, his lifelong obsession. Now, this evil Uchiha has actually become a Hokage. But he became a prisoner. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke laughed wildly. Danzo, look at your jealous expression on me. You really want to be a Hokage, right? It's a pity that you won't have the chance to become a Hokage while you are alive. Danzo said nothing, trying to control his expression. Although he is going to die, he doesn't want Uchiha Sasuke to be so proud. Isn't it Hokage's seat? He is not jealous at all, not jealous at all. Can't stand it. Sure enough, I'm still so jealous. Sasuke looked at Danzo's almost unbearable expression and smiled happily. Sure enough, it would be perfect to use the position of Hokage to stimulate Danzo. Ahem. Let's go back to the previous topic. Sasuke coughed twice and took out a small bottle. Some human tissue materials are stored inside. Originally, I hoped to learn his magic through first Hokage. But in order for first Hokage's dirty body to be able to perform magic, the quality requirements for the sacrifices would be higher. The reason why I kept you Danzo in the first place was for this reason. Sasuke shook the bottle in his hand and said. Danzo's face changed drastically. You want to use me as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation to summon the first Hokage? Damn it. This way of death, isn't it too inhumane? Danzo would rather be tortured to death. Being used as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation, this is completely treating him as a tool to squeeze out the last bit of his value. Yes, the first half of the sentence is correct. Sasuke nodded. However, now I have changed my mind. I plan to summon another person, a person who I am very good at talking about sex. According to first Hokage, his magical skills were inherited from Shigulan. Then, Sasuke can go to Shigu Forest to learn this magic. However, Danzo, an excellent sacrifice, is still useful. Who? Danzo asked. But Sasuke just smiled and said nothing. After a while, Danzo reacted suddenly. Looks at the rock statue at my feet. They are now on top of the Senju Tobirama rock statue. Do you want to use me as a sacrifice to summon the second generation teacher, and it's still here? Danzo's face turned black. I'm scolding my mother in my heart. Uchiha Sasuke, is this a human affairs thing he's doing? Congratulations, you guessed it right. Sasuke raised the small bottle in his hand. This contains the human tissue material of Senju Tobirama, the evil old man who was born evil. He specifically asked for this from Orochimaru. I have promised to inform Senju Tobirama of the good news that I have become a Hokage. How can you not keep your word? In the chat room. Senju Tobirama. Asshole. Uchiha Sasuke, this is so wicked, isn't it? He actually really planned to do this. Son of a bitch. This evil kid, even after becoming a Hokage, is still as vengeful as before. Uchiha Madara. Ha 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 ha, I laughed so hard. I'm looking forward to your next expression on the other side, Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru. I still underestimated Jin Sasuke's revenge. Not only did he summon the second Hokage from the dirty soil, but he also stood on top of the second Hokage's rock statue. This taunting force is too strong. Even if it were someone with a good temper, he wouldn't be able to bear it. What's more, the second Hokage is hostile to the Uchiha clan. If you think about it carefully, the buffs are almost stacked up. Uchiha, whom the second Hokage hates, has just succeeded the 5th Hokage, stands on top of the rock statue of the second Hokage, uses Danzo as a sacrifice, and summons the second Hokage from the dirt. Onoki. Sure enough, you must not offend Kim Sasuke. Otherwise, if you are retaliated against, the physical harm will be secondary. The mental harm is really overwhelming. Danzo, shouldn't you thank me? Sasuke said seriously. Danzo has a question mark on his forehead. I am grateful to your mother. I wish I could tear you into pieces. Tisk, Danzo, think about it, you have never become a Hokage in your whole life. Sasuke raised the small bottle in his hand. Now, I will use you as a sacrifice. Second Hokage, to a certain extent, right? Does this count as making you a Hokage? Danzo was in a trance. It seems to make sense. Bah. That's not right. Almost got fooled. He wants to be Hokage, but I definitely don't want it to be this way. Furthermore, as long as I don't cancel this impure world reincarnation, theoretically you can continue to exist in this form. How about it? Danzo, shouldn't you thank me for this? I gave you the opportunity to become the eternal fire. Sasuke said with a smile on his face, asshole. Danzo is almost furious. What did he say? Treat him as a sacrifice to the impure world reincarnation, and he has been used as a tool. Is this the eternal Hokage you were talking about? Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, is so deceptive. Why are you still swearing? Sasuke kicked Danzo twice with some dissatisfaction. Although Danzo's current physical condition is extremely poor, it doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't die. Anyway, it is used as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. Okay, Danzo, get ready to say goodbye to this world. Sasuke took out a kunai and made a cut on Danzo's body. Stuff the Senju Tobirama human tissue in the small bottle into the wound. Then, cast reanimation jutsu. Goodbye, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been waiting for you for some time. Sasuke said with a chuckle. Gloomy wind bursts. The passage between the underworld and the present world is opened. An illusory soul returned from the Pure Land and possessed Danzo. Uchiha Sasuke, you must die a good death. Danzo used his last strength and cursed angrily. He feels like his body is getting cold. Flying confetti gradually wrapped around his body. Consciousness gradually blurs. His life ended in such humiliation. Uchiha Sasuke, a fish that was let slip through the net at that time, actually sent him and Hiruzen to a dead end. But now, it's too late to regret. Danzo loses consciousness completely. The flying confetti wrapped around his body and gradually condensed into the appearance of Senju Tobirama. In the chat room. Shimura Danzo, asshole. Uchiha Sasuke damn. Being in the Pure Land, he was almost alive with anger. He ended up in both worlds so miserable. In this world, Teacher Tobirama used tandem paper bombs to blow it to pieces. No bones left. In another world, it is even used as a tool for impure world reincarnation. It's better to just kill him. He was going to die, and he was still being used by that bastard Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Asuma. I can understand this feeling. No one can understand Danzo's current mood better than him. So does he. Used as a sacrifice by Senju Tobirama, Roda summoned his father Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now his father is still kneeling in the Chunin examination room in his filthy body, watching the live broadcast. Orochimaru. I think what Kim Sasuke said makes sense. Danzo has become a Hokage after his death, which fulfills his wish. Shimura Danzo. Who the hell wants to do this Hokage? Even if it means he would be better as an agent Hokage than this. Wrapped in the shell of the filthy second Hokage, what kind of Hokage has this become? Uchiha Madara. It's Senju Tobirama's turn next. Hehe, you guys have the same idea as Kim Sasuke. In this world, Senju Tobirama used Sarutobi Asuma as a sacrifice to summon Sarutobi Hiruzen. In another world, Jin Sasuke uses Shimura Danzo as a sacrifice to summon Senju Tobirama. This moment is just like that moment, Senju Tobirama. Oh, I feel so tired. For the first time, he regretted creating the ninjutsu impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama's consciousness awakens. Back again. He is now very familiar with this situation. Recently, he was summoned from the Pure Land every 3 days. He, the founder of reanimation jutsu, is about to become the biggest victim of this ninjutsu. Senju, the old ghost-born evil, we meet again. Sasuke's voice was filled with amusement. Uchiha Sasuke. Senju Tobirama remembered as soon as he heard the sound. This is his third hated Uchiha. The first is Uchiha Madara, the second is Uchiha Izuna. And the third one is this evil kid. What are you? Senju Tobirama turned his head and immediately saw Sasuke's god robe. This robe looks very familiar. Senju Tobirama immediately recalled it. When the impure world reincarnation was lifted last time, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have said that he would become a Hokage, and after becoming a Hokage, the dirt would summon him to announce the good news. Breaking good news. Yes, you were right. I am here to fulfill my promise. Sasuke turned around and showed the words, 5th Hokage, on his lower robe. Senju Tobirama looks very ugly, this evil Uchiha imp. I actually made him a Hokage. And this guy became a Hokage, and he actually fulfilled his so-called promise and went to the dirty land to summon his ancestor Hokage. You Uchiha kid who is born evil, I will definitely kill you. Senju Tobirama bursts out with chakra and wants to attack Sasuke. Crack. Sasuke moved his fingers slightly. Moment. The chakra of Senju Tobirama subsided. A force of will forcefully invaded his brain. Under the control of this will, he is completely unable to move freely. Hee. Sasuke couldn't help laughing. In the past, if I wanted to deal with you, I had to use the adamantine sealing chains of phosphorus to prevent you from using Flying Thunder God. But now, it's me who will. You summoned it. As the caster of Impure World Reincarnation, he can easily control Senju Tobirama's will and actions. Hateful. Senju Tobirama's expression contorted. Trying to resist the will in my mind, trying to get my hands to start moving. As long as he can form seals, that way, he will be out of control of Impure World Reincarnation. Well, as the founder of this ninjutsu, you should have a way to deal with it, right? As Senju Tobirama struggled, frowning slightly. Open Mangekyo Sharingan and glare at Senju Tobirama. Under the control of Sharingan, Senju Tobirama spoke honestly. As long as you form the seals in the opposite order of Impure World Reincarnation, you can be freed from control and become a filthy earth body that can move freely. You can really get rid of control, but it's of no use. Sasuke shook his head and said, hateful. Senju Tobirama continues to try to break free from control. But it can't be done at all, what the hell? He clearly feels that the strength of the dirty earth body this time is much greater than before. Almost able to exert most of his strength during his lifetime. But still unable to resist the restraint of Uchiha Sasuke. No need to struggle, even if you can really get rid of control, so what? The Flying Thunder God spell I left on you before is still there. There is no way to remove it. You should know this very well, right? Sasuke said with a smile. Senju Tobirama has a sullen face. Indeed it is. Even if he can release the control, Uchiha Sasuke can instantly catch him with the Flying Thunder God technique, and then use the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan girl to control him again. Besides, you'd better be more honest. Sasuke's eyes look dangerous. If you dare to act at will, I will control you and destroy Konoha. Hear this. Senju Tobirama feels like his brain is about to freeze. Destroy Konoha. These words came from the mouth of a newly succeeded Hokage. No, didn't you become a Hokage? Senju Tobirama said with a dark face. What the hell are you doing? You have already become a Hokage, and you are still talking about destroying Konoha. Haha. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. It's most convenient to sit in the Hokage's seat and want to destroy Konoha. Your good disciple has already proven this. If Sasuke wants to, he can completely destroy things secretly. Little by little, completely destroy the foundation of Konoha. And it can also make Senju Tobirama look at him in the form of a filthy earth body, but he can't do anything. Senju Tobirama is so angry that his body is almost shaking. Damn it. How come Konoha has such a Hokage? Of course, whether I choose to destroy Konoha depends on my mood. If you make me feel very bad, I may not be able to control myself and want to destroy Konoha for you to see. Sasuke said nonchalantly. Now, the situation between him and Senju Tobirama is completely unequal. Sasuke can control Senju Tobirama's actions, but Senju Tobirama cannot do anything to Sasuke. Sasuke only cares about a few people, and he doesn't care much about the rest of Konoha. Senju Tobirama is just the opposite, he cares about Konoha. So, Sasuke now fully understands Senju Tobirama's weakness. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and was so angry that he almost exploded. But there is nothing we can do, I can only hold it back with force. Tisk. Tisk, you're doing well now. I like the way you obviously want to kill me, but you can only hold back. The smile on Sasuke's face is very pleasant. Senju Tobirama has a sullen face. I don't want to say a word, however, I suggest that you still control your emotions and expressions. After all, Senju Tobirama, you have to figure it out. Now, I am the Hokage of Konoha, Sasuke said very seriously. Senju Tobirama was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. Sasuke sneered and continued, and you are just a dead ancestor Hokage. I am the current Hokage, which means that I can definitely find a way to accuse you, to ruin your reputation, and make you become like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who everyone calls for beatings. But I didn't even do that. You have obviously tried to kill me several times, and you still have such an attitude towards me. a contemporary Hokage, yet I am so generous to you. Shouldn't you be grateful for my magnanimity? Opposite. Senju Tobarama is already scolding him from the bottom of his heart. Just because you don't ruin my reputation, I should thank you? What keto principle? Now, it's your turn to make a choice. You'd better think clearly about what attitude you should have towards me next. Your next attitude will determine my future approach to Konoha. Sasuke said with a chuckle. After lightly stepping on the Hokage rock statue under his feet, Sasuke continued. If your attitude does not satisfy me, then the destruction of Konoha will begin with the Hokage rock statue. Well, let me think about it. Should I destroy you first, or destroy the first Hokage rock statue first? How about TNGN, can you help me choose? Hear this. Senju Tobarama looks down at his feet. Only then did he realize where he was. I was so angry just now that I completely ignored the surrounding environment. Son of a bitch. This is the Hokage rock. And the two of them are standing on top of his own rock statue. This bastard Uchiha Sasuke actually stood on top of his rock statue and came to the dirty land to summon his ancestor Hokage. How about it? Have you thought about it? If you don't plan to change the pervert degree, then choose one of these two rock statues. Should I destroy you first or the rock statue of your eldest brother, first generation from Hokage? Sasuke gathers chakra on his legs. Now, as long as he steps down, the rock statue under his feet will shatter. In the chat room, Senju Tobarama, son of a bitch. He was almost furious. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard. How dare you threaten him like this? Not only did he say he wanted to destroy Konoha, but he also planned to start with the Hokage rock statues of him and his elder brother. Senju Hashirama. Tobarama, I don't think you need to worry too much. Senju Tobarama. Brother. What are you talking about? Don't you see what this evil brat wants to do? Senju Hashirama. I think that boy is just bluffing you like this, trying to make you surrender. He probably won't really destroy Konoha. Orochimaru. Haha, Jin Sasuke has a lot of things he wants to do when he becomes the Hokage of Konoha. How can he destroy Konoha casually? Namikaze Minato. The second Hokage on the other side is angry right now, so he probably didn't think about this. Uchiha Madara. With Senju Tobarama's hostility towards Uchiha, it's normal that he couldn't figure it out. However, even Hashirama can figure it out, but Senju Tobarama hasn't understood it yet. It's funny. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. Moda, what do you mean by the word, lien? What does it mean that even he can figure it out? It's like he's stupid, etc. Senju Tobarama immediately became anxious. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy actually wants to do something? Whether it's destroying his own rock statue, or his elder brother's rock statue, and further destroying Konoha. He doesn't even want to. So, now I can only endure the humiliation and bear the burden. Me. Senju Tobarama took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his emotions. My attitude just now was wrong. I will change it. I almost said these words through gritted teeth. Unprecedented frustration. Has he ever encountered such a situation? I was forced to bow my head by an Uchiha. The attitude is not good enough, there is not even a smile. Sasuke shook his head and said, Senju Tobarama is scolding her from the bottom of her heart. Why don't you give him a smile? This is simply too much. Senju Tobarama looked at the rock statues of him and his elder brother at his feet. And Konoha village below. I have to bow my head now. I just had a wrong attitude toward. The purpose of 5th generation. Senju Tobarama tried hard to control his cheeks and let himself laugh. Sasuke said with goosebumps all over his body, forget it, stop laughing, it's so ugly. This look of smiling but not smiling makes you have nightmares. Senju Tobarama's expression immediately stiffened. Damn it. This is simply too much. He even endured the humiliation and made a smiling face, but he actually disliked his ugly smile. His usual character is usually stern. It's already hard to make a smile, isn't it? You have tried to kill me so many times, and I just treat you like this now. Is this considered magnanimous? Sasuke asked with a smile. Senju Tobarama said through gritted teeth. Then should you express your gratitude to me for my generosity? Sasuke continues. Senju Tobarama feels like he is going crazy. What the hell? Uchiha Sasuke, can you do something useful? He was humiliated by impure world reincarnation, and you have to thank him yourself? No. I have to control it. I have to have a good attitude. Everything is for Konoha. For the safety of Konoha, let's endure the humiliation of this evil brat for a while. Thanks to 5th generation for its magnanimous purpose. After Senju Tobarama took several deep breaths, he spoke as calmly as possible. Well, not bad, I agree with your attitude. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. Senju Tobarama looked numb. In the chat room, Uchiha Madara's laughter is wanton and rampant. Ever since Senju Tobarama was summoned by the foul earth on the gold-framed screen, Uchiha Madara's laughter almost never stops. This guy Senju Tobarama is actually here today. There is someone who can cure this guy. Senju Hashirama. Oh, Tobarama, I told you so many times not to be hostile to Uchiha, but look, this is what happened to you now. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. I told you not to engage in impure world reincarnation, but you didn't listen, so now it's your turn to be unlucky. Senju Tobarama. Brother, can you please stop saying a few words? He was already depressed enough. Just stop troubling him. Jiraiya. Strange. Why do I feel that there is something weird between Kim Sasuke and second Hokage? It feels like they are training? Tsunade. Jiraiya, your idea is so evil. Terumi Mei. Training. It feels so pervert. Senju Tobarama. Jiraiya, right? You are also at the Chunin exam venue now, right? Haha, don't leave for a while, I will teach you a ninjutsu called tandem paper bombs. Axed. Second Hokage is definitely trying to intimidate him. Uchiha Madara. What's not to say? It's just training. That guy Senju Tobarama is obviously so hostile to Uchiha, but now he's being tamed. Senju Tobarama. Damn it. Bastard Uchiha Madara. Bastard Uchiha Sasuke. Now that you have vented your grievances, can you lift the impure world reincarnation? Senju Tobarama said expressionlessly. Sasuke frowned and said, you don't think that I summoned you from the dirt just to tell you that I have become a Hokage? I specially prepared a sacrifice of excellent quality for you. Senju Tobarama's expression changed immediately. A pretty good sacrifice. No wonder he feels that after impure world reincarnation comes out this time, the strength he can exert will be close to that before his death. Who did you use as a sacrifice? Senju Tobarama couldn't help but ask. To allow him to display this kind of strength, even elite Jonin as a sacrifice may not be enough. Someone you know very well, Sasuke said with a smile. I'm very familiar with it. Can't it be little Tsunade? Senju Tobarama's face changed drastically. If Tsunade becomes the sacrifice, he will kill this bastard Uchiha Sasuke no matter what. Where are you thinking? Sasuke rolls his eyes. Call. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just not Tsunade. So, it's not Tsunade, and he's very familiar with it. There probably aren't many people he's familiar with in this era. Correct. I think I heard that evil kid Orochimaru say before, monkey. That evil Sarutobi kid was executed in public by Uchiha Sasuke. Could it be used as a sacrifice, Danzo? Senju Tobarama said with a dark face, Papa. Yes, you guessed it right, Sasuke said, applauding. Senju Tobarama's breathing became rapid again. Looked down at his chest. Danzo. Bah. That Shimura kid who was born evil, now, is in his body. It makes me sick just thinking about it. That guy Danzo, first deliberately delayed the country of Whirlpool to be destroyed, and then he framed the Senju clan, even Nawaki. Uchiha Sasuke actually used Danzo as a sacrifice to summon him. Senju Tobarama feels sick in his heart. This filthy body makes me feel like vomiting. I used Danzo as a sacrifice to summon you, you won't be angry, right? Sasuke said with a playful smile. Senju Tobarama just wanted to explode. See Sasuke's expression and take control immediately. No. Pay attention to your attitude, pay attention to your attitude. Just pretend for a while and deal with this evil brat. I am not angry, Senju Tobarama said calmly. Then, as a contemporary Hokage, I summoned you, the ancestor Hokage, from the dirt, and I will probably use you as a toolman and summoning beast in the future. You shouldn't be angry, right? Sasuke continues. Senju Tobarama grits his teeth. Summoning beast. What the hell summoning mon? But impure world reincarnation, the ninjutsu, is really like this. As long as the impure world reincarnation is not lifted, when Uchiha Sasuke needs to use him, he only needs to cast summoning to summon him. So, saying that he is now a summoning beast, at least from a factual point of view, actually makes some sense. Well, Senju Tobarama lamented in his heart. This time he was completely fooled. Uchiha Sasuke became Hokage, but still has no scruples. But he, a dead man, has something to care about. Coupled with Uchiha Sasuke's strength and the Flying Thunder God technique left on him, Senju Tobarama feels that he cannot see the possibility of regaining freedom in the future. After that, it may be quite a long time, he is really going to become Uchiha Sasuke's toolman, summoning mon. I am not angry, Senju Tobarama said in a calm voice. After thinking about it, he feels much better now. It's useless to struggle anyway. How about lying down and letting Uchiha Sasuke do whatever he wants? I'm standing on top of your Hokage rock statue, summoning your filth. Are you not angry? Sasuke continues to ask. Not angry. Senju Tobirama has a dull expression. Some of the systems you left behind are quite stupid and backward in my opinion. I will change them in the future. You should be able to accept it, right? Acceptable. Also, I think your great niece Tsunade is good. I plan to let her help the Uchiha family pass on the bloodline. You should be able to accept it, right? Can you pick up? Wait? Senju Tobirama just subconsciously wanted to answer. Suddenly noticed something was wrong. Uchiha Sasuke, what did he just say? Asking little Tsunade to pass on the bloodline to the evil Uchiha clan. It means he has a crush on Tsunade, right? What a joke. How the hell is this possible? I do not accept. Senju Tobirama said angrily. In the chat room. Senju Tobirama, F*K, this evil brat. He can see clearly now. Uchiha Sasuke, it's completely intentional to mess with his mentality. Just to stimulate him for fun. Whether it's using him from another world as a summoning mon, changing the policies he left behind, or attacking Tsunade, etc. Uchiha Sasuke can do these things directly. Anyway, he on the other side is just a filthy body with no freedom, so what can be done to stop him? But damn Uchiha Sasuke, I had to tell him one by one. And you have to ask for his consent, what a loss. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, are you very angry now? Ha 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 ha, it's useless to be angry. Uchiha. Now you finally get retribution for being hostile to us every day. Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru. It's also because second Hokage is a dead man, so Kim Sasuke can only torture second Hokage mentally like this. Terumi Mei. But I have to say, the effect is outstanding. Jiraiya. Damn it. Jin Sasuke is going to attack Tsunade, can't second Hokage stop him? Senju Tobirama. Crazy. I can't even protect myself. Yes, I knew you wouldn't accept it. Sasuke looked at the fried Senju Tobirama, but he was not angry at all. On the contrary, he smiled happily. It's so interesting to see the angry old man Senju Tobirama. You. Why are you targeting Tsunade? Senju Tobirama's face is very ugly. The main reason is because Tsunade has good blood and talent. Sasuke spread his hands and continued, as you know, our Uchiha clan has been exterminated, so as the only remaining Uchiha descendant, I have to work hard to pass on Uchiha its pulse. Then your F*King targeting Tsunade? Senju Tobirama almost exploded with anger. You inherit the evil Uchiha bloodline, go find someone else. What are you doing with the Senju clan? Shouldn't you thank me? Sasuke frowned and said, by doing this, I am also helping your Senju clan pass on the bloodline. Otherwise, Tsunade will probably die alone. I don't need to ride a horse. Senju Tobirama is so angry that his body is shaking. How little Tsunade lives in the future is her business. Why do we need a bastard like Uchiha Sasuke to inherit the bloodline? Tisk. Looking at how you look now, I'm looking forward to it. Sasuke smiled playfully. Think about it, if my and Tsunade's child is born in the future, that child, according to you, has the blood of the evil Uchiha. But at the same time, he is your great niece Tsunade's child. When the time comes, Senju Tobirama, how will you view this child? Opposite. Senju Tobirama's face suddenly froze. The expression on the face is very exciting. Tsunade, the direct descendant of his eldest brother, the successor of the outstanding Senju bloodline. And her child also has the bloodline of the evil Uchiha. This is so disappointing. No, I don't accept this kind of thing. Senju Tobirama suddenly mobilized his chakra, blushed, and tried to break free from the shackles of impure world reincarnation. Boom. The chakra aura on Sasuke suddenly explodes. The Hokage rock statue under my feet is shaking slightly. Almost instantly, the momentum of Senju Tobirama on the opposite side was suppressed. Senju Tobirama's pupils trembled slightly. Uchiha Sasuke. Now actually gives him the feeling of facing his big brother when he was young. Hateful. How could this kid from the Uchiha clan have such a huge amount of chakra? Don't you understand the current situation? Do you think you still have the possibility to resist? Sasuke said coldly. Senju Tobirama was forced to calm down. What can he do now? Unless you can break free from the control of impure world reincarnation, and then kill Uchiha Sasuke. Otherwise, even if he can lift impure world reincarnation and return to the Pure Land, Uchiha Sasuke can still summon him back again. And when the time comes, who knows how Uchiha Sasuke will take revenge on him. And kill Uchiha Sasuke. Senju Tobarama feels like there is no hope. I guess I can't beat him head on. And the opponent also masters the Flying Thunder God technique and can escape at any time. If an attack fails, what will happen if the opponent comes back to destroy Konoha? How despairing. I understand now, you can put away your chakra. Senju Tobarama said with a gloomy face. Judging from the current situation, no matter what Uchiha Sasuke plans to do, he can only obey. There is absolutely no possibility of resistance. Forget it. As long as Uchiha Sasuke doesn't destroy Konoha. As for little Tsunade, she can just ask for her blessings. Now that you understand the situation, be careful in the future. If you meet Tsunade, don't let her notice your identity. Sasuke said with a chuckle. Senju Tobarama frowned. What does this mean? You want to pick up Tsunade in front of me, and then I can only watch from the side without revealing your identity? Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, can you do something? In the chat room. Tsunade. Kim Sasuke is indeed a bit too evil to do this. He wanted to tease her, but he actually planned to do it in front of her second grandfather. Senju Tobarama. Tsunade, you must control yourself. Tsunade. There's no point telling me, it's something from another world. But Tsunade actually has confidence in himself on the other side. How could she be easily tempted at her current age? Orochimaru. This is not something that Tsunade can control. There is a possibility that Jin Sasuke and Tsunade's offspring will be born Rinnegan. Faced with this temptation, I think Jin Sasuke will not rule out using coercive means. Senju Tobarama. Damn it, Tsunade. Do not. If you do this, it feels like you might as well have been raped by Kim Sasuke. One more thing. Sasuke saw that Senju Tobarama was about to refute again, but interrupted in advance. I only care about the results. No matter what the reason is, if Tsunade discovers your identity, you know the consequences. Sasuke said, stepping on the shadow rock below. The huge shadow rock is shaking slightly. Sasuke broke out chakra before, and Saping made the movie queen no longer as stable as before. Move gently. Senju Tobarama looks at his rock statue with distress. Oh shit. If he keeps going like this, his rock statue will be destroyed. I know, I won't reveal my identity, Senju Tobarama said with a sigh. Moreover, not only cannot his identity be revealed, he should even not dissatisfy Uchiha Sasuke in all aspects. Otherwise, Konoha will probably suffer. Yes, it seems you are still aware of current affairs. Sasuke smiled, took out a mask he had prepared in advance from his ninja bag, and handed it over. Senju Tobarama is not sure, so come and take a look. A white mask with circles of black lines on it and 3 tomo holes, refer to the white mask Obito. Put on the mask, you will be an Anbu ninja from now on. Sasuke said with a smile. Senju Tobarama's cheek twitched slightly. This mask has 3 tomo holes on it. From the looks of it, it must be a mask worn by the Uchiha clan, right? Can you give me another one? Senju Tobarama said while controlling his temper. No, just this one. Sasuke flatly refuses. Senju Tobarama's expression changed. Forget it, it's just a mask, just wear it. Don't make Uchiha Sasuke angry again because of this. Put the mask on your face and put it on. Senju Tobarama discovered that this mask can actually wrap his hair. The original gray hair is completely invisible after wearing the mask. Tisk. To prevent him from revealing his identity because of his hair. Uchiha Sasuke, this brat, has thought things through. Good. Sasuke smiled and clapped. I've also prepared your future codename for you, which will be called Izuna. How about it? Are you satisfied? What is it called? Senju Tobarama wondered if he heard wrongly. What the hell is Izuna? Uchiha Izuna, you should be familiar with this person, right? Sasuke said with a smile. I recently read some history of the Sengoku era. Uchiha Izuna should have been your old enemy at that time, and he died in your hands. That's right. So, Senju Tobarama's face doesn't look very good under the mask. So, why give him such a codename? Looking at your reaction now, I should have chosen this codename well. Sasuke is in a very happy mood. It seems that this codename succeeded in making Senju Tobarama sick. No, change the codename, anything else will do. Senju Tobarama still refuses. What a joke. Uchiha Izuna, this is his second most hated Uchiha. He was his old enemy now. And now, Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, actually asked him to inherit Uchiha Izuna's name as acting chief? You are not qualified to bargain. Sasuke's eyes moved slightly and continued, in other words, you can choose whether you are Uchiha Tobarama or Senju Izuna. Senju Tobarama's face froze. Uchiha Tobarama Senju Izuna. He doesn't want any of them. However, If you choose between these two, it would be the latter. At least Senju's surname is preserved. How about, which one do you choose? Sasuke looked at the silent Senju Tobirama. If you don't speak, your codename will be Izuna from now on. Senju Tobirama feels that his future is gloomy. Wearing a Uchiha 3 Magatama mask, the codename is still the damn good doctor. But he is obviously from the Senju clan. Now it looks like he has turned into an evil Uchiha. Izuna? Izuna. Sasuke's voice recalled Senju Tobirama's thoughts. Is there anything else? Senju Tobirama's voice has no emotion. I was tortured like this for a round. He felt like his brain was going to die. There is no emotion left. What's your attitude? Sasuke was slightly dissatisfied. Izuna, figure out your identity. You are now a ninja of Anbu, and I am the Hokage of Konoha. So, you should at least call me Hokage-sama, right? Fire. I am as angry as your mother. Senju Tobirama is so frustrated that he is about to explode. Just now I thought I wouldn't have any more emotions. The power will be broken now. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, can really stimulate his emotions. I understand. Senju Tobirama suppressed the explosive emotion. Hokage-sama, is there anything else? Asterisk. I'm so angry. Senju Tobirama feels that when he was alive, he had never been more aggrieved than he was in this moment. Not bad, Izuna, it seems you are quite obedient. Sasuke said with a smile. Then, he put his hand on Senju Tobirama's shoulder, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared instantly. In the chat room, the laughter of Uchiha Madara that had been filling the air before. After the word Izuna appeared, it disappeared almost instantly. For Uchiha Madara, his brother's name was applied to Senju Tobirama. He feels sick too. What the hell? The murderer who killed his brother actually took his brother's name and received punishment. Kim Sasuke is really a bit inappropriate for doing this. Uchiha Madara. How disgusting. I actually gave that evil guy Senju Tobirama a codename after Izuna. Senju Tobirama. I don't want to King use the evil guy Uchiha Izuna's name as a codename. The two reached a rare consensus. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, you idiot was still laughing before. Why don't you laugh now? When it comes to Uchiha Izuna, you can't laugh anymore? Uchiha Madara. Damn it. I really enjoyed watching Senju Tobirama's jokes. Suddenly the joke fell on me. How bad? Anbu base. Sasuke took Senju Tobirama and used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach this difficulty. Hokage-sama, do you have any urgent mission? Tenzo, who was on duty at the Anbu base, rushed over and asked. Not now. Sasuke patted Senju Tobirama on the shoulder. This is Anbu's new member, codenamed Izuna. Go and prepare an Anbu uniform for him. Yes. Tianzing immediately ordered his men to do it. Looking at Senju Tobirama on the side, I felt a little strange. This new member of Anbu has a strange mask on his face. General Anbu wears animal masks. And this new member is actually a 3 Magatama pattern. Where did Master Hokage find the orphaned Uchiha? Also, the codename, Izuna, is also a bit strange. It doesn't look like a codename, but more like a real name. Izuna is considered a non-staff member of Anbu. She will not join Anbu's team and will only accept my command. Sasuke said to Tenzo. Yes. Tianzing nodded. I feel more and more convinced of my guess. This must be the orphan Uchiha that Master Hokage found in the ninja world. That's why I only accept the command of Hokage-sama. Your chakra aura is a bit familiar. Wood style, have you awakened wood style? Senju Tobirama asked aloud. Watch your voice. Sasuke reminded him. Senju Tobirama's voice also needs to be controlled. Otherwise, Tsunade may discover the true identity of this Izuna scholar. I see. Senju Tobirama pinched his throat and changed his voice. He is now using Uchiha Izuna's voice. I've already used that guy's name as a codename anyway, so if I use his voice again, it's nothing. Tianzing feels even more strange now. What exactly is going on with this new Anbu, codenamed Izuna? You actually need to disguise yourself as someone else's voice. Isn't it convenient for his true identity to be revealed? This new colleague may be a descendant of Uchiha that Master Hokage found from somewhere, maybe because his life experience is somewhat secret. Because of this, Master Hokage asked him to hide his identity. Thoughts are flying in Tianzang's mind, thinking about various possibilities. Hey, talk? Have you awakened wood style? Senju Tobirama's voice was a little dissatisfied. That's right. Tianzing suddenly came to his senses and said, I was once Orochimaru's experimental subject. After being transplanted with first Hokage cells, I successfully survived and awakened wood style. This new colleague has a really bad temper. Maybe it's because I'm of the same race as Hokage-sama, so I feel confident speaking. Senju Tobirama had no idea what Tenzo was guessing in his heart. He frowned and thought for a moment and said, "Where are your ancestors from? Are they from the Senju clan? Can actually awaken wood style successfully. This Anbu probably has the blood of the Senju clan." "I don't know this either, my memory is only the part after I became an experimental subject," Tianzing said cautiously. "Trouble, as this new colleague who is suspected to be from the Uchiha clan hostile to me because he may have Senju blood? Then he is too unjust." Senju Tobirama looked at Tenzo with some doubts. "What's wrong with this Anbu? Looks like he is still a squad leader, why are you so afraid of him?" In the chat room. Senju Tobirama. "That one called Tenzo. Do you have a problem with your eyes or your brain? You actually think of me as an evil Uchiha?" Hateful. In his heart, he was wondering whether the other party was a descendant of Senju. And this guy actually suspected that he was Uchiha. Tenzo. "You can't blame me over there at all. Nidem, you over there are wearing a 3 Magatama mask, so it's normal for me to guess that way." Senju Tobirama. "It seems to make sense. Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke." Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. "I think you have a problem with your brain. Didn't you resist using Izuna's name as a nickname before? Why are you imitating Izuna's voice now?" Senju Tobirama. "I even used his name, don't I have to use his voice?" Uchiha Madara. "You have a problem." Senju Tobirama. "TCH. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you." He could probably guess what he was thinking over there. If Uchiha Sasuke is going to let him over there do some dirty work, he can also hypnosis himself and say that he is Uchiha Izuna. This is all done by the evil Uchiha Izuna, it has nothing to do with him. Senju Tobirama. "Tsunade-sama planned to classify me as a member of the Senju clan, and gave me an official name, Yamato." Tianzing said cautiously. "This new colleague named Izuna may be hostile to him, but Master Hokage will not. After all, it was Lord Hokage who took the initiative to restore the surname to the Senju descendants. Yamato. Including the surname, it is Senju Yamato." Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and nodded. "Not bad. The descendants of Senju have been reduced to a handful by the two evil brats Sarutobi Shimura. Now, it is indeed necessary to restore the surname and restore the glory of Senju." Tisk. From this point of view, it seems that he should really thank Uchiha Sasuke, the evil brat. TCH. "I'm so unhappy." Tenzo, also known as Yamato, looked at Senju Tobirama and felt that his new colleague was in a good and bad mood. "I don't know what's wrong. Yamato, I'll call you that from now on." Sasuke frowned with some disgust and said, "Your wood style is too bad, practice it better in the future. I saw on your ninja information that you can't even use a tree world, and can only barely use one the sea of trees has given birth." Yamato felt a little aggrieved. "Hokage-sama, I don't have enough chakra to use the tree world." It's not that he doesn't want to. The tree realm suddenly covered a large group of enemies, and he was also very greedy. Chakra's problem, there will be a way to solve it later. Sasuke thought for a while and said, "Orochimaru's cursed seal research needs to be urged. Just come up with a universal version that ensures safety first. After that, you can add curse seals to Anbu's elite. However, when it comes to Chakra's problem, we still have to blame the evil old ghost Senju Tobirama for his stupid policies." Sasuke said jokingly, "If Yamato you are really a descendant of Senju, then your current insufficient chakra should be because of your parents, because Senju Tobirama disbanded the tribe and allowed random intermarriage. The purity of Sage Body's bloodline decreased." Senju Tobirama remained silent, clenching his fists. Hard fist. Maybe there is a reason for this. Yamato nodded and said, he was not surprised by Sasuke's name for second Hokage. "I have heard this many times during this time. This fifth Hokage master seems to have a lot of opinions on the second Hokage. Izuna, what do you think? Do you think Senju Tobirama's policy is stupid?" Sasuke said to Senju Tobirama with a smile. Senju Tobirama is scolding him in his heart, "Son of a bitch. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, do you want him to scold himself? How wicked. But he has nothing to do now." Senju Tobirama said through gritted teeth. "Huh. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll probably still suffer from it in the future, he has to get used to it as soon as possible." Haha. Sasuke couldn't help laughing. "Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Yamato, go prepare a room for Izuna, and then prepare a coffin. Well, said he has special ninjutsu training that requires the use of coffins." Yes. Yamato nodded confused. What ninjutsu practice requires the use of coffins? It's really special. You are worthy of being a member of Hokage-sama's tribe. By the way, there is also a mission to gather all Anbu tomorrow. Sasuke gave the last instruction, not long after. In Anbu's dormitory, Senju Tobarama lay in the coffin with a livid face. This should be good news for you, Sasuke said with a smile. The targets we will attack tomorrow are your other two disciples, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen and their remnants. Senju Tobarama was already lying down. When I heard this, I sat up immediately. Those bastards. Senju Tobarama clenches his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. There are still fish that slipped through the net. Oh, this is not bad. He can personally avenge the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. This will happen tomorrow. You'd better lie down in the coffin now. Sasuke moved his fingers slightly, controlling Senju Tobarama to fall into a dormant state. Senju Tobarama has not been able to say a word yet. Consciousness disappeared, and the body that sat up fell down, lying in the coffin. Then, Sasuke thoughtfully covered the coffin board. In the chat room, Senju Tobarama, alas. So dark, in another world, he has no hope for the future at all. Even though he has been dead for decades, he is forced to come back to the living world to work by an evil Uchiha kid. And he was completely unable to resist, even. Let him scold himself, and he has to endure it. Uchiha Madara. Huh. Although using Izuna's name as a code makes me a little uncomfortable, but the other parts are pretty good, it's really fun. Senju Tobarama, this bastard. When Infinite Tsukuyomi's story was exposed before, she made fun of him like crazy. Now he can finally taunt back. Senju Hashirama. Actually, it's not bad. Tobarama was just mentally tortured for a while, but he wasn't forced to do anything too humiliating. Senju Tobarama. I'm already in such a miserable state, isn't it insulting enough? I was so angry that I wanted to explode, but I could only endure it, and I had to scold myself. Working illegally during the day and lying in a coffin at night. Could it be any more frustrating? Orochimaru. If Kim Sasuke really wants to humiliate Second Hokage, then he should find a toilet and seal Second Hokage in it, or control Second Hokage to eat. Well, you understand. Tsunade. Ah, Orochimaru, what you said is so disgusting. Senju Tobarama. Suddenly I felt lucky. Compared to what Orochimaru said, what actually happened to him on the other side can be said to be insignificant. Hatake Kakashi. Those methods are a bit too childish. For Kim Sasuke, his revenge still tends to be a mental blow. Even for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Sasuke did not choose that. That in a spoof way. Orochimaru. Maybe it's for Tsunade's sake. After all, Jin Sasuke likes Tsunade, so it's not good to do too much to Tsunade's ancestors. Tsunade. What does it have to do with her? The other side. Mitokado Homura and Udatain Kaharu started to panic. Not even letting them two go. They in the other world should be quite honest after Konoha collapsed the plan. Night. The central area of Konoha village. Uchiha fire formation, rise. Sasuke slaps the ground with one hand, and a huge fiery red barrier rises. Inside it are the residences of Mitokado Homura and Udatain Kaharu, the former advisor elders of Konoha, and their clan members. Anbu, take action. Capture everyone alive, then imprison them and interrogate them one by one. Sasuke ordered in a cold voice. Now that he has become a Hokage, he still needs to be more restrained in his methods. If you directly engage in genocide or something like that, and you are still doing it now, the impact is not very good. And it would be such a waste to destroy them all directly. It should still be interrogated first, and then based on the severity of the crime. People make the best use of them. If the crime is too serious, it can be used for human experiments. Those who commit minor crimes will be punished with hard labor. Anbu's action begins quickly. Under the blockade of the Uchiha fire formation, no one inside can escape. The two clan members of the advisory elders, the survivors of the Sarutobi clan, the remnants of the root organization, etc. These people. After the Konoha collapse plan ended, everyone hid. Especially, after Sasuke became Hokage, they are even more afraid to have any thoughts. I was hoping that Sasuke would ignore them. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't escape. Damn it, damn Anbu, you still won't let us go. I said at the beginning that we should unite and fight Uchiha Sasuke, but you guys are all scared. How to fight? Should I fight Shukaku or Susanoo? What's the use of talking about this now? Damn it, find a way to escape. How to escape? It's a barrier again. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, do you have to kill everyone? A big mess. Sounds of fighting, shouts, screams, begging for mercy. The two elder tribes that were originally prosperous are now in complete chaos. Sasuke didn't do it himself. Walking towards the depths of the earth with Senju Tobirama. These two guys seem to be doing a lot to strengthen their families. Senju Tobirama's face is very ugly, in his original impression. The families of Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu are far from the scale and prosperity they are now. Damn it. A group of blood-sucking leaf-borers. He risked his life to stop Jinjiao Yinjiao, and actually saved these bastards. After all, he has been a consultant elder for decades, so it is normal to have such a family background. Speaking of which, he can't compare to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke said with a sneer. When it comes to growing their own families, these two advisor elders are still far behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The expansion of the Sarutobi clan is simply jaw-dropping. Even the Uchiha clan's original clanland has been occupied. Well, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but sigh. It was he who chose Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Hokage of Konoha. As a result, Konoha became what it is now. Damn it, it seems it's all thanks to that evil brat Uchiha Sasuke. Otherwise, these wood leaf borers may not be completely eradicated yet. By the way, where are Kagami and Tofu? Didn't they become the top leaders of Konoha? Senju Tobirama asked. Uchiha Kagami died long ago, not a few years later than you. As for Akamichi taking the wind, according to Nara Shikaku, it should be because he had taken the secret medicine of the Akamichi clan many times in the past, and his body was damaged. He went home early to recuperate, but several times. He also passed away years ago. Sasuke replied slowly. The corners of Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched slightly. In other words, his disciples either died early or were in poor health, or they all became moths in Konoha. What kind of people has he recruited? Front. Intensive sounds of fighting and killing. According to the report of the reconnaissance ninja, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu have gathered many elite Konoha F4 subordinates here. This is to prevent Sasuke from taking action against them. Perhaps they are reluctant to part with the family's industry. Perhaps it is the large number of remaining forces that give them confidence, or perhaps it is because even Konoha has nowhere to go. In short, the two consultant elders actually never escaped. However, after Sarutobi Hiruzen was executed, they all remained calm and did not move. Hopefully Sasuke will ignore them. Don't tangle with those two old guys, let them out. Sasuke ordered to Anbu. Anbu and others can just deal with the remnants of Konoha F4. As for Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu, leave it to Senju Tobirama. Go on, Izuna, it's time for you to come in handy. Sasuke said with a smile. Senju Tobirama's expression is covered by a mask, so it's hard to tell what his mood is. Ready to fight, confronting two consultant elders. The Mito sect brats and sleeper brats who are born evil, I will kill you with my own hands right now. Opposite. The expressions of Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu changed. Why does this sentence pattern sound familiar? The XX kid who is born evil. This sentence pattern has been heard by Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu before. However, that was all decades ago, and now. What is the situation with this guy in front of me? Wearing a white mask with 3 Magatama holes, he actually spoke Mr. Tobirama's customary sentences. Who are you? Mitokado Homura looked suspicious. Stop talking nonsense and die. The Senju Tobirama chakra's momentum surged, and it appeared in front of Mitoman Tam in an instant. Boom. With a terrifying punch, Mitokado Homura was directly knocked away and hung on the wall behind. Puff. Mitokado Homura, who is 70 years old, spurts out old blood. This time he was almost completely destroyed. Who is this person? He feels that this guy with the white mask looks too much like Mr. Tobirama from back then. Extremely fast body flicker technique, the terrifying power of Senju. The other side. Udatane Kaharu guessed it quickly. Innately evil kid. This sentence structure may be used by others. But it doesn't matter how old she is, she still calls her a kid. It can only be someone from Tobirama Sensei's generation. So, Uchiha Sasuke must have used Impure World reincarnation to summon Tobirama Sensei back. It's Uchiha Sasuke who slandered us, old, PFFT. Udatane Kaharu saw Senju Tobirama staring at him and quickly wanted to defend himself. However, before she could finish saying the word, teacher, she was also knocked out of the hospital. You don't deserve to call me that. Senju Tobirama said coldly. Papa. Sasuke clapped from behind and said with a smile. Yes, Izuna, it seems that you remember my request very clearly. This guy Senju Tobirama is really serious about hiding his identity. There are quite a few Anbu nearby. If Udatane Kaharu calls out the title, teacher, Senju Tobirama's identity may be exposed. And Senju Tobarama acted very timely and took the job of transferring Koharu back to his stomach. Senju Tobarama has a sullen face. How can he not pay attention? If you really want to make this evil brat Uchiha Sasuke dissatisfied, who knows what the consequences will be. Oh shit. I feel aggrieved just thinking about it. He actually needs to be so serious about not angering a nasty Uchiha. Huh. Fortunately, there are 2 punching bags in front of me. I can't offend Uchiha Sasuke. Why can't I offend you 2 evil brats? At the age of 70, with such incredible strength, he still holds a high position. Konoha is what it is now, and these 2 guys have a share of the credit. You 2 evil brats. Senju Tobarama caught the 2 elders together and kicked them one after another. Kick the teeth out first. In this case, these 2 evil brats will not be able to speak clearly afterwards, so that his identity will not be exposed. So that Uchiha Sasuke will not cause trouble for him again because of this. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara, PFFT. Senju Tobarama, you look like you're completely tamed over there. You actually listen to Sasuke Kim's words like that. Senju Tobarama. That evil kid threatens him with the destruction of Konoha. He couldn't resist. What else can be done? I just have to be obedient. Hitaki Kakashi. The 4 top leaders of Konoha are completely over now. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo. These 2 men had died before. Now it was the turn of the 2 advisory elders who were hiding. Udatain Koharu. Damn it. Mitokado Homura. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. The 2 of them in the other world were obviously hiding. Even Uchiha Sasuke is quite Hokage, they didn't come out to cause trouble. He actually didn't let them go even like this. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Senju Tobarama punched and kicked 2 old men and women. I feel extremely comfortable with the anger towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. And the frustration I suffered from Uchiha Sasuke. I vented it out on these 2 people at the same time. It's so cool. The anger I had been holding back was finally released. Be careful not to kill them both. If you want to hit them more, use medical ninjutsu to treat them. Sasuke reminded from behind. It would be a waste to beat these 2 old guys to death directly. What's the use of keeping them? Senju Tobarama frowned. Only by beating them to death can he vent his inner anger. Woo. Mitokado Homura is a little anxious. Looking at the teacher, it looks like he wants to beat them to death on the spot. If he had known this would happen, he might as well have been exiled to the ninja world. Even if he suddenly changed from an advisor to a rebel ninja, it would still be better than being beaten to death now. What's the ghost's name? Senju Tobarama kicked Mitokado Homura in the face angrily. This guy's teeth have been knocked out by him. I can't even speak clearly now. Although the 2 of them are a bit old, if they are used as sacrifices, they should be of good quality and can be kept for future use. Sasuke looked at the 2 old guys and said. Sacrifice. Hear this word. Mitokado Homura and Udatain Koharu both turned green. Ninjutsu that requires sacrifices. Senju Tobarama in front of the Union. Obviously, I'm talking about impure world reincarnation. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. I actually want to use them as sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation. This is too insulting. It's better to just kill them. The same ending as Danzo. It's okay. Senju Tobarama looked down at his chest. Danzo. That Shimura kid who was born evil is now in his body. I feel sick again when I think of this. Who are you planning to summon? Could it be? Senju Tobarama asked with a frown. If it is his elder brother that Uchiha Sasuke wants to summon. No, absolutely not. We can't let his elder brother be summoned by Uchiha Sasuke and suffer like this. Where are you thinking? Sasuke couldn't help but frown. I still respect first Hokage. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but curse in his heart. This annoying little devil. Respecting his elder brother as the first Hokage, but not respecting himself as the second Hokage at all. But Senju Tobarama was relieved. It's better if he's not his eldest brother. As for who Uchiha Sasuke plans to impure world reincarnation in the future, he has no control over it. Love so and so. It can't be beaten to death, can it? Oh, just right. Use medical ninjutsu to treat it, and then you can beat it for a while longer. Senju Tobarama sneered. Green fluorescence appeared on his palms. Healing jutsu was used to quickly heal the injuries of the 2 elders. Woo. Mitokado Homura and Udatain Koharu are going crazy. Did Uchiha Sasuke give Mr. Tobarama any drugs? Why does the teacher listen to him so much? Not even impure world reincarnation. Okay, it's almost done, as long as I don't die anyway. Senju Tobarama puts away the healing jutsu. Clicks his fists. The beating begins again. The two elders are almost desperate. They have heard before that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were like this before. They were beaten in succession and were worse than dead. I thought the two of them could escape. The result is still the same ending. Some time passed. Okay, the fight is endless. Sasuke waved and ordered, go and help those Anbu. Oh, it's just these rotten fish and shrimps. It took so long that they couldn't take them all down. Anbu's strength, it really doesn't work. Senju Tobirama cursed in his heart and started to act with a dark face. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, is really using him as a tool. Opposite. Mitokado Homura and Udatain Kaharu were both dumbfounded. Teacher Tobirama. This is too obedient. Just do whatever Uchiha Sasuke tells him to do. And just give a simple command. I didn't see any means of coercive control at all. The ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation doesn't seem to have such strong control, right? Congratulations to you too, you can live a little longer. Sasuke kicked the two old guys and said with a smile, whenever I need to summon someone, you will be needed at that time. Of course, before that, your future will be spent in Yi's prison. The faces of the two elders were gloomy. This kind of future is so despairing. From being a high-ranking Konoha elder, to having to hide at home, to being about to become a prisoner. A short period of time. Their situations are almost completely different. It didn't take long. With the participation of Senju Tobirama, the encirclement and suppression of the remaining forces of Konoha F4 quickly ended. Everyone is under control. The next step is to classify them into categories after interrogation and decide their fate. Lord Hokage, the operation was successfully completed. Yamato came to report. Looks at Izuna, who is silent next to him. Yamato is filled with admiration now. This member of Lord Hokage's tribe is so powerful. I'm afraid my strength is enough to rival the five shadows. Senju Tobirama turned his head, feeling a little confused. This may be a descendant of Senju Anbu seems to have some strange misunderstanding about him. Okay, the operation is over. Izuna, go and put these two old guys in jail, remember to destroy their throats. You know. Sasuke said with dark eyes. No. Senju Tobirama said with a cold face. Crap the throats of those two old guys to prevent their identities from being leaked. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. This job was actually left to him. Good. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. After you are done, you can go back to the Anbu base by yourself. Thank you for your hard work this time. You successfully removed the forces left behind by the evil old ghost Senju Tobirama. All cleared. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth in anger. Oh shit. The slightest bit of gratitude that Sasuke gave him the opportunity to clean up the door with his own hands completely disappeared at this moment. He really still hates this evil Uchiha kid. In the chat room. Senju Tobirama. Huh. I'm not angry. It's a good thing to be able to correct the mistakes you made with your own hands. But Uchiha Sasuke, this guy is so irritating. Onoki. The era of Sarutobi and the others is completely over. By the way, should we follow up in the future? He remembered seeing second Hokage and their actions on the screen before. Sarutobi Hiruzen was burned to the ground by Amaterasu and nothing was left. Shimura Danzo was blown to pieces by tandem paper bombs. The two elders seem to have not dealt with it yet. Mitokado Homura. F*K. Onogi, did I offend you in any way? Shimura Danzo. We can't let them go. Let the two of them come down and accompany me. Udatain Kaharu. Danzo, what are you talking about? What a state of mind. If you die, you will die. Why do you want to drag the two of them into the water? Senju Tobirama. It really needs to be cleaned up. Speaking of which, according to the original world line, Tsunade didn't clean up these wastes after you became Hokage. Something previously seen on a silver-framed screen. After Tsunade became Hokage, not only Mitokado Homura and Udatain Kaharu, but also Danzo were alive and well. What the hell? Such a Hokage assists two consultant elders in arguing. How should Tsunade be a Hokage? Orochimaru. Haha, whether it is in terms of strength or decisiveness, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, is much worse than Kim Sasuke. Fourth Raikage. I feel like it is better for Tsunade to be Hokage. Although Sarutobi is gone, fortunately there are still Danzo and the others. Tsunade. No, why are you talking about me? She doesn't want to be a Hokage at all, and she doesn't want to be a fifth Hokage now. Why are you being compared to Kim Sasuke, and he's still humiliating her? She was so unjust. Namikaze Minato. Now that the two elders have been taken down, Konoha should be completely golden. It's up to Sasuke. I don't know what the future of Konoha will be. Senju Tobirama. I hope Konoha will be better in the future. I also hope that his future on the other side will be better. Onoki. The era of Sarutobi and the others is over, and the era of Kim Sasuke is coming. This is not a good thing for our villages. An arguably younger version of Uchiha Madara becomes Konoha's Hokage, and no one in Konoha can stop her. There's no telling what will happen to Konoha. But their villages will definitely suffer. Hokage building. Are you going to register the information of all ninjas, including all ninjas of the ninja clan? Nara Shikaku frowned slightly. This is the first order given by this 5th Hokage. That's right. Sasuke leaned back slightly and leaned on the back of the chair. You must first understand the situation of the ninjas in the village, and then you can easily think about how to arrange these people and how to transform Konoha, right? If you don't understand Konoha's situation, you have no right to speak. Opposite. Nara Shikaku hesitated slightly. Civilian ninjas in the village usually attend ninja schools. After graduation, ninja registration will be carried out in the village. And some of the ninjas of the ninja clan go to ninja schools, and these people will also register as ninjas. However, some of them are cultivated within the ninja clan and will not appear on the village's ninja registration. This group of people can be regarded as the hidden strength of each ninja clan. Generally, when a ninja war breaks out, the village will allocate the manpower needed from each ninja clan to each clan, but the village will not care about the specific people. Since the first Hokage period, Sleepy Leaf has been in this mode. The ninja clan actually has a high degree of autonomy within the clan. At most, it is only at the request of second Hokage that each ninja clan needs to send ninjas from the clan to enroll in ninja schools every year to receive the unified education of the village. In fact, the teachings of the ninja school are not very attractive to these older ninjas. Each ninja clan has its own secret techniques that have been inherited. These things cannot be taught by teachers in ninja schools. It is better to let people in your own clan teach you. Ninjas taught within the ninja clan do not need to register here in the village. This is a convention left over from the second Hokage period. Nara Shikaku said in a deep voice, "Ha." Sasuke chuckled lightly and looked at Senju Tobirama, who was wearing a mask. Is the policy left by that guy Senju Tobirama correct? Senju Tobirama said nothing. I have been tortured so many times. He can bear it now much better. This is not a question of right or wrong. Nara Shikaku scratched his head in distress. This is a matter of interests. Expose all ninjas of the ninja clan to the village's view. On the one hand, this means that these people will also need to accept the arrangements of the village's higher-ups in the future, and the ninja clan's autonomous power will be restricted. On the other hand, this also reduces the ability of the ninja to protect themselves against the village. It seems like you have some opinions. Sasuke touched his chin, his eyes becoming a little dangerous. Nara Shikaku's heart skipped a beat. What is this for? Could he be planning to take action now? This is not impossible. This new Hokage is definitely not a soft-hearted person. Well. Nara Shikaku was about to say something, but suddenly found that he couldn't move his body. This feeling. Very familiar. It's a shadow binding technique. Looking down hard, I saw a slender shadow that extended to his feet. It's really a shadow binding technique. Who? Has anyone from the Nara clan taken action against him? The Nara clan's secret shadow technique is quite interesting. Sasuke raises his palm. A dark shadow extends from Sasuke's palm to the table in front of him, and then to the floor, connecting to Nara Shikaku's shadow. This simple secret technique can be easily mastered by glaring the left eye and the right eye respectively. Chief Nara, please sit down. Suke directly controls Ryo Shikaku's body, controlling him on chair. Nara Shikaku was forced to sit down, and his mind went blank for a while. What's the situation? Why does 5th Hokage know the secret shadow technique of their Nara clan? Where did you learn it? The shadow secret technique of the Nara clan is not considered a blood inheritance limit, it is just a secret technique. So, even if you are not from the Nara clan, you can actually learn your secret techniques. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on Sasuke's face. Chief Nara, you don't want me to directly publish your clan's secret cultivation methods, right? Opposite. Nara Shikaku was silent for a while. All kinds of thoughts are swirling in my brain. A long time. Nara Shikaku slowly spoke. I will cooperate with Hokage-sama's ideas, but didn't Hokage-sama say before that he would protect the interests of the ninja clan? This is the current practice. It doesn't look like you want to protect the interests of the ninja clan. Sasuke shook his head, raised 2 fingers, and said. First, there is a difference between the ninja clan and the ninja clan. Yu-Ino Shikacho insects are the secret ninja clan, not the bloodline ninja clan. Second, I want to protect the interests of the ninja clan, but the premise is that all ninjas in the village must obey Hokage's orders, including all ninjas within the ninja clan. But Nara Shikaku couldn't help but retort. The power of autonomy within the ninja clan is something promised by the first generation in the second Hokage, right? Times have changed, now is not the time for Konoha to be built. Sasuke said coldly. First Hokage has strength, but he is too naive. As for that guy Senju Tobirama, his strength is too poor, and he died early. The veins on Senju Tobirama's forehead twitched slightly. His strength is too bad. Hateful. Only his eldest brother and Uchiha Madara are qualified to say this about him. I'll just tell you the truth. Sasuke looked directly at Nara Shikaku and said, you are the family secret arts of the secret ninja clan. I will open learning permission to all Konoha shinobi, as long as they can show their worth and have the qualifications to learn. As for how I will teach them your family secrets, you already know this. Finished. Sasuke controlled the dark shadow and slowly crawled from the ground to Nara Shikaku's neck. The dark shadow formed the shape of a palm on Nara Shikaku's neck. Cold sweat fell slightly from Nara Shikaku's forehead. Is this definitely a threat? If he disagrees, will his neck be broken the next moment? We, the three ninja clans Ino Shikacho, have no objection. In the end, Nara Shikaku gave in. It's useless even if he doesn't agree. This fifth Hokage somehow mastered the secret technique of their Nara clan. If he wants to, he can really announce it directly. Good. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. In the future, there will be ninjas who have learned the secret techniques passed down by your family. You can try to absorb these people into your family through intermarriage. In addition, after all, this is a secret technique that you ninjas have studied for hundreds of years. If anyone else learns it, you can ask them to serve you ninjas for a period of time. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is not bad. It seems that this fifth Hokage still intends to keep his promise to protect the interests of the ninja clan. In the chat room, Hyuga Hiyashi. To actually coerce the leader of a great ninja clan directly like this, isn't this method a bit too rough? Uchiha Madara. Isn't this rough? If you want me to do it, I'll give you a beating first. After the beating, you'll be obedient. If you don't obey, you'll be promoted directly. Senju Hashirama. Madara, you have gone too far. Uchiha Madara. It's Hashirama, you are too restrained. With their strength, are they qualified to bargain with us? Senju Tobirama. It feels better to do this with Uchiha Sasuke. Use strength as the backing to threaten. On the one hand, the purpose can be achieved. On the other hand, it's not as rough as Uchiha Madara. How could you just ignore it and give it a beating first? Namikaze Minato. By the way, doesn't Sasuke Jin intend to protect the interests of the ninja clan? But what he is doing now seems to be more beneficial to the civilians. Orochimaru. He should hope to completely bring all the power of Konoha under his control, and then improve the overall strength of Konoha. If civilians are qualified to learn the secret techniques of the ninja clan, they will be given a learning license. Only on this basis will we protect the interests of the ninja clan. The bloodline of the ninja clan who created those secret techniques has undergone certain changes, making it easier to perform the corresponding secret techniques. If this is not comparable to people from other races, then there is no need to pass on these secret techniques to the ninja clan. Nara Shikaku leaves. Next, he will inform other ninjas about this news. Am I too disrespectful to them? They still want to disagree? Sasuke crossed his arms, his voice a little cold. What do you want to do? Senju Tobirama on the side was startled. He feels that it would be great to be able to do this. Ninjas within the ninja clan can also be arranged by Hokage in the future. Is Uchiha Sasuke still not satisfied? I just briefly controlled Shukaku before, and I didn't leave a deep impression on them. These guys, he hasn't clearly recognized the gap in strength. Sasuke's eyes twinkled slightly. It seems that they still need to wake up and recognize the reality. You're not going to attack the ninjas in the village, are you? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but said. Damn. Why does it feel so familiar? This is a bit like what Uchiha Madara did back then. His elder brother's methods are too mild, and Uchiha Madara's methods are too extreme. As for himself, he wants to mediate, but he is not strong enough. Especially Uchiha Madara who still dislikes him. This can be used as a preliminary option. Sasuke thought for a while and suddenly said, or, you can find a ninja village to declare war and show your strength to those guys who are not clear-headed. Senju Tobirama's head is filled with questions. Uchiha Sasuke, this idea is indeed a bit Uchiha Madara. Are you going to start a war directly over something like this? This guy, what kind of strength do you have now, so confident? I think this method is good. Sasuke had a somewhat excited expression on his face. During the Third Ninja War, the war between Konoha and Rock Shinobi ended in a hurry. That old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen actually gave up asking for a war from Rock Shinobi. Fight for compensation. Well, you can use this as a reason to declare war on Iwagakure. In the chat room. Onoki. What the hell? That happened more than 10 years ago. How can we still settle old scores like this? Orochimaru. Kin Sasuke just wants to find a reason to start a war. Even if there is no such reason, he can find other reasons. Rasa. Great. Luckily they didn't target a Sand Shinobi. Sanagakure's situation really can't be tolerated. Onoki. No. Why are we always Rock Shinobi? Uchiha Madara beat him and second Tsuchikage violently. Now Uchiha Sasuke is also eyeing them Rock Shinobi. Why are they always the unlucky ones? Uchiha Madara. Onoki. Do you miss the feeling of being beaten by Susanoo? Onoki. I am no longer the same person as I was before. Uchiha Madara. It doesn't matter, it's the same to me. Onoki. Oh shit. Uchiha Madara is still so annoying. Lord Hokage, there is urgent information coming from the border. The ninjas stationed at the coastal border were attacked by Kirigakure. Kirigakure dispatched many ninjas this time, and among them were the 4th Mizukage of Sanagakure. The ninjas from the communications class came to report. Sasuke is slightly surprised. Kirigakure? What happened? Why did Kirigakure suddenly attack? Although Konoha was in some chaos some time ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were both killed. But even if we invade the Fire Country, it should be the more aggressive Cloud Shinobi village. Why was Mist Shinobi the one who moved first? I understand, you go down first. Sasuke waved his hand to the communications class ninja. Speaking of which, that guy Uchiha Madara used 3 tails in Mist Shinobi's Anbu in order to induce Uchiha Obito to go dark. Now that Mist Shinobi has invaded, will he and you? Is it related to Chiya Obito? Sasuke pinched his forehead and guessed. Madara? Senju Tobirama's face changes dramatically under the mask. By the way, last time you said that Uchiha Madara might still be alive, what's going on? And Uchiha Obito, what's going on? Senju Tobirama asked one after another. Oh shit. When he thought of this incident, he also remembered what happened when he was reincarnated by Impure World last time. Uchiha Sasuke said that Uchiha Madara might have lived for a few more decades. He wanted to ask more at the time, but he had no chance. At that time, he was controlled to bang his head against a tree. Sasuke glanced at Senju Tobirama, his eyes twinkling slightly. This guy Senju Tobirama should know Uchiha Madara quite well. Immediately, Sasuke then revealed a lot of his previous guesses about Uchiha Madara's plan and Uchiha Obito's experience. Senju Tobirama's mind was a little confused for a moment. The amount of information is a bit too much. Have you retained Uchiha Madara's body tissue materials before? Sasuke asked. If you save it, you can reincarnation Uchiha Madara Impure World. No, Senju Tobirama shook his head. Did Uchiha Madara survive using Izanagi? No wonder his body disappeared inexplicably. TCH, what's the use of you? You're a piece of trash. Sasuke said with great disgust. Senju Tobirama's face turned pale. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Uchiha Madara should be related to Kirigakure, and Mist Shinobi's current attack on the Land of Fire may be related to Uchiha Obito. In this case, it's just right. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. I just wanted to find a chance to show off my strength. Obito will give him a chance now, so consider it. Immediately, Sasuke ordered to Senju Tobirama. Go and inform the heads of the ninja clans, the jonin in the village, the heads of various departments, and ask them to come with me to watch a war show. Don't really show your strength. Those people may not realize that times have changed. Perhaps, it should be said that times have changed back to the time of first Hokage. A show of war. Hear what Kim Sasuke has to say. Almost everyone is not calm anymore. This is war. And, from the looks of it, there should be quite a few people invading Kirigakure. Among them is the perfect Jinchuriki, 4th Mizukage Yagura. Is Kim Sasuke so confident? How dare he regard such a war as a stage for him to show off his strength and shock the Konoha shinobi? In the chat room. Terumi Mei. What kind of strength is Jin Sasuke now? The last time he really fought, he probably defeated Orochimaru using the wood dragon technique, right? From now on, Kim Sasuke probably never took action again. Orochimaru. After that he obtained the full Sage body, and Ryuchi Cave's Sage mode, and superimposed it with the Mount Myoboku Sage mode. Namikaze Minato. Hundreds of times Kakashi's chakra, plus double Sage mode. I'm not sure what level of strength this is. Hitaki Kakashi. Does this give you the strength to end the war alone? Uchiha Madara. You junior ninjas are so ignorant. Senju Tobirama. With the full amount of sage body chakra, coupled with Susanoo or wood-style Uchiha, Sasuke must be right. The era of war has returned to the time of my elder brother. Onoki. Are the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara's strengths that exaggerated? He was beaten by Uchiha Madara, but after so many years, his current strength is no longer the same as before. Now, even if he faced Uchiha Madara's Susanoo again, he felt that he would not be defeated so miserably. Uchiha Madara. Oh, Onoki, you know nothing about real power. Fortunately, originally Jin Sasuke wanted to hit you rock shinobi. Now you can escape. Onoki. Hateful. I feel so aggrieved, but I don't know how to respond. Terumi Mei. By the way, I have always suspected something. Uchiha Madara, how did you design the plan? Use 3 tails and arrange for Mist Shinobi Anbu to execute the plan. Uchiha Madara. How about you take a guess? Terumi Mei. What the hell? The famous Uchiha Madara, why do you speak so out of tune? Terumi Mei. Even if you don't say it now, I should be able to see the results on the screen later. Uchiha Madara. So just wait and see the results for yourself, haha. Terumi Mei. Don't understand. Why can't Uchiha Madara just say it? Senju Tobirama. Mist Shinobi girl, calm down. I probably understand Uchiha Madara's mentality. He found out that he had been used and fooled before, like a clown. So now he probably also wants to see others make a fool of themselves like this. Terumi Mei. Do you actually think so? From this point of view, there is indeed a conspiracy by Uchiha Madara on Mist Shinobi's side. And Uchiha Madara actually wants to see them make a fool of themselves when they find out the truth. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, you bastard, you talk so much nonsense. Senju Tobirama. I'm so anxious. I'm right at first glance. Hey, if you become a clown, you hope that others will also become clowns. Will this make you more mentally balanced? Uchiha Madara. Forget it, I'm too lazy to deal with this bastard. Anyway, just wait and see the Mist Shinobi ninjas angrily break their defenses after discovering the truth. Under Anbu's notice. The heads of the various ninja clans in Konoha, Jonin elites, and leaders of various departments. Everyone gathered at the Hokage building. By the way, have I seen you somewhere? Tsunade looks at Senju Tobirama, who is wearing a white mask. This Anbu. She feels very familiar. Senju Tobirama's eyes flash slightly. Although he really wants to take off the mask. But, damn Uchiha Sasuke. He cannot reveal his identity now. Izuna is a non-staff member of Anbu arranged by me. Is there any problem? Sasuke said to Tsunade with a normal expression. Izuna. Tsunade frowned slightly. This name also sounds familiar. She remembered that when her second grandfather told stories when she was a child, she mentioned him as an old enemy from the Sengoku era. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara's younger brother. Combined with this mask with 3 Magatama holes that Anbu is wearing. Is he the remaining descendant of the Uchiha clan you found? Tsunade whispered. That makes sense. Uchiha Sasuke, who also helped her find the Senju descendants scattered in the village. As for himself, it is normal to look for possible remaining Uchiha descendants. And the name of Izuna, a well-known strong person in Uchiha's history, was also used to give this Uchiha descendant as a generation. Apparently, Uchiha Sasuke has high expectations for this Izuna. Senju Tobirama's face is filled with questions. No. Little Tsunade, what did you just say? He is a descendant of Uchiha. Hateful. Where can I see it from? Correct. His 3 Magatama white mask. With such a mask, no wonder Tsunade suspected that he was Uchiha. Senju Tobirama turned his head sharply and looked at Sasuke. I saw Sasuke's half-smiling look. Oh shit. This evil kid did it on purpose. He is now regarded as the evil Uchiha. What a shame. The evil Uchiha is actually myself. Ahem. Everyone should see Izuna often in the future, just get to know her. Sasuke calmed down the raised corners of his mouth and continued. Now let's discuss the Mist Shinobi invasion. 5th generation project. Jiraiya was the first to speak. When you asked Anbu to inform you before, you said that we should watch a war performance. Isn't this statement too rash? War is very cruel things. Uchiha Sasuke, the new Hokage, is indeed too young. I have never experienced a real war at all. War can kill people on a large scale. How can it be regarded as a performance? Well, so I'm notifying everyone here because I hope you can all get through it together. Sasuke didn't care about Jiraiya's attitude and said lazily. The more people go, the better. In this way, the effect of showing strength will be better. If so many people go there, there will be problems with the village's defense, right? What if other villages take the opportunity to invade? Nara Shikaku said calmly. Don't worry about this. If there is any accident, I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to rush back as soon as possible. Sasuke said easily. Flying Thunder God technique. Nara Shikaku nodded. This is no problem. The 4th Mizukage Yagura led by Mist Shinobi, he is the perfect Jinchuriki. Hokage-sama, can you handle it? Kakashi asked in a deep voice. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Kakashi-sensei, you'd better just call me by my name. It's okay for others to call him that. Teacher Kakashi said this, he felt a little uncomfortable. As for the perfect Jinchuriki, I have never been in contact with it, so I can't say that I can definitely control it. However, even if Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be controlled, there is no need to worry, I have other means to subdue the tailed beast. Sasuke said slowly. To deal with tailed beasts, even without Mangekyo, he still has wood style. Well, in that case, the remaining problem is just other ordinary Mist Shinobi ninjas. Kakashi looks around. If so many Konoha elites go to the front line, there should be no problem. Everyone should be fine, right? If there is no problem, everyone should go back and prepare and set off as soon as possible. Sasuke said with a relaxed expression. How can we say this is as soon as possible? Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. This is war. It requires a lot of preparation of supplies. Furthermore, if the war lasts for a long time, Konoha may have financial problems and need to report to the daimyo for help. These all take time to prepare. It doesn't matter. If you want to prepare some ninja tools, military food pills, medical supplies, etc., that's up to you. Sasuke waved his hand and said, although this is all in vain. But the more they prepare now, but in the end they find that it is all useless. The greater the contrast, the better the effect. In this way, they can clearly realize that the times of war have changed. Do I have to go too? Tsunade is a little reluctant. Her hemophobia is not completely cured yet. Now I am just barely feeling better and can start working. But if she sees broken arms and limbs, internal organs, and blood on the battlefield, then her hemophobia may become serious again. Think of this. Tsunade's boredom is getting worse. War is such a disgusting thing. Aside. Senju Tobirama frowned secretly under his mask. Little Tsunade's condition is not right. What has she experienced in the past few decades? In fact, you don't need to participate in the battle. Sasuke said with relief. I asked Anbu to say before that this war is just 10 performances. You will understand by then. Let's stop here. If you want to prepare, go back and prepare. Get ready. Set off immediately. A group of Konoha shinobi came over in a panic, but now they went back confused. What does this 5th Hokage mean? He plans to treat this war as a show. Is he going to use Mangekyo to control the power of the tailed beasts? Kakashi-sensei, stay. Sasuke stopped Kakashi, who was also about to leave. After a moment, after they were separated, he spoke. There may be Uchiha Obito's influence behind this Mist Shinobi invasion. Mr. Kakashi, please be prepared when the time comes. Kakashi subconsciously touched his left eye. Obito. Are we finally going to meet you again? Wait. What does Mist Shinobi's invasion have to do with Obito? Kakashi said a little confused. It's just a guess. Sasuke caressed his eyes and said, Mist Shinobi invaded so suddenly and inexplicably. Perhaps Uchiha Obito was controlling it behind the scenes. He probably. You want to consume my Mangekyo eye power. Real world. Uchiha Obito's face didn't look good. This is what he also guessed. It's the same for him, he can more easily think of his own thoughts on the other side. If he wants Uchiha Sasuke's power to be used for him, he must consume the opponent's Mangekyo power. As long as Jin Sasuke's eyesight gradually declines, he may take the initiative to find himself over there and seek cooperation. After all, Uchiha Itachi is in control over there. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara. Obito's idea is good. However, Jin Sasuke already has a sage body, and the problem of Mangekyo's blindness has been solved. Uchiha Obito, he also thought about this. Over there, he must have failed in his attempt to conjure the law. Frontier of the Land of Fire. Mist Shinobi Ninja's camp. Something's wrong. I feel like there's something wrong with the 4th generation project. Terumi Mei scans the huge camp. 4th Mizukage Yagura is not here, but is acting alone under the protection of a group of Anbu. It has been like this since a few years ago. 4th Mizukage Yagura suddenly began to become reclusive. Except for Anbu, it is basically difficult for others to see this Mizukage. Ching. If you see the 4th generation in the future, remember to observe it with your white eyes. Terumi Mei said to a man wearing an eye patch next to her. Observe with white eyes. Ao's expression changed. It means, Mizukage-sama might be controlled by someone using illusion? How can this be? Isn't the fourth Mizukage the perfect Jinchuriki who is immune to illusions? I'm not sure either. Anyway, I'll wait and see before talking. Terumi Mei also hesitated. It shouldn't be so ridiculous, right? Mist Shinobi's Mizukage is controlled by someone. If this is really the case, judging from the time of change, wouldn't it be that Inai has been controlled by someone for several years? This kind of thing is too outrageous. However, the previous state of the fourth Mizukage in this sudden invasion of the Land of Fire are a bit strange. I don't know where Mizukage-sama is currently. Ching Jian activated his white eyes and looked around. However, his insight ability is only average, and he can only see a radius of 1 kilometer. Less than the size of the Mist Shinobi ninja camp. Mizukage-sama is indeed not in the camp. Ching shook his head and said. Just when he was about to close his eyes, a huge chakra reaction broke into his Byakugan field of vision. In front, towards Konoha village, and, it's in heaven. Who? Ching's face changes drastically. This amount of chakra is too exaggerated, right? The main force of fourth Mizukage is probably not that outrageous. Has anyone come? How many people? Terumi Mei immediately became alert. There is only one person. But. Ching swallowed, her body trembling slightly. I want to shout loudly to put the Mist Shinobi on alert. But it's too late. The opponent has arrived above the Mist Shinobi camp. That is. Terumi Mei looked up, her pupils constricted. A very handsome young man. Well, that's not important. What's important is the Hokage god controlling robe behind him. It should be Konoha's new 5th Hokage. Hello everyone from Mist Shinobi. Sasuke floated high in the sky, smiled and said. Don't worry, I'm not a murderous person. As long as you are honest, everything will probably be fine in the future. Below. Mist Shinobi Ninja just noticed someone appearing above his head. I haven't had time to curse a few words yet. Wood style. Sasuke put his hands together, surging chakra energy was mobilized. The flower and tree world was born. Boom. The terrifying sea of trees completely covers the Mist Shinobi Ninja camp with a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. The towering trees that grew crazily emerged from the ground, making the Mist Shinobi Ninja unable to stand on the ground. Dense branches and vines quickly wrap around all the Mist Shinobi Ninjas. Almost instantly, most of the Mist Shinobi Ninjas were tied up by wood style and hung high. The huge Mist Shinobi Ninja camp was instantly submerged in the sea of trees. A large number of Mist Shinobi Ninjas are almost powerless to resist. The towering trees popped up crazily from the ground, tearing the earth apart and making them unable to even stand. Then, dense branches and vines wrapped around their bodies. These trees are still absorbing their chakra. Some people struggled hard and resisted a few times, trying to cut off the attacking tree, only to find that the tree was extremely strong. Damn it. Is this the wood style of the legendary first Hokage of Konoha? The strength of this tree is too ridiculous, it's too difficult to cut down. Damn it. Shouldn't Konoha have lost the power of wood style by now? Those with strength below Jonin were killed almost instantly. The branches wrapped around the body and was carried high into the sky by the trees, where he was hung and unable to move. Jonin, despite his strength, just struggled and resisted. I want to use ninjutsu, but there is no chance at all. Dense branches and vines are coming from all directions, giving them no chance to form seals. I can only dodge desperately. This is absolutely not an option. If your physical strength continues to be exhausted, maybe you will be tied up and hung in the sky at some point. Lava-style monster melting technique. Terumi Mei spits out a large amount of green acid from her mouth. Zzzz. The acid falls on the wood-style trees, and bursts of white mist rise. The trees in wood style are corroded by this acid. Lava style. Is it a corrosive blood inheritance limit? It's not bad. Sasuke floated in the sky and commented, however, that's it. The lava-style ninjutsu performed by one person is simply not enough to fight against this huge Teikei. Not to mention, the flower and tree world is born, and it continues to absorb the chakra of the bound Mist Shinobi Ninja to continue growing. Hateful. Terumi Mei dodged helplessly. The speed of lava-style corrosion is completely inferior to the speed of tree growth. Is this the power of wood style? It's too scary. There are so many Mist Shinobi Ninjas, but none of them have the power to resist. That's it. I don't want to see you continue to flop anymore. Sasuke said with a chuckle. The one he used this time was the flower and tree world advent. Beep. On the top of the trees, huge red flower buds bloom. Fine yellow pollen flies out. The mist shinobi ninjas who were tied up and hung in the sky by wood style inhaled pollen and fell into a coma. Not good. The elite mist shinobi who were still struggling below covered their mouths and noses. Don't inhale this pollen. But, there are too many flower buds, and the stupefying yellow pollen quickly fills the entire sea of trees. Must escape. However, the scope of the sea of trees is too large. Damn it. I can't do it anymore. Mist shinobi Jonin's body gradually lost strength and could no longer dodge. He was caught by a branch and hung in the sky. Gradually. The elite mist shinobi who were originally struggling have all lost their ability to resist. One by one was hung high in the sky. The scene was a little funny for a moment. Above the huge sea of trees, mist shinobi ninjas hang one by one. Distance. When the Konoha shinobi arrived with a large amount of combat supplies, this was what they saw. Is the battle over? Jiraiya said in a daze. It doesn't seem like that long has passed since Uchiha Sasuke left the main force, right? How could it end so soon? A birthday has come to the world of flowers and trees. A look of nostalgia appears on Senju Tobarama's face. What a familiar ninjutsu. Tisk, it's just that this time I saw this ninjutsu on a nasty Uchiha kid. I finally understand now. Nara Shikaku said with some sigh, no wonder 5th generation would say that this war is a performance. Behind. A large number of Konoha shinobi fans fell silent. This is not a war. This is really a one-person performance. In the chat room. Terumi Mei, it's just a ninjutsu. That's outrageous. With just one ninjutsu, so many of them could hide again. Moreover, Mist Shinobi has almost no resistance. Although she has also heard of related legends about the power of wood style, now it seems that this is too exaggerated. Orochimaru. What a terrifying power. The number of ordinary ninjas is completely meaningless. Uchiha Madara. This is the power of Hashirama wood style. The garbage under Jonin can be solved by a tree world descending. Even a Jonin-level trash fish cannot withstand the effect of the flower tree world descending. Hear this. In the chat room, a group of people had black lines on their heads. What's under Jonin is trash. The Jonin level, which is better called Uchiha Madara here, can be regarded as a miscellaneous fish. So insulting. Senju Tobarama. As far as the ninjutsu of Flower Tree World Reborn, Uchiha Sasuke's performance is indeed similar to that of my elder brother. Senju Hashirama. Haha, this boy is really good. Onoki. I understand now. No wonder wood style is called the power to end troubled times. 4th Raikage. It's huge in scale, terrifying in power, and has very strong control capabilities. Namikaze Minato. Kin Sasuke just tied up all the mist shinobi ninjas and hung them in the sky. The pollen that was born in the flower and tree realm only had a paralyzing and comatose effect. After a battle. No one was killed at all. Senju Tobarama. So, wood style is much stronger than Susanoo. Wood style is the power to end troubled times, and the so-called Susanoo song can be regarded as a symbol of destruction. Uchiha Madara. Dot, are you sick? Never forget to step on us, Uchiha. Senju Tobarama. I'm just telling the truth. In terms of controllability, wood style is better than Susanoo. Uchiha Madara. Damn it, he really can't refute this. Orochimaru. If Susanoo's Yasaka Magatama were used, those mist shinobi ninjas should all be reporting to the Pure Land by now. Terumi Mei. So, they over there should be grateful to Kim Sasuke for his kindness. You came just in time. Sasuke flew over the Konoha shinobi and ordered, the battle is over. Go and register the names and levels of all mist shinobi ninjas. Everyone here needs to be redeemed by Sanoa. Below. A group of Konoha shinobi look at each other. Aren't they here to fight? Why are you starting to work on the aftermath of the claim now? Yes, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku responded honestly. He can finally see it now. This 5th Hokage, the performance mentioned is for their group of Konoha shinobi. In the face of such strength, they have no bargaining power. If the flower tree world is born, if it is used on their side, their results should be the same as mist shinobi's side. A group of people, including Jonin and even elite Jonin, can only be hung on the tree. I'm afraid only those with level 1 strength from the 5 shadows are really capable of resisting. Sasuke nodded and continued. These war materials, you brought them out, take them back yourself. Ninja tools, detonating charms, military food pills, materials for building camps, food, medical supplies, drinking water. A lot of stuff. Enough to last at least a month of war supplies. Konoha shinobi fans are feeling a little embarrassed now. No wonder Master Hokage said before that we can leave as soon as possible without making any preparations. They have brought so many things, but they have not used them at all. They have to take them back themselves. Like a clown. Is the war over like this? Tsunade murmured softly. The bloodshed and death that she originally hated did not happen. With one ninjutsu, the war is over. Konoha Shinobi, you didn't do anything. No one on Mist Shinobi's side died either. Why is this happening? If she could do this back then, would those painful pasts be rewritten? Sudden. Hyuga Hiyashi shouted loudly. There is a huge chakra reaction. It should be the fourth Mizukage, the opponent is approaching. This amount of chakra must be the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Boom. A purple-black sphere with a diameter of several meters collided from a distance. It's tailed beast bomb. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank. Having participated in many ninja wars, he is very familiar with the power of tailed beasts. This is something that ordinary ninjas cannot fight against. No, it's too late to dodge, let's use Earth style to defend together. Jiraiya shouts loudly. Just a small tailed beast bomb. Sasuke puts his hands together and releases a terrifying amount of chakra, wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Boom. The terrifying wooden golem, which is 100 meters high, rises from the ground, stretches out a palm forward, and easily catches the tailed beast bomb. Three tails finally appeared. Sasuke stood on top of the wooden golem, watching Golem wearing the tailed beast chakra lose his temper. In this form, the opponent can already launch tailed beast bomb. Your own tailed beast bomb, now, give it back to you. Sasuke controls the wooden golem and slams the tailed beast bomb towards Yagura. Boom. The horrific explosion caused fierce wind and waves. Roar. Yagura, urgently transformed into a tailed beast at the last moment, and with the body of three tails, she withstood this tailed beast bomb. But, even for three tails, taking a tailed beast bomb is very painful. The Konoha Shinobi in the rear are all dumbfounded. This is the tailed beast bomb. In the hands of that wooden golem. Why does it feel like fourth Hokage? The same as Rasengan. He actually caught it and even hit it back. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to the tailed beast? The next battle is not something you can bear, so stay away. Sasuke stood on top of the meter-high wooden golem and shouted loudly at the bottom. A group of Konoha Shinobi came to their senses. Looking at Sasuke above the tall wooden golem. This is really the power that people can possess. Don't be stunned, retreat quickly, stay away, at least 10 miles away. Senju Tobirama shouted coldly. No one here knows the power of wooden golem better than him. Just the aftermath of the battle can easily kill most of the ninjas present. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara. He can even use wooden golem jutsu. From this point of view, Uchiha Sasuke's strength is not much different from when Hashirama and I were at our peak. Onoki. Isn't this your peak strength? Damn it. That wooden golem, if he were to use dust escape to erase it, he felt that his chakra would definitely not be enough. Being able to easily catch the tailed beast bomb is enough to prove your strength. To cast such a terrifying wooden golem jutsu, the amount of chakra consumed must be extremely exaggerated. But this is not all the strength of first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Onoki felt a little lucky for a moment. When Uchiha Madara beat him in second Tsuchikage violently, he probably spared a lot of money. Senju Tobirama. With the power of the wooden golem jutsu, I can suppress the tailed beast simply by using my power without using the wood style's ability to absorb chakra. Fourth Raikage. Use your power to suppress the tailed beast. Just this one ninjutsu will do. When his father suppressed the rampaging 8 tails, he had to fight until he was exhausted. Is the power of this wooden golem jutsu so exaggerated? The Konoha Shinobi quickly retreated, in situ. Two behemoths, standing opposite each other. 3 tails in the shape of a giant turtle with 3 tails behind it. Also, the wooden golem is higher than 3 tails. There is indeed the aura of Mangekyo Hitomi. It seems that fourth Mizukage is controlled by Uchiha Obito. Sasuke sensed the chakra aura opposite him, his eyes flickering slightly. It seems that even a perfect Jinchuriki can still be controlled by Mangekyo. The power of the tailed beast. Sasuke is slightly excited. He does not intend to use Mangekyo to try to control 3 tails. This is an opportunity to fight to your heart's content. Not just to show strength to the Konoha Shinobi. Sasuke himself also hopes to fight once as hard as he can. After obtaining the complete sage body, Sasuke hopes to fight with all his strength. At first, Sasuke wanted to fight White Snake Sennin, but White Snake Sennin refused. Roar. 3 tails on the opposite side let out a roar. The huge body curled up and formed a wheel-like shape, rolling at high speed and crashing towards the wooden golem. Well done. Sasuke controls the wooden golem and rushes forward. Just use wooden golem jutsu to test the power of the tailed beast. Boom. Two behemoths collided together, chi. Three tails rotating at high speed, rubbing violently with wooden golem's palm. The originally menacing momentum was quickly dissipated. Three tails is firmly blocked by the wooden golem and cannot move forward. Is that the only extent? Sasuke controlled one of wooden golem's arms and suddenly fell asleep facing Samsung. Ouch. Three tails screamed in pain. Wooden golem followed up with another punch, knocking three tails over on its back. Too weak. Sasuke shook his head, a little disappointed. When it comes to strength, three tails is no match for the wooden golem. With this little strength, he simply cannot fight to the fullest. Rubbish. The sealed space of three tails. The consciousness of Yagura and three tails are paying attention to the battle outside. Hearing Sasuke's words, they looked at each other. They were despised. Damn Wood Style. Three Tails Gifu cursed in a deep voice. He was arrested by Wood Style in the first place. Sudden. One person, one tail beast, all sensed something was wrong. The huge body of three tails is rising. Outside world. Wooden golem grabbed the tail of three tails, snatched the huge tailed beast up, and slammed it towards the mountain nearby. Boom. The mountain collapsed. The huge body of three tails was lifted up by the wooden golem and smashed onto the hill. A terrifying earthquake shook the earth. Ouch. Three tails erupts into a shrill scream. Those who were hit by this hit rolled their eyes. What happened? Not far away. The mist shinobi ninjas who were hung on the tree were originally unconscious, but now they woke up one after another under the huge thunder. The result is that you see this picture. The extremely tall and terrifying wooden golem. And the embarrassed three tails. Three tails, have you been defeated? Terumi Mei muttered absently. Whether fourth Mizukage is controlled by illusion or not. But they are all three tails Jinchuriki. The power of the tailed beast looks so insignificant in front of that wooden golem. Three tails' power is really not good. Sasuke shook his head and said. Even if it is just a pure competition of strength, wooden golem is no match for him. Looking at the collapsed mountainside, three tails struggled to get up. Sasuke controls the wooden golem, continues to grab the tail of three tails, swings it up and slams it. Boom. The earth shook violently again. This time. Three tails failed to scream again. Under the continuous heavy blows, three tails stopped eating and fainted. See this picture. Whether it is the mist shinobi hanging on the tree or the Konoha shinobi hiding from a distance. Or maybe it's Uchiha Obito and Zetsu hiding in the dark. Everyone is confused. This way of fighting. It's too cruel. That terrifying wooden golem knocked three tails unconscious with sheer force. Is the power of wood style so exaggerated? See the horror of three tails on the gold-framed screen. All the tailed beasts were silent. Even Nine Tails didn't mock him. It has also felt the power of wooden golem. His own tailed beast bomb was pushed back like a Rasengan. It has had this experience before. In the chat room. Onoki. This wooden golem jutsu is too scary. Suppressing three tails with force, however. Even wooden golem jutsu is not the peak strength of first Hokage. Let's make a guess about Uchiha Madara's peak strength based on this. Onoki now finally realizes how much Uchiha Madara left behind when he beat him. Namikaze Minato. First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Not to mention the current Jin Sasuke, their strength is completely different from ours. Fourth Raikage. Although I hate to admit it, it is true. Even though they are the 5 Kages standing at the top of the ninja world. I used to think that I was super powerful, but after seeing the exaggerated power of wooden golem jutsu, they all recognized the reality. Previously Uchiha Madara said they knew nothing about power. They were still a little angry at the time, but now it seems that this sentence is not showing off, but telling the truth. Tsunade. This should be a good thing. With Jin Sasuke here, Konoha should not be caught in a ninja war again. War and bloodshed will not go hand in hand while Jin Sasuke is still here. Orochimaru. It's not just Konoha. Other ninja villages will probably become more honest after learning about Sasuke's strength. Senju Tobirama. Well, it is indeed a good thing. The era of war has returned to the time of my eldest brother. One person has the power to end the war. With the power of one person, he can suppress the ninja world and make everyone peace-loving. Terumi Mei. Speaking of which, the fourth Mizukage is indeed controlled by someone. That Uchiha Obito, doesn't he only have one Mangekyo Sharingan? In this way, he can actually control a perfect Jinchuriki for several years? In her mind. When Yagura just succeeded fourth Mizukage, it was still normal. At that time, Yagura still wanted to abolish the blood mist policy. As a result, after a certain day, everything changed. Yagura begins to live in seclusion. The blood mist policy is becoming more and more pervert. Kirigakure's targeting of the bloodline ninja clan has become increasingly serious. Each and every ninja clan that has been passed down for a long time is on the verge of extinction. And it's all this bastard Uchiha Obito's fault. Namikaze Minato. Obito probably thinks that Mist Shinobi killed Lin, so he wants revenge. Terumi Mei. We were totally wronged. That was obviously Uchiha Madara's plan. Uchiha Obito. Even if the plan was made by Uchiha Madara, do you Mist Shinobi have no responsibility at all? If Mist Shinobi hadn't started war against Konoha, Uchiha Madara wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Terumi Mei. Speaking of Uchiha Madara's plan, it should have been during the reign of 3rd Mizukage. Ow. Could it be that the 3rd Mizukage is also controlled by Sharingan? Chojuro. No way. In this case, our Mist Shinobi will be too miserable. Both generations of Mizukage were controlled by the Rinnegan. If that were the case, Mist Shinobi would be a complete joke. Terumi Mei. Uchiha Madara, are you controlling the 3rd Mizukage? Uchiha Madara. Oh, just look down and you will find out. The surprises behind are interesting for you to discover for yourself. After discovering the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi, his mentality was shattered. Now, we also want others to experience the feeling of mental collapse. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. I fainted now, what a rubbish. Sasuke looked at Three Tails who had stopped moving and sneered. Then, it flew up from the top of Wooden Golem's head, flying towards a certain corner that was perceived before. Uchiha Obito is hiding here, secretly observing the battle outside Madara. Wearing a new Uzumaki mask on his face, and carrying a huge Uzumaki fan on his back. Uchiha Obito, we meet again. Sasuke looked at the masked Obito across from him and said with a smile. I remember when you left last time. You seem to say that I won't be so lucky next time we meet. Uchiha Obito was silent for a moment. Oh shit. I was slapped in the face. He originally wanted to let Mist Shinobi start a war against Konoha, and use the power of Three Tails and Mist Shinobi ninjas to consume Uchiha Sasuke's eye power. When the time comes, Uchiha Sasuke's eyesight will decline, and you will have to ask him for help. But I never expected it. Uchiha Sasuke actually didn't use Mangekyo's power at all. But with wood style, he easily defeated the chairman and all the hidden ninjas. You have first Hokage's cells transplanted into your body? Uchiha Obito asked with a frown. The yang escape of first-generation cells can restore Mangekyo's pupil power and solve the problem of Mangekyo's blindness. But how did Uchiha Sasuke know this method? Sasuke smiled but did not answer. Turn on the celestial sense, and sense it in all directions. You just came here with a clone. What, are you afraid of my flying thunder god technique? Sasuke said with a chuckle. The amount of chakra in the Uchiha Obito in front of me is only half of what I sensed last time. Obviously a clone. But the surroundings did not sense the aura that Uchiha brought to the body. I don't know where Uchiha Obito's body is hiding. In the Kamui space, Sasuke had already planned with Mr. Kakashi, asking Kakashi to wait in the Kamui space, preparing to attack Uchiha Obito from both sides. HMPH, do you want to find my true body? Stop thinking about it. Obito said with a sneer. I suffered a loss from Flying Thunder God last time. Of course he has a better memory this time. Anyway, control Yagura to fight, he only needs to separate a shadow clone. As for his true body, it's 100 miles away now. In the chat room, Hitaki Kakashi, Obito is hiding far enough away. Hundreds of miles away. Even if Jin Sasuke knew where Obito was, it would be too late to rush over. Obito could have used this time to run away. Terumi Mei. I'm scared. If you have the ability, go out and confront Jin Sasuke. Uchiha Obito. Pooh, he is not stupid. Last time, I accidentally left a Flying Thunder God spell on my arm. In this case, he can just chop off the arm and attach a white Zetsu arm. But if the Flying Thunder God spell is left somewhere else, that would be troublesome. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sasuke shook his head and said, Uchiha Obito, this guy has become cautious this time. Tisk. I probably won't be able to capture Uchiha Obito's true form this time. But a shadow clone is still useful. The Infinite Tsukuyomi plan you mentioned last time, if I want to join, what will I need to do then? Sasuke said seriously. Do you want to join now? Ha, I know it. Obito sneers. As expected, Uchiha Sasuke is still hungry for power. Follow the contents of the Nanga Shrine Stone Tablet. The power of Senju and Uchiha has been cultivated to the ultimate, and the journey of Senryuo in all things has begun. Uchiha Sasuke now feels the power of Senju. Then, the next step is to obtain the eternal Mangekyo, and further the world of everything. Sasuke's eyes twinkled slightly. Uchiha Obito, this idiot, has no rebuttal. It seems that his and Uchiha Madara's plan is indeed infinite Tsukuyomi. Etc. Obito suddenly noticed something was wrong. Brows furrowed, remembering carefully. When did I tell you about infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito asked with a frown. He seems to remember that he didn't say it last time, right? The last time we contacted him, he probably just said that the content of the plan was to build a perfect and beautiful world. The word infinite Tsukuyomi should not have been mentioned. Uchiha Sasuke, how did he know about infinite Tsukuyomi? I found a manuscript left by Uchiha Madara in Konoha. Sasuke directly made nonsense. It is recorded above. Infinite Tsukuyomi, the illusion that can bring ultimate peace to the ninja world. Madara. Obito's frown deepened. What the hell? That old guy Uchiha Madara actually left such a manuscript in Konoha? Wouldn't this cause trouble for Project Tasuki no Mi? Sasuke nodded slightly. It seems that Uchiha Madara also guessed it right. Obito looks like this, it is obvious that he is very familiar with Uchiha Madara. Apparently, it was indeed Uchiha Madara who saved Uchiha Obito. Then, Uchiha Madara, Rinnegan, Infinite Tsukuyomi. These speculations should all be verified. Ahead. On the ground, a strange creature shrouded in pitcher plants floats. Obito, don't be fooled by him, Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice. Horse riding. Obito, this kid, is so brainless. Uchiha Sasuke is clearly deliberately telling nonsense to get information, but Obito didn't even notice it. In just a few sentences, the matter of infinite Tsukuyomi was exposed, and the matter of Uchiha Madara was also exposed. Why did Madara choose such a guy as his successor? Obito is a little confused. He also felt that something was wrong with what Uchiha Sasuke said. Use your brain and think about it. Black Zetsu said bitterly. Madara only knew infinite Tsukuyomi after she awakened Rinnegan. How long had he left Konoha at that time? How is it possible that there is still a manuscript about infinite Tsukuyomi left in Konoha? Obito suddenly realizes. Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke, how dare you plot against him? In the chat room. Uchiha Madara. Obito, you kid. I really chose the wrong person. Although Obito has excellent talent in Sharingan. But in terms of IQ, it is indeed a problem. Uchiha Obito. It was clearly Uchiha Sasuke who was trying to seduce me. Hitaki Kakashi. The word infinite Tsukuyomi is an ordinary word to Obito. But he did not think carefully that this ordinary word was actually incorrect when spoken by Kim Sasuke. Namikaze Minato. The information between the two parties is asymmetric. Jin Sasuke has guessed about Uchiha Madara and infinite Tsukuyomi, but Obito does not know that Jin Sasuke has guessed it. Nara Shikaku. In this case, Jin Sasuke only needs to say a few words casually, and based on Obito's reaction, he can verify his guess. Senju Tobirama. And Uchiha Obito, the evil and stupid kid, reacted very appropriately and easily allowed Uchiha Sasuke to verify his suspicion. Hateful. Wouldn't someone else have been scammed? On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Uchiha Sasuke, how do you know about Uchiha Madara and infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito asked with a stern face. Opposite. Sasuke didn't answer. Looking at Zetsu who emerged from the ground, he opened Mangekyo and glared. This guy should be the member of the Akatsuki organization named Zetsu that Orochimaru mentioned, right? Hiss. Sasuke suddenly covered his left eye. A burst of intense pain. Unprecedented pain. A line of blood and tears flowed from my left eye. What's the situation? What on earth is this absolute thing? Even when I stared at Shinigami or White Snake Sage with my left eye, the feeling was not so strong. The white individual is a special life form transformed by humans trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi. It has a variety of magical abilities. Special transformation technique, mayfly technique, spore technique. Very interesting abilities, but this white individual should not be strong. This black individual is a conscious life form created by Yin-Yang Dun. Moreover, the level of Yin-Yang escape that created him is very high, and it is still on the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine. There is a special powerful force hidden in its body. Sasuke finished interpreting the information discerned with his left eye. The pupils tremble slightly. What is this black individual? Yin-Yang Dun is stronger than that stone tablet. Could it be said that he was the one who modified the inscription on the stone tablet? The underworld, the pure land. Uchiha Madara's face was completely frozen. What the hell? Wasn't Black Zetsu created by him, the embodiment of his will? Damn it. What's happening here, in the ninja world? Black Zetsu was also completely confused. Kim Sasuke, this damn pupil technique. His identity is about to be exposed, in the chat room. Uchiha Madara's suppressed angry voice sounded. Black Zetsu, get out of here, Lin Shi. Why is this happening? Black Zetsu is going crazy. Infinite Tsukuyomi's affair was discovered, so forget it. Now, because of Jin Sasuke's damn pupil technique, his identity can no longer be preserved. Damn it. Thousands of years, he has been plotting in the ninja world for thousands of years. Is it easy for him? Chakra Ra reincarnations who have guided Indra and Ashura from generation to generation. He has been a director in the ninja world for thousands of years. Finally, in Uchiha Madara's generation, a pair of Rinnegan appeared. Everything was fine originally. Uchiha Madara firmly believes in the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Obito, the successor of Madara, is also determined to implement Project Tsuki no Mi. There is also Nagato's Akatsuki organization, which has more and more members and gradually accumulates strength. Just wait to capture the tailed beast, resurrect Uchiha Madara, and use Rinnegan and 10 tails to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Result. It's all over now, nothing is left. Infinite Tsukuyomi revealed. Uchiha Madara quits. Rinnegan is still there in Nagato, I don't know if I can get it back. Originally, when his identity was not exposed, he might have been able to sneak attack Nagato and recapture Rinnegan. But now, this is probably out of the question. Nagato will definitely be wary of him, in the chat room. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. Didn't you hear me? Get out of here and explain. Black Zetsu. Madara-sama, Uchiha Madara, shut up, don't talk. Black Zetsu. Why don't you let him speak again? Will he explain it or not? Underworld, Ren. The expression of Uchiha Madara's soul body is wonderful. Sometimes angry, sometimes ashamed, sometimes embarrassed. If we say, Black Zetsu is the one who modified the inscription on the stone tablet and used him to execute the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Doesn't that mean that he has been fooled by a thing that claims to be the embodiment of his own will? When thinking about this possibility, Uchiha Madara felt like his soul would explode. Destroy it quickly. Everyone in the ninja world must die. This way no one will know about his embarrassing things. However, many people in the chat room did not intend to let him go. Senju Tobarama. The one called Black Zetsu, the yin-yang dun that created him is higher than the yin-yang dun that created that stone tablet. In this case, Black Zetsu should have the ability to modify the inscription on the tablet. Hitaki Kakashi. I remember that Black Zetsu seemed to claim to be the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will, right? Uchiha Obito. Yes, when Uchiha Madara created Black Zetsu, I was there and saw it with my own eyes. Uchiha Madara. Obito, you kid? What are you talking about here? Uchiha Obito. Hey, old man, you used Lin to plot against me. Did you ever think at that time that you yourself were actually being plotted against? Uchiha Madara. Damn it. Stop talking about it. Terumi Mei. Uchiha Madara said before that there would be a surprise later, but it turns out this is a surprise. Ching. Happy. I don't care if third Mizukage is controlled by Uchiha Madara now, I just want to watch Uchiha Madara have fun. Onoki. The famous Uchiha Madara was not only used by others, but the person who used him also pretended to be the incarnation of his will. No, I really can't stand it any longer. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara, I thought you were a clown because you were used to do infinite Tsukuyomi, but I didn't expect you to be even more clowny. Uchiha Madara. You bastards. Black Zetsu. Madara-sama. Don't listen to their nonsense, please listen to my explanation. Uchiha Madara. Explain. How are you going to explain? Black Zetsu. Madara-sama, I am indeed the incarnation of your will. You created me with your own hands. Hear this. Uchiha Madara almost laughed out loud. Black Zetsu, this bastard. Now she is still lying to him. Uchiha Madara. I created you. That stone tablet at Nanga Shrine must have been created by Sage of Six Paths, right? I don't remember that my level of yin-yang dun is stronger than that of Sage of Six Paths who created that stone tablet. Black Zetsu. How is that possible? Madara-sama, there is a Rinnegan in the legend of Sage of Six Paths. Didn't you also activate the Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara. You still want to continue to lie to me? I saw it when I went back to check the stone tablet. It is estimated that I have to become 10 tails Jinchuriki and the yin-yang escape Koji can reach the Sage of Six Paths that created the stone tablet. Levels. At that time, he just awakened Rinnegan. At the level of yin-yang dun, It is not as good as Sage of Six Paths, the first generation 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Ju. No more, he really couldn't explain it anymore. Uchiha Madara. Also, Black Zetsu, from the information that Jin Sasuke has penetrated, it seems that there is a powerful force hidden in your body. Black Zetsu. How do you explain this? What do you intend to do with this power? Black Zetsu. I can't explain it clearly, Mom, I really can't explain it. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, continue to explain? Don't you still want to continue lying to me? Senju Tobirama. It seems that the result should be correct, Uchiha Madara, you have been tricked by the guy who claims to be the embodiment of your will. Uchiha Madara. Shut up. Senju Tobirama. Look, you are getting impatient again. I just told a few truths, but you can't stand it anymore. Uchiha Madara. What the hell? Terumi Mei. Uchiha Madara, you said you have a surprise later, how about it? Is it cool now? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito. You old guy, now you have experienced the feeling of being teased and used by others, right? Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Uchiha Madara. You guys, I remember them. Hades. Uchiha Madara's soul body was shaking with rage. He was originally looking forward to having fun watching the Mist Shinobi ninjas break through their defenses. As a result, Black Zetsu's affairs were exposed, but he himself broke through the defense first. Now, all these bastards came to mock him. Son of a bitch. Just wait for me. When he returns to the living world, he will settle the accounts one by one. What the hell is this? This is the only thought left in Sasuke's mind. Open Mangekyo and watch Black Zetsu quietly. Black Zetsu White Zetsu looked at Sasuke blankly. Aside. Uchiha Obito looked confused. What is this guy Uchiha Sasuke doing? What's so good about that guy? Sudden. Sasuke reaches out to Obito, and brown wood comes out and wraps around Obito's body. You want to do? Obito frowned, but before he finished speaking, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The field of view suddenly becomes very high. Here. Obito looked around. Is it the top of the wooden golem's head? What do you want to do? Obito asked with a frown. He is just a shadow clone here now, and he is not worried about what Uchiha Sasuke will do to him. It's just. Obito feels that Sasuke's current behavior is a little confusing. Sasuke ignores Obito. After using Flying Thunder God to transfer to the head of Wooden Golem, Mangekyo's eye power suddenly bloomed. The chakra, which is as purple as flames, quickly formed the shape of Susanoo. Buzz. Purple giant face, golden eyes light up. Arms one after another emerge from Susanoo's body. Yusaka no Magatama. Sasuke controlled Susanoo's 6 arms, and at the same time condensed 6 Yusaka Magatama, and threw them directly in the direction where Black Zetsu was before. Obito next to him is confused. What is this for? Who to hit? It can't be that guy Zetsu, right? No matter whether it is Black Zetsu or White Zetsu, Susanoo's Magatama of Yusaka is not used to fight it. Isn't this a cannon to kill mosquitoes? However, Sasuke's movements haven't stopped yet. In Susanoo's hand, one Yusaka Magatama condenses one after another. Throw it wildly towards the direction where Black Zetsu was before. Boom 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 boom, continuous shocking explosions. This is not over yet. Sage Art Fire style, the fire is extinguished. The terrifying fire is like a meteorite falling from the sky to the earth. Sage Art Lightning style Kirin. Boom. The huge ferocious thunder beast descended from the clouds and bombarded the ground. Nearby. Everyone was stunned. Including Uchiha Obito with Wooden Golem's head tied up by wood style, including the Mist Shinobi ninjas who were hung up during the birth of the Flower Tree world not far away. Who is Uchiha Sasuke attacking with such a crazy terrorist attack? After such a round, even the tailed beast will die, right? After a while, in situ, a huge pit. This was exploded by a large amount of Yusaka Magatama. The inner surface has been scorched and crystallized by the terrifying fire and lightning. Disappeared. Sasuke's face doesn't look good. That black individual. Forget it, let's call it Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's chakra aura disappeared in his senjutsu perception. The attack just now failed to kill that guy. After sensing the threat from Black Zetsu, Sasuke directly used Flying Thunder God to move away. Then, try to see if you can kill Black Zetsu. Unfortunately, the result failed. The creation of Yin Yang done. A more advanced Yin Yang done than the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine. Sasuke's eyes flicker slightly. The stone tablet at Nanga Shrine should be left by Sage of Six Paths. And the Yin Yang escape that created Black Zetsu is even higher. In addition, the inscription on the stone tablet was modified by someone unknown. Modified content, adding infinite Tsukuyomi's part. An infinite Tsukuyomi, this is the world-destroying illusion that Kaguya released back then. Then, there is only one answer. This Black Zetsu is the backup left behind by Otsutsuki Kaguya. Those who are higher than Sage of Six Paths Yin-Yang escape and want to release the Genjutsu of infinite Tsukuyomi. Both of these points point to the same person, Otsutsuki Kaguya. The last piece the puzzle is completed. Sasuke nodded slowly. All the guesses are coherent. Black Zetsu should be left behind by Otsutsuki Kaguya to help her free herself from the seal. Then, Black Zetsu modified the Sage of Six Paths stone tablet, inducing Uchiha's descendants to pursue the power of the Rinnegan, and leading them on the path of infinite Tsukuyomi. And the tool man who successfully opened the Rinnegan is really planning to get infinite Tsukuyomi. Of course it's Uchiha Madara, the backhand left by Otsutsuki Kaguya to release the seal. See this guess from Kim Sasuke. Almost everyone in the ninja world was stunned. Otsutsuki Kaguya, the mythical and legendary goddess of Uma. And they also learned before that Kaguya is the real ancestor of chakra. The man who was sealed into the moon by the brothers Sage of Six Paths. The man who once tried to envelope everyone into infinite Tsukuyomi. Such a person actually left behind a backup plan to free himself from the seal. Is this still the ninja world they are familiar with? Why are there so many conspiracies? Nagato and Pain of the Akatsuki organization. Behind them is Uchiha Obito, and behind them is Uchiha Madara, followed closely by Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Kaguya. Layer within layer. Is it over yet? Onoki. Do you think there is a deeper mastermind behind Kaguya? I remember that the White Snake Sage said that Kaguya is a visitor from outer space. Fourth Raikage. Who knows? I don't think about it anymore. I feel like I don't have enough brain. Senju Tobirama. At least, Uchiha Madara is Black Zetsu or Kaguya, the tool man used to break the seal. This should be certain. Uchiha Madara, bastard. Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu. Damn Black Zetsu. If there is some mysterious strong man hiding in the ninja world and taking advantage of him, it would be easier for Uchiha to accept it. But the person who changed the inscription was actually Black Zetsu, the guy pretending to be the incarnation of his will. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. You bastard, you are so well hidden. Black Zetsu. F*K. Yes, I am the will of Kaguya's mother. What's wrong? I won't pretend anymore. Let's show my cards. What can you do to me? Tired. Destroy it. Black Zetsu is now starting to show off. Damn it. What else are you doing, Project Tsuki no Mi? Infinite Tsukuyomi's story has been exposed, and his identity has been exposed. Son of a bitch. This damn live broadcast room is completely targeting him. Uchiha Madara. Okay, great. Black Zetsu, since you admit it, that's good. Wait until I go back to Impure World Reincarnation, and I'll kill you first, and put that bastard Senju Tobirama behind. Senju Tobirama. Tisk, even he couldn't care about it. It seems that Uchiha Madara is really angry. Black Zetsu. What are you doing with Impure World Reincarnation? Your body is in my hands. Only I can use Impure World Reincarnation on you. Uchiha Madara. That seems to be the case. How could he return to the present world? Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara, it was you who originally read the content of Infinite Tsukuyomi and wanted to start Project Tsuki no Mi. I just gave you a brief guide, but in detail. Aren't all your ideas independently generated by you? Uchiha Madara. How did I know that Infinite Tsukuyomi would turn people into White Zetsu? Black Zetsu. Isn't it just to become White Zetsu? Anyway, falling into the eternal dream is no different from dying. You actually gave up Infinite Tsukuyomi just because of this. You bastard, my 1,000-year-old heart. Blood. Uchiha Madara. Why do you have the nerve to mention all your hard work? Over the past 1,000 years. How many Uchihas like me have you deceived? Black Zetsu. Why can't I mention it? Didn't I work hard? I finally guided you to interpret the content of the stone tablet and guided you to obtain the power of Senju. When you were ending. When you were blasted by true several thousand hands and stabbed in the back by Senju Hashirama, did anyone care about you? I was the only one who cared about you. Uchiha Madara. You call that caring? Black Zetsu. You incompetent guy, it took you 30 years to awaken the Rinnegan. You were almost dying of old age at that time. I almost despaired. I finally awakened the Rinnegan. Looking back, you actually gave up now. Uchiha Madara, you. Black Zetsu, this bastard. How long have you been spying on him in secret? He knows about the Valley of the End, and he also knows when he awakens Rinnegan. Black Zetsu. If it weren't for me, could you have awakened Rinnegan? But you actually gave up on Infinite Tsukuyomi. Are you worthy of me? Uchiha Madara. What the hell? How should we return to the present world and kill Black Zetsu, that bastard? How much do you and Uchiha Madara know about the truth about infinite Tsukuyomi? Sasuke stood above the wooden golem and asked Uchiha. Obito was silent for a moment. No, how on earth did you know about infinite Tsukuyomi? He is still confused now. As for the last paragraph of the inscription on the Nanga Shrine stone tablet, you actually can't decipher it. The content of that paragraph should have been told to you by Uchiha Madara, right? Sasuke looks directly at Obito and asks. By the way, there's also Uchiha Madara. Obito's frown deepened. How did you know about Madara? Did he leave any loopholes? It shouldn't be. Infinite Tsukuyomi's matter was exposed, and Uchiha Madara's matter was also exposed. Obito carefully recalled what he said when he last contacted Uchiha Sasuke. He probably didn't leak these two pieces of information at the time. I'm asking you questions now. Sasuke glared at Obito and continued. Those who fall into infinite Tsukuyomi will change into white Zetsu over a long period of time. It is the thing holding the pitcher plant, the white individual of the master. White Zetsu? Obito was originally a little annoyed by Sasuke's attitude. As a result, when I heard the content behind it, my expression changed instantly. What the hell? Those who fall into infinite Tsukuyomi will become white Zetsu. Is there such a thing? Isn't white Zetsu cultivated by that guy from Madara using first Hokage cells? You are lying to me again, Obito said after thinking for a moment. This must be the case. You can't believe what this guy Uchiha Sasuke says. Sasuke was speechless. It seems that I fooled Uchiha Obito before, so now the other party doesn't believe me when I tell the truth. Just tell me what your purpose is. Obito sneered and said, I won't be deceived by you again this time. Puff. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. You say this as if you were worthy of being plotted by me. Sasuke smiled and shook his head. Obito's face doesn't look good under the mask. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard. Who are you looking down on? Forget it. I'll tell you directly. Sasuke stopped smiling and said slowly. About infinite Tsukuyomi. I learned about it from the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage said that people trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi will become a kind of war weapon, that is, that white opposite. Obito frowned slightly. There is some suspicion in my heart. What Uchiha Sasuke said sounded like the truth. Was he lying to him? Tisk. Sasuke shook his head in disgust. I heard Mr. Kakashi say that when you were in the ninja school, your merit data was only 2. Now it seems that is indeed the case. You ride on a horse? Obito's mood exploded. That bastard Kakashi, say something. How can such a thing happen? He doesn't remember it at all. Sasuke controls Uchiha Obito to turn around and look at the deep pit that was made by Yusaka's Magatama. Regarding the matter of infinite Tsukuyomi, if you can't go to the 3 Holy Lands for verification, you can also confront Black Zetsu later. He should be very clear about the effect of infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke pointed to the deep pit over there and said. Black Zetsu. Obito was confused. What does this have to do with Black Zetsu? Also, who were you hitting when you suddenly attacked like crazy just now? Sasuke couldn't help but frown. How come Uchiha Obito, this idiot, doesn't know anything? What else do you want to do like this infinite Tsukuyomi? Let me put it simply, the Black Zetsu guy should be the backup man left by Otsutsuki Kagaya. He modified the content of the stone tablet and tempted the Uchiha descendants to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi zone and release Kagaya. I just attacked so many times, but that Black Zetsu should not be dead yet, but escaped. This shows that that guy is not simple. Sasuke said briefly. Wait, just click. Obito quickly stopped. What is this? Otsutsuki Kagaya, this is way. Isn't Black Zetsu the will of that guy Madara? Also, Black Zetsu faced such a crazy attack just now and was not killed? Is Black Zetsu that powerful? Anyone else said that Black Zetsu changed the inscription on the stone tablet? Is there such a thing? What kind of ability does Black Zetsu have? How does Uchiha Sasuke know this? No more. A lot of information hits my mind. Obito feels like his brain is running out. Thought for a long time. Obito has just sorted out some ideas. According to Uchiha Sasuke, this should be a huge conspiracy. Black Zetsu is the mastermind behind the modification of the stone inscription. He concealed the effect of infinite Tsukuyomi. People who fall into infinite Tsukuyomi will become white Zetsu. Then, Uchiha Madara deciphered the entire content of the inscription and started the Eye of Self project. That's probably it. How do you prove what you said? Obito asked in a deep voice. Impossible. Absolutely not possible. If infinite Tsukuyomi is false, then what has he done in the past 10 years? It must be fake. Tisk. Sasuke shook his head. I just said, you are not worthy of being flattered by me. Veins popping up on Obito's forehead. Asshole. Why does this guy Uchiha Sasuke talk so irritatingly? Snort. Obito snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, if, as you said, I am not worthy of being deceived by you, then what do you want to do by telling me this? Don't you want to deceive me? That must be the case. This must still be Uchiha Sasuke's conspiracy. Uchiha Obito, have you forgotten our relationship? Sasuke reached out and patted Obito's head gently, and said with a smile, we are enemies, you are the murderer who destroyed the Uchiha clan. Now, you have only one clone here. Although I can't do anything to your clone, telling you something and seeing how you break your guard after learning the truth is a very pleasant thing for me. In the chat room. Uchiha Obito, damn it. That bastard Uchiha Sasuke had this idea. Hitaki Kakashi. I thought that Kim Sasuke said this because he wanted Obito to give up Project Tsuki no Mi. I didn't expect that he was actually seeking revenge. Namikaze Minato. But objectively speaking, if we know the truth, we should let Obito give up Project Tsuki no Mi. Uchiha Obito. He now knows the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi. But he now has no idea what he should do next. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. You were riding on a horse. Obito wanted to yell angrily. As a result, it stopped suddenly. No. Control your mentality. You can't break the defense, that will only make this bastard Uchiha Sasuke happy. Huh. Calm down and think carefully about what you plan to do with your eyes. Is the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi what Uchiha Sasuke said? Black Zetsu. Is this guy really the mastermind behind deceiving Uchiha Madara? Think about it. Sasuke couldn't help but remind him, if I want you to break your defense, of course I have to tell you the real information. Then you can verify it later and find that it is indeed what I said. You only then will you be so angry that you break your defense. Obito's face is extremely gloomy under his mask. F***ku. This seems to be true. If what Uchiha Sasuke said was false, he would check it later and find something was wrong, and he would be able to overturn those claims quickly. This way it will be impossible for him to break through the defense. So, what Uchiha Sasuke said just now are all true. B. Those things he once did. For Project Tsuki no Mi, he fell into darkness, attacked Mr. Minato, and forcibly released the 9 tails in Mrs. Kushina's body. What is the meaning of these things? No way, it can't be like this. Obito growled angrily. Fake. All fake. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a technique that can create a perfect and beautiful world. That must be the case. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh wildly. It is as expected. Uchiha Obito, after knowing the truth, he really broke his defense. Lol. Actually, you don't have to break defenses like this. Sasuke controlled the corners of his mouth that were raised crazily, suppressing a smile and said, after all, you are not the only clown. That guy Uchiha Madara, he probably didn't discover the truth about Black Zetsu, nor did he notice that the content of the inscription had been modified. Opposite. Obito's emotions were interrupted for a moment. That guy Madara thought that Black Zetsu was his will. But in fact, Black Zetsu was Kaguya's backup man, the mastermind who changed the inscription and deceived him all his life. Obito suddenly feels much better, although he turned into a clown. But that guy Uchiha Madara is the bigger clown. I feel much better all of a sudden. Of course, I'm not sure why you would collaborate with Uchiha Madara on Infinite Tsukuyomi. With a smile in his eyes, Sasuke continued to drop the bombshell. It was obviously that guy Uchiha Madara who designed the implant of 3 tails in Nohara Rin's body. Through Nohara Rin's death, he stimulated you to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. I don't understand why you can continue to cooperate with him. Obito's expression was immediately embarrassed. The mood that I originally felt was better suddenly collapsed. What did you say? Obito's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Lin's death was designed by Uchiha Madara. It seems that you haven't thought of it at all. No wonder your merit score is only 2. Sasuke shook his head and explained. Don't you think about it, you just became a Chunin during the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Do you have the qualifications to be favored by Uchiha Madara? Obito's pupils suddenly shrank. Breathing becomes rapid. So, Uchiha Madara wants me to activate Mangekyo. And to do this, he has to let me see Rin's death. Obito figured this out quickly. Damn. Why didn't he think of this earlier? Lin. Because she wanted him to activate Mangekyo, Lin actually died because of this. Damn it. Uchiha Madara, you bastard deserve to die. Son of a bitch. Uchiha Madara, this bastard, has been plotting against him from the beginning. And he also inherited Uchiha Madara's mantle and name because he helped Uchiha Madara continue to implement Project Tsuki no Mi. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke couldn't help laughing again. This guy Obito is so good. Just tell him some information and you can lead him by the nose. In the chat room. Uchiha Obito. Why is this happening? Obviously he already knows the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi and Lin's death. But now that I see the content on the gold-framed screen, I still feel so angry. Orochimaru. Kin Sasuke is manipulating Uchiha Obito's emotions. After telling him the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi, he said that Uchiha Madara is also a clown to make Uchiha Obito feel better, and then continued to talk about Nohara Rin. Hitaki Kakashi. With such ups and downs of emotions, it would be strange for Obito not to break his guard. Terumi Mei. You deserve it. Manipulating Mizukage to fool us Kirigakure, ha. As a result, he himself has become an Oda now. Uchiha Obito. Ow. Including Uchiha Madara, when you think you are controlling others, have you ever thought that you are actually a tool being manipulated by others? Uchiha Madara. These bastards. Lin. That's right. Uchiha Obito suddenly remembered something and said angrily, Uchiha Sasuke, return Lin's body to me. Son of a bitch. After he entered the Kamui space before, he discovered that the crystal coffin containing Nohara Lin's body had been taken away. I also left a note. This guy Uchiha Sasuke even left his own name on it. How to treat Lin well. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, what is he going to do to Lin? Impossible. Sasuke flatly refused. I give up on Infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito said with red eyes, give me back Lin's body. As long as Lin's body is still there. When the time comes, he can still find a way to use Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect Lin. As for Project Tsuki no Mi and Infinite Tsukuyomi, let Black Zetsu do it. Snapped. Sasuke slapped Uchiha Obito on the top of his head and said coldly. You are not because you don't understand, we two are enemies. Although Sasuke wouldn't do anything to a corpse. But even if we just leave it like that, there is no way we won't help Uchiha become the king. You're riding a horse. Obito is almost going crazy. He is about to give up Infinite Tsukuyomi. Why is this bastard Uchiha Sasuke still acting like this? Without Lin's body, even if he gets Nagato's Rinnegan, he won't be able to resurrect Lin. In that case, we might as well continue working on Infinite Tsukuyomi. Wouldn't it just turn into White Zetsu? Anyway, as long as the beautiful world is real. As for the future, I've fallen into an eternal dream. Why do I care about becoming White Zetsu? In the chat room. Black Zetsu, Obito and I will continue the Eye of Use plan together. There is excitement in the voice. Can it still be like this? Although Uchiha Madara has withdrawn, it looks like Wadian still has hope. Uchiha Obito. Who wants to continue working on Project Tsuki no Mi with you? I can obviously use the Rinnegan to resurrect Lin. Conan. Bah. Don't even think about it. Uchiha Obito, I already know your eye technique information. If you dare to show up next time, you will die. Isn't it just Hollow's pupil technique plus Izanagi? The detonating talisman slowly explodes for 3 to 5 hours, but it still can't kill you? Nagato. Uchiha Obito, there's no way I'm going to help you. Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu. Obito, think about it. The world of Infinite Tsukuyomi is the most beautiful. Whatever you want, you can achieve in Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Obito. Just want to seduce him? Joke. Black Zetsu, and, Obito. Do you think that even if you use the Rinnegan to resurrect Nohara Rin will like you? Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu, what are you talking about, you bastard? Black Zetsu said this a little too much. Even Hitaki Kakashi and Namikaze Minato think so. Even if this is the truth, you can't say it directly. Black Zetsu, doesn't he want to seduce the king into continuing the eye plan? But why did he still say that? Doesn't this hurt Obito's heart? In the chat room. Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu. What are you talking about? What does it mean that even if he resurrects Lin will not like him? There is no such thing. Black Zetsu. Obito, let's not kid ourselves. Ask yourself, does Nohara Rin really like you? Uchiha Obito. Why doesn't Lin like me? She obviously cares about me. Black Zetsu. That's because that little girl Nohara Rin's character is like this. If someone else was her teammate, she would still care. Uchiha Obito. Bah. There is no such thing. I am definitely special in Rin's mind. Black Zetsu. Numb. You can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. Never mind. Let's put it another way. Black Zetsu. Obito, if you think about it again, all the things you have done make me feel like a beast. Do you still want to give up on Project Tsuki no Mi? Uchiha Obito. What the hell? You want me to continue Project Tsuki no Mi? Why are you scolding me like this? Black Zetsu. Did Uzumaki Kushina treat you badly? But you just forcibly released 9 tails and killed her. You have done all these things, and if you still give up on Project Tsuki no Mi, what do you have left? Just all that's left is the beastly things you did. Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can bring a better future to everyone. Namikaze Minato. Obito, don't listen to him. Infinite Tsukuyomi's dream future is false. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, Black Zetsu. Obito. Think about it again. Even if you really resurrect Nohara Rin, what will she think of you when she knows what you have done over the years? Is it possible that she will still like you? Boom. It was like a heavy hammer that hit Obito Shinmasa hard. After Linlin is resurrected, will she forgive him if she knows what he has done over the years? Will she understand him? Black Zetsu. Obito, think about it carefully. There is nothing worth cherishing in this false ninja world. Infinite Tsukuyomi is your eternal destination. Uchiha Obito. What should he do? Do you want to continue Project Tsuki no Mi? Hitaki Kakashi. Obito, don't make the same mistake again and again. Look back in time now, there is still a chance to make up for it. Uchiha Sasuke. Make up. He deserves it too. He is also responsible for destroying Uchiha. I will kill him with my own hands. Terumi Mei. Manipulating Mizukage to trap us Kirigakure, how can we just let it go? Black Zetsu. Obito, look at it, just because of the beastly things you do, not many people in this ninja world can tolerate you. Uchiha Obito. You are riding on a horse. Do you have such persuasive advice? Black Zetsu. The world of infinite Tsukuyomi is a perfect world that absolutely suits your heart. Nohara Rin will like you, and you will no longer be a loser, but you can also become a Hokage. Think about it. Isn't this a good future? Uchiha Obito. It was indeed a bit exciting. What Black Zetsu said seems to make sense. After so many things have been done, is it possible to turn back now? And just in case, he meant just in case. After using Rinnegan to resurrect Lin, if Lin doesn't like him, or even hates him because of what he did. No such thing. Sure enough, infinite Tsukuyomi is better. In another world, Obito is also confused. Now we know the truth about infinite Tsukuyomi. So, should the project continue? If Uchiha Sasuke is willing to return Lin's body to him, Obito may choose to abandon Project Tsuki no Mi. Then, find a way to use Nagato to resurrect Lin. But now, damn Uchiha Sasuke, he took over Lin's body and refused to let go. Uchiha Sasuke, Obito was just halfway through his words. Bang. The body turns into white smoke and explodes. The huge fan carried behind him falls, disappeared. Sasuke's face changes slightly. He should have control and not destroy this clone. Then, it should be Uchiha Obito's main body that manually released the clone. This means that Uchiha Obito's body may have learned about the situation here. Is it Black Zetsu? Sasuke guessed, holding his chin. My magic perception is turned on, and I scan the surroundings carefully. Should it be White Zetsu? Sasuke's Senjutsu perception revealed a special chakra aura in the surrounding ground. There are special life forms lurking underground, peeking here. Mayfly technique. Sasuke's eyes move slightly. I used my left eye to see into White Zetsu before, and the information I got included this special bed. White Zetsu can integrate his body with nature and move at high speed. Moreover, when activating Mayfly technique, it can also block the breath. Through this technique, information can be transmitted quickly. White Zetsu. It's worth studying. Sasuke clasped his hands together suddenly, activating the magic chakra. Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. This is the magic of Ryuchi Cave. A large amount of magical chakra is injected into the earth. The land beneath your feet seems to have come alive. White Zetsu, who was originally hiding in the earth, could no longer hide it. He was pushed by the activated earth and squeezed to the ground. It's finished. The White Zetsu yells exaggeratedly. Looking at Sasuke landing in front of him, White Zetsu said. Wait. Before you kill me, can you tell me what it feels like to defecate? Opposite. Sasuke has a dark look on his face. White Zetsu. What the hell is this? Is this the biological weapon that a person trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi turns into? It's too mentally retarded. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and wooden vines stretched out from his hands, trying to tie them up with White Zetsu. The creature White Zetsu has some research value. Mayfly technique, spore technique. There is also a special transformation technique. These are all techniques that can only be performed based on the special physical condition of white zetsu. White zetsu is a biological weapon created by Otsutsuki Kagaya using infinite Tsukuyomi. It's worth studying. Later, add another topic for Orochimaru to study white zetsu. By the way, there is also this round fan. Sasuke picks up the huge fan left behind by the previous clone of Uchiha Obito. Sasuke has seen this from some ancient books. It seems to be the weapon of the leader of the Uchiha clan, the flame fan. Probably he was taken away by Uchiha Madara and then inherited by Uchiha Obito. Just in time, the flame ball fan returned to the hands of the Uchiha clan leader. Sasuke nodded slightly. Although, currently, he is the only leader of the Uchiha clan. Buzz. Mangekyo Sharingan glared at the flame fan. Hiss. It's a little sour. Sasuke blinked slightly. Looks like this flame ball fan is not simple either. Check the information perceived by the left eye. This flame fan is made from the branches of the sacred tree? Sasuke's pupils narrowed slightly. Sacred tree. According to White Snake Sage, the sacred tree appeared in the ninja world before it became conscious. Otsutsuki Kagaya gained invincible power by eating the fruit of the sacred tree. This flame ball fan has the ability to absorb ninjutsu chakra and convert it into wind style for rebound, which is the so-called Uchiha rebound. Well, it seems that this flame ball fan is also worth studying. Sasuke shows some interest. This is a weapon made from the branches of the legendary sacred tree. For Sasuke, this flame ball fan has basically no regard for its ability as a weapon. It might as well be more important as the symbolism of the weapon of the Uchiha clan leader. But now that we know that this flame ball fan is made from the trunk of a sacred tree, of course the research value is more important. Well, one more research topic for Orochimaru. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Don't add it, don't add it. Although he really likes to do research, he can't be squeezed like this. How many subjects are there? Human cloning and cloning Sharingan. Research on tailed beasts. This is okay. According to Sasuke, it can be postponed. We also need to study the curse seal. Now there are two more research topics, White Zetsu and Homura fan. Will he be exhausted to death? Distance. A few kilometers away. The large group of Konoha shinobi take shelter here. Watching the battle between Wooden Golem and Three Tails from a distance. The battle should be over. Jiraiya touched his chin and guessed. I just saw Three Tails being violently swung by the Wooden Golem and hit twice. There is no movement from Three Tails. Probably he was F***ed and laid down. Then Uchiha Sasuke released a lot of terrifying ninjutsu. I don't know who it was directed at. That is simply not an attack that a ninja can withstand. As for after that, there was no movement. Why does Uchiha Sasuke know wood style? And it is such a powerful wood style ninjutsu? Tsunade frowns. It should be because of that guy Orochimaru. Jiraiya guessed, that guy Orochimaru used to be concerned about Uchiha Sasuke's body because of his reincarnation ninjutsu, and maybe he also conducted human experiments on first Hokage cells on him. Isn't it possible? Tsunade is a little unconvinced. The main reason is, she sees that guy Yamato, wood style is not that strong at all. Yamato is obviously also the experimental subject of wood style. But no matter, it is the world of flowers and trees. Jutsu or Wooden Golem jutsu are far beyond what Yamato can perform. Don't make random guesses, it shouldn't be the wood style power obtained through human experiments. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and said coldly. He did not sense the cellular aura of his elder brother in Uchiha Sasuke. On the contrary, the yang escape chakra on Uchiha Sasuke gave him almost the same feeling as his elder brother. It's very strange that he doesn't have his eldest brother's cells in his body, but he has his eldest brother's power. How did he obtain the power of wood style? Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little envious. If she could have such a strong power, many tragedies in the past could be rewritten. Not to mention, wood style, this is her grandfather's power. She, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, has not been able to master wood style, but it is an Uchiha who has mastered such a strong power of wood style. Far away. Sasuke's figure floats over from the sky. The war is over. Mist Shinobi's ninjas are still hanging on the trees. I will put them down later and you can go and register. Then, separate some people and go to Mist Shinobi to sign a new treaty and demand war reparations. The remaining people can go back now, Sasuke said condescendingly. A group of Konoha shinobi, even though they were mentally prepared, could not help but feel a little dazed at this moment. War, the most cruel war in the world, ended like this. Looking at Sasuke, there is not even a single dirty spot on his body. This place where the war ended is too relaxed. What are they here for? I really only watched one show. I have to say that although this performance was short, it was really shocking. 3 tails, those are tailed beasts. Tailed beast bomb is caught like a Rasengan and pressed back. The huge body of 3 tails was forcibly picked up and smashed by the wooden golem. It's simply too cruel. After this war. Maybe it can't be called a war, it's just a random move. But in short, you should have realized, the times of war have changed. Sasuke said coldly. No one can say anything back. Besides, I think I'm actually very tolerant, don't you think so? Sasuke said with a smile on his face. I can obviously use wood style to hang you all in the sky, just like those mist shinobi ninjas. But I didn't actually do anything to you. Shouldn't you be grateful for my tolerance? Some people couldn't help but roll their eyes secretly. You call this wide harmony? Aside. Senju Tobirama felt a strange sense of pleasure. Good mood. He was also stimulated by Uchiha Sasuke's crazy words before, and was so angry that he almost exploded. Now that I see the juniors in Konoha, I feel the same mood. I feel that the previous frustration has dissipated a lot. Although he feels that this mentality is not normal. But he does feel much more comfortable. From now on, you have no right to resist my orders, is it clear? Sasuke said while looking down at the crowd below. Yes, Lord Hokage. A group of clan leaders, Jonin and other Konoha elites. Now they all relented. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. Not on the same level at all. With the strength of this 5th Hokage, I am afraid that Konoha can be destroyed at any time. In the crowd, there is a sudden Uzumaki-like distortion. Kakashi's figure appears. Obito never showed up. Kakashi said somewhat frustrated. He went to Kamui space to stay in advance. But Obito has never entered Kamui space at all. This is normal. Sasuke nodded, not too surprised. We have entered the Kamui space before. Although Uchiha Obito is not smart, he should be able to think of me at least. They may attack from both sides. Then what will we do next? Kakashi asked with a frown. I didn't catch Obito this time. Where should I look for him next time? Don't worry about it for now. With his little strength, he can't cause much damage. Sasuke shook his head and said, of course, we can't make it easy for him. Publicize the information about his pupil technique, as well as create the 9 Tails Rebellion, annihilate Uchiha, and control the Mist Shinobi 4. On behalf of Mizukage, all these deeds will be announced to the public. The only thing that troubles Uchiha Obito is the Kamui eye technique. Then directly announce the effect of this eye technique to the entire ninja world. Oh. Let's see how Uchiha Obito can tolerate it from now on. In the chat room. Uchiha Obito, asshole. Are you crazy? If we can't catch his real body, we will release the information about his pupil technique. Is this something people do? Conan, haha, that's just right. On the other side, I know Uchiha Obito's eye surgery, so it will be easier to deal with him. Deidara. Faye. Oh no, it's Uchiha Obito, you're going to be in trouble. Senju Tobirama. Anyway, Uchiha Obito is just a little troublesome with Kamui eye technique. As for the level of wood style, it can basically be ignored. 4th Raikage. If we understand the effect of this pupil technique in advance, send more people and cooperate well with each other, we should be able to encircle and suppress Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Depend on, he is in a very bad situation on the other side. If everyone knew about the pupil technique used to dominate the ninja world, he would really have no way to survive. It's all his damn fault, Uchiha Sasuke. Not only did he steal Lin's body, but now he actually revealed his eye skills. This feud is getting bigger and bigger. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Wait. What are you talking about? Jiraiya's face changes drastically. What Uchiha Obito? Isn't this Minato's disciple who died in battle? How could he launch the 9 Tails Rebellion? Didn't he die earlier? Let Mr. Kakashi explain these to you. Sasuke shook his head and said. Kakashi's expression is a little gloomy. Obito was originally a war hero of Konoha, and his name is still engraved on the memorial tablet. And now, if everything Obito has done is revealed, Obito's reputation will be completely ruined. B. This is something Obito himself has done. From a Konoha shinobi perspective, Inkashi cannot continue to hide these things. We can talk about these things later. Now let's deal with Mist Shinobi first. Sasuke turned back and said, the ninjas of Mist Shinobi are still hanging on the trees. The previous battlefield, in a huge deep pit. Yagura, who was originally a completely tailed beast, has now returned to human form. A body that looks exactly like a boy, he is now in a coma. He suffered a heavy blow in the form of 3 tails, and Guju Yazu also suffered a heavy blow. Wake up. Sasuke slaps Yagura roughly on the face. Well. Yagura's brows twitched and she opened her eyes with difficulty. Then. I saw a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Buzz. The power of eyes invades the mind. Sasuke's consciousness enters the sealed space of 3 tails. Although it is a perfect Jinchuriki, the tailed beast and Jinchuriki are controlled at the same time, so it is still impossible to break free from the Genjutsu. Sasuke is observing in the sealed space of 3 tails. Mangekyo's eye power blooms, easily exercising the history left by Uchiha Obito. Call. Yagura sighs. My brain feels dizzy. There is an uncomfortable feeling of regaining control of the body. I also have the same feeling of shock as when I was in the 3 tails form before and was hit by a swing. Thank you, Mr. Hokage, for helping me release the control. Yagura said with emotion. How many years has it been? He was controlled by that damn masked man Sharingan, and he could only look at him dryly, causing misfortune to Kirigakure. And now, if it weren't for another pair of Sharingan, he might not be able to get rid of the control. You are welcome, Sasuke smiled and said. You are our prisoner of Konoha now, and you will have to spend money to redeem you later. Yagura's face is not very pretty. He knows very well that this is a fact. But can you not say it? Does this Mizukage have no face? Sigh. Forget it, what else is there to save face? They have been controlled as tools for several years. Mist Shinobi is completely embarrassed, not far away. Under the huge sea of trees. Sasuke holds the sea of trees with one hand. High in the sky, the branches and vines wrapped around the Mist Shinobi ninjas began to hang down to the ground. Comrades of Mist Shinobi, the war is over. Yagura said a little weakly. After being controlled for several years, his mental state was already very poor. He suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. Mist Shinobi, none of the ninjas spoke. The war is over. Isn't this nonsense? Is it possible to continue fighting? They were hung on the tree one by one like dried bacon. Also watched the terrifying wooden golem brutally suppress the 3 tails. There is nothing left to fight in this battle. You can't look for death like this. Also, let me tell you some good news. The reason why you invaded the land of fire is because your Mizukage was controlled by illusion. Sasuke said with a smile, it is as expected. Terumi Mei felt suddenly enlightened. This makes sense. The sudden changes in the 4th Mizukage in the past few years. In this inexplicable invasion of the fire country. It's all because Mizukage is controlled by someone. What on earth did we fight in this battle? Cheng said very speechlessly. Controlled by someone to start a war against the country of fire. Then he was suppressed by Konoha's Hokage alone. I have never fought such a speechless battle in my life. Actually, you don't have to be too surprised by this. Sasuke said with relief. After all, your 3rd Mizukage may have been controlled by someone using Genjutsu. Yagura, a mandarin orange, raised a question mark on his forehead. Is there such a thing? He doesn't even know about the 4th Mizukage. Has the 3rd Mizukage also been controlled by illusions? In the chat room. Terumi Mei. I feel like I'm not so angry now. Maybe it's because Uchiha Madara has also become a clown. Ow. Uchiha Madara controls the 3rd Mizukage, and Uchiha Obito controls the 4th Mizukage. It turns out they are both clowns being used by others, ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Damn Black Zetsu. The screen changes. Kirigakure, Mizukage building. I went to check the 3 Tails project back then, and all the information was gone. Terumi Mei said with an unhappy expression. By the way, didn't you think this plan was too ridiculous back then? Sasuke asked curiously. Use 3 tails as a bet, and plant it into a Konoha shinobi, and then put it back into Konoha to try to make 3 tails go berserk. The gambling area is a bit big. Such an inexplicable plan, don't Mist Shinobi think it's abnormal? It was 3rd Mizukage who insisted on formulating this plan at that time. Yagura said with an unhappy expression. From this perspective, 3rd Mizukage may really be controlled by someone. Being able to control Mizukage in the dark without anyone noticing, this level of Genjutsu must have been done by that guy Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama guessed and said, Uchiha Madara. Yagura felt scared for a while, before. Sasuke has told them about the plan that Uchiha Madara once designed. Such a terrifying figure actually once secretly controlled Yuanyan. I remember that the 3rd Mizukage seemed to have passed away not long after that. Terumi Mei frowned and recalled. That's right. Yagura nodded. The statement announced at the time was that 3rd Mizukage was seriously ill and incurable. Ah. Senju Tobarama sneered. That third Mizukage is clearly a tool used by Uchiha Madara. After using him to design Uchiha Obito, this tool will naturally be useless, and it will be cleaned up directly afterwards. Yagura has a gloomy face. Third Mizukage seems to be even worse than him. At least he still has a life. The third Mizukage, on the other hand, was possessed by an illusion and was killed after being used. This is normal. Sasuke traces these conspiracies all the way. It's no longer strange now. The mastermind behind the scenes is layer upon layer of Matryoshka dolls, each one being used as a tool. You missed Shinobi or Uchiha Obito's tool. Uchiha Obito is Uchiha Madara's tool, and Uchiha Madara is Black Zetsu's tool. Sasuke said with a chuckle. Senju Tobirama suddenly became energetic. You told me before that the inscription on the Nanga Shrine stone tablet that Uchiha Madara was looking at had been modified. Was it made by Black Zetsu that you were talking about? Senju Tobirama asked impatiently. This kind of Uchiha Madara fun is so rare. The truth is more interesting than you think. Sasuke's mouth rose uncontrollably. According to Uchiha Obito, that Black Zetsu claims to be Uchiha Madara's will, and Uchiha Madara should think so too. Senju Tobirama frowned and thought for a moment, then burst out laughing. No more. He couldn't bear it anymore. That guy Uchiha Madara, he was teased so miserably. The mastermind who modified the inscription on the stone tablet and induced Uchiha Madara to execute the infinite Tsukuyomi plan actually disguised himself as Uchiha Madara's will. It makes me laugh so hard. I wonder how that guy Uchiha Madara will react when he knows the truth. What are you talking about? Yagura is confused. What is the inscription on the stone tablet? Although I didn't understand it very well. Terumi Mei's eyes flickered slightly, but in short, the meaning should be that the famous Uchiha Madara was actually used by others. As for the others, none of it matters. It would be nice to be sure of this. Phew, I feel much better instantly. That guy Uchiha Madara should be dead now, and Uchiha Obito is his current spokesperson. People. But if he wants to implement his plan, he should have other backups, maybe even resurrection backups. Senju Tobirama guessed. But this has nothing to do with him. He is just a dead person. And he couldn't beat Uchiha Madara in life. Even if Uchiha Madara may really be resurrected in the future, there will still be Uchiha Sasuke to deal with him then. Ahem. Fifth generation, I have a very serious request. Senju Tobirama said in a very polite tone. If that guy Uchiha Madara appears again in the future, when he knows the truth, he must take me with him. He will rush to the scene as soon as possible to laugh. Sasuke glanced at Senju Tobirama. You guys are really evil. You actually beg yourself so seriously for this kind of thing. Senju Tobirama's face turned dark. What the hell? Only you, a bastard, have no right to say that to me. Who has more bad taste than you? Aside. Yagura and Terumi Mei looked a little confused. Who is this Konoha Anbu wearing a white mask with 3 Magatama holes? How come I feel so familiar with Uchiha Madara that I actually want to go see Uchiha Madara's fun live? Fake. Uchiha Madara is the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan. But this scene does seem quite interesting. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. No problem, if Uchiha Madara appears again, I will take you with me. Interesting. The most embarrassing moment in Uchiha Madara's life, being seen by the most annoying person in his life. I wonder how Uchiha Madara will react. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara. Damn it, everyone is sick, right? Whether it's Senju Tobirama or Uchiha Sasuke. These two bastards. You actually want to see his joke. Take it easy. Forget about the bastard Senju Tobirama. This guy has nothing to deal with in the first place. But Uchiha Sasuke, this kid, he looked quite pleasing to the eye at first. After all, he looks a lot like his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. Result. Uchiha Sasuke, this annoying little brat, actually wants to laugh at him. He really got the wrong person. Senju Tobirama. I'm already looking forward to that scene. Uchiha Madara. You are so King sick. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara, when you knew the truth and broke through the defense, I couldn't see your face at that time. It's a pity when I think about it. I hope another world can make up for this regret. Uchiha Madara. Asshole. It's not enough to see him break through the defense once. Do you want to see his face and expression that breaks his defense again? Onoki. I am also looking forward to it now. I don't know what Uchiha Madara's expression will be when she learns the truth. Terumi Mei. Looking forward to Uchiha Obito. This scene is really interesting to think about. Uchiha Madara. You guys. What a bunch of bastards. Uchiha Madara, who is in the Pure Land, feels like her soul is about to explode. These bastards are all waiting to see his fun. It would be better not to be resurrected. If he is not resurrected in the other world and stays in the Pure Land, although there is no way to know the truth about infinite Yangyang and Black Zetsu. But at least he doesn't have to return to reality and be stimulated. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Sasuke stayed at Mist Shinobi for a while. Nara Shikaku leads a group of Konoha shinobi and starts searching in Sanagakure. Various ninjutsu, secret techniques, and bloodline ninjutsu. Don't let anything go. After making a copy, bring Mu Jung. In addition, we also arranged for someone to follow the Mist Shinobi ninja and recheck the accounts together. Mist Shinobi has been controlled by Uchiha Obito before. How much money does Mist Shinobi still have now? Even Mizukage Yagura doesn't know. Mizukage building. Sasuke sat on Mizukage's seat majestically, looking at the materials compiled by Nara Shikaku in his hand. Can't help but frown. Mist Shinobi, isn't this too miserable? Sasuke felt disgusted. He was still considering whether to annex Mist Shinobi directly. But now I look at it. In the case of Mist Shinobi, if it is annexed, I am afraid that poverty alleviation will be provided to Mist Shinobi. Uchiha has brought soil to harm Mist Shinobi for so many years, and there are not many ninjas left in Mist Shinobi. Yagura shook his head and said, Mist Shinobi originally had a blood mist policy. When he first came to power to succeed the 4th Mizukage, he also relaxed many policies in this regard. As a result, he later suffered Uchiha Obito. Because of that little girl named Nohara Lin, Uchiha Obito was really ruthless in taking revenge on Mist Shinobi. The way Yoruichi clan was exterminated, the Snow clan has been adjusted. The Kito clan, this is the ninja clan where the 2nd Mizukage Kito Hanazuki belongs. Basic now. Guidang Man Yu, a rare genius of the Guidang clan, died of illness. His younger brother Guidang Shui Yu, I don't know where he went. Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen are basically gone. Only one Chojuro is left who wields the double sword, Gunito. Sasuke said with some emotion. Yagura has a gloomy face. The 7 first-generation ninja swordsmen encountered Konoha's 8 Inner Gates ninjas in the 3rd Ninja War, and were beaten to the ground with only 3 left. Among them, Black Hoale Ya later died. Rinyu Yuri inherited his ninja sword, but he also died of illness before. The successor of the beheading sword, Juzhong Loquat, defected and was eventually killed by him with a tailed beast bomb. Later, Zabuza Momochi inherited the beheading sword. But Zabuza Momochi also defected. The successor of the great sword shark, the watermelon mountain Fugu Oni. This is what he saw with his own eyes being stabbed in the back by Kisame Kazaki. And later, that guy Kisame Inikasaki turned to Uchiha Obito. It makes me sad just thinking about it. Mist Shinobi among the 7 famous ninja swordsmen in the ninja world, now only one Chojuro is left, whose strength can only be said to be passable. By the way, Muchi Zabuza is still alive. You can find his whereabouts, and he also has an ice escape ninja with him. Sasuke suddenly remembered. That guy Zabuza still owes me 15 million taels. After you find him, help me urge him to pay him back as soon as possible. Sasuke said seriously. Although it's only 15 million taels, Sasuke basically doesn't care about it now. But after all, this is the first big money I have made. Still can't give up. If you give up, wouldn't it be cheaper for Zabuza? Is there another ice escape ninja? Yagura's eyes are slightly bright. In this case, Zabuza who jumped to the ground should indeed be retrieved. That ice escape boy. Well, we have to let him pass on the Snow Clan's legacy. In the chat room. Momochi Zabuza. No, Uchiha Sasuke has become a Hokage. Why are you still thinking about this little money? How long ago did this happen? It's such a small amount of money, but he still cares about it. Shiro. Zabuza-sama, at least you over there survived, which is already good. Terumi Mei. It's a pity that Bai here is dead. Otherwise, he should be brought back to pass on the ice release bloodline. White. This is a bit overwhelming. He just wants to follow Zabuza-sama. Ow. Oh, Mist Shinobi used to be the 2nd largest ninja clan after Konoha, but it turned out like this. It's all his fault, Uchiha Obito. And Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara used Mist Shinobi's power to kill Nohara Rin, but Uchiha Obito vented his hatred on Mist Shinobi. It was clearly Uchiha Madara's fault, but it was placed on their Mist Shinobi's head. Mizukage-sama, the financial accounts in Kunzi have been cleared. Terumi Mei walks into Mizukage office. Look at the positions of several people inside. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage of Konoha, sat in Mizukage's seat. The Konoha Anbu wearing a white mask stood behind him like a guard. And Yagura, the real Mizukage, Tada can sit opposite. So frustrating. But I can only bear it. Not to mention the power Uchiha Sasuke showed before. The elder Yuenshi in the village also warned them before. Don't fight Uchiha Sasuke. A person with the power of first Hokage and the character of Uchiha Madara is not something they Sono Yin can disobey. Only a billion Ryang. What the hell? Mist Shinobi is so poor. This can be considered one of the 5 great ninja villages? Sasuke looked at the account in his hand and said very dissatisfied. If you do this, Cheyenne won't be able to lose much money at all. This is already all the money in Mist Shinobi's account. When the account was checked, Konoha Shinobi followed him all the time. There was absolutely no fraud. Terumi Mei said a little aggrievedly, they don't dare to fool me. Mist Shinobi is really so poor now, tisk. Sasuke shook his head and said, forget it, I'll leave you a few tens of millions, and the rest will be counted as compensation for your Mist Shinobi this time. If it's not enough, you can pay it later. Yagura can hardly close her jaw. Although he thought that Uchiha Sasuke would open his mouth. But, if you ask for money so much, is it too exaggerated? It's not enough to even hollow out Mist Shinobi. Only tens of millions are left for us, so we can't survive after we return to seclusion? Terumi clenched her silver teeth in anger. This 5th Hokage looks very handsome, but why does he act so irritating? 10 million taels. This is simply not enough for a top 5 ninja village like Mist Shinobi. Moreover, excluding tens of millions of taels, it is not enough to compensate the rest, and we have to compensate slowly in the future. If you can't pass it, then I don't think you can pass it. Senju Tobirama stood behind Sasuke and said coldly, just annex Mist Shinobi. Yagura's heart skipped a beat and she quickly smoothed things over. What we just mean is that so much compensation is indeed a bit more stressful for us. Is the compensation a lot? Sasuke tilted his head slightly. The ransom of all the ninjas dispatched by Mist Shinobi this time, including you, the 4th Mizukage, combined, is already more than 2 billion taels. Yagura felt aggrieved. I'm afraid no village in the entire ninja world has ever encountered this situation. A large number of elite ninjas were captured by the establishment, including the shadow-tailed Jinchuriki-e. The ransom for so many people has suddenly become an astronomical figure. I don't think Mist Shinobi is very sincere in making compensation. Senju Tobirama played the role of the blackface very competently. 5th generation, we should just destroy Mist Shinobi. Anyway, Mist Shinobi is so crotchless now. It almost doesn't deserve the title of the 5 great ninja villages. Yagura and Terumi Mei were both shocked. Why is this white mask Anbu so extreme? As I speak, I either want to annex Mist Shinobi or destroy Mist Shinobi. It's not that. Yagura waved his hands repeatedly and said, this money. We will try our best to compensate. That's good. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. At that time, we still need to trouble the 4th Mizukage and go to the Mist Shinobi ninjas to make them earn more money. I see. Yagura gritted his teeth and said. Forget it, his reputation is ruined anyway. Just a Mizukage being controlled by someone. After he gets through this period, he will step down and hand it over to Terumi Mei. Not bad, it looks foggy. Yin is still somewhat sincere. Sasuke smiled and nodded. Annexing Mist Shinobi, there is no rush now. On the one hand, Kirigakure is alone overseas, which would be a bit troublesome to manage, and Sasuke doesn't have the energy to manage Yin right now. On the other hand, it's also because the current situation of Mist Shinobi is really too much. After Yagura and the others have cultivated for a few years and Mist Shinobi's condition is better, it will not be too late to annex Mist Shinobi. In the chat room. Terumi Mei. Is this what Kim Sasuke had in mind? He still wants to annex Mist Shinobi. Ching. This is a bit too much. After we let Mist Shinobi recover, he went to annex Zunian and pick peaches. How can you do this? It's so bullying. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, don't you hate Uchiha Sasuke? Why are you still cooperating with him like this? Senju Tobirama. I hate Uchiha Sasuke. That's a private matter. And getting money from Mist Shinobi is a business matter and is good for Konoha. I will tolerate it and cooperate with him. This is just right. Ah. He is an ancestor of Konoha's Hokage, and he cooperates with the current Hokage to gain benefits from other villages. Isn't this very reasonable? Although the contemporary Hokage is the Uchiha he hates. But at least he will not neglect his personal interests in this kind of thing. Senju Hashirama. Does this mean that Senju and Uchiha are collaborating again? Moreover, it is a collaboration between Tobirama and a junior Uchiha who looks very similar to Izuna. Senju Tobirama. Brother, please stop disgusting me. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you are completely ruining Izuna by saying this. Terumi Mei. Senju and Uchiha combined. Only our mist shinobi was injured and the result was achieved. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Except for the compensation, Konoha will send envoys to Mist Shinobi in the future. Mist Shinobi must notify Konoha of any major actions. Actions related to Konoha must go through Konoha's Pro. Sasuke said seriously, no problem. Yugura gritted his teeth and said, after this, Mist Shinobi can be said to have become a ninja village affiliated with Konoha. But it's better than destroying the village or being annexed by Konoha. Endure it. End it. Not bad. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. In addition, in order to prevent Mist Shinobi from being harmful to Konoha, Mist Shinobi also needs to send hostages with sufficient weight to stay in Konoha. Leaf. Yugura is silent. He is a little confused. How did Uchiha Sasuke know that Mist Shinobi might dare to harm Konoha? They even agreed to such humble conditions. How could you do anything unnecessary? Okay. Yugura said expressionlessly, I wonder what Hokage Dono's requirements are for hostages. No one else is needed, just her. Sasuke pointed at Terumi Mei and said. Huh? Terumi Mei's expression was startled. Me? She is going to Konoha to be a hostage? Can you change someone? Yugura frowned and said, Terumi Mei is Mist Shinobi's most suitable candidate for 5th Mizukage. Can it be replaced by someone else? Isn't that good? Sasuke smiled. The next Mizukage will be considered a significant hostage. Yugura frowned, pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, Sir Hokage, I myself can serve as Konoha's hostage. In the worst case, I will hand over the position of Mizukage directly to Terumi Mei. He was controlled by Uchiha Obito for several years. He was very mentally weak and could not survive for long. It's better to let him be the hostage. As for Mizukage being a hostage or something. Anyway, the embarrassing thing like Mizukage being controlled has happened, so being a hostage is not a big deal. No. Sasuke simply refused. Do you think I don't know how long you won't live? Or it was the illusion control I helped you remove? Besides, you, a Mizukage whose prestige has been greatly reduced, what if Mist Shinobi insists on harming ye regardless of your life and death? Yugura was speechless. He really wants to say that Mist Shinobi really doesn't dare to harm Konoha now. Aside. Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed slightly. He felt like he had guessed something. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy seems to be planning to rebuild the Uchiha clan. In this case, we need female ninjas with excellent blood and talents. For example, this guy is eyeing his grandniece Tsunade. And now, Uchiha Sasuke, he must be eyeing that little girl named Terumi Mei, right? In the chat room. Terumi Mei, huh? Are you targeting me? Suddenly I felt a little excited. After all, the guy who fell in love with her was a handsome guy. Sure enough, she is still quite attractive. Orochimaru. For Kim Sasuke, bloodline, talent, strength, appearance. These factors are all considered when choosing the person to inherit Uchiha's bloodline. Jiraiya. That Terumi Mei is excellent in these aspects. Just like Tsunade, so she was also targeted by Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it. Uchiha Fugaku. That Terumi Mei seems to be the successor to Mist Shinobi Mizukage. Such a talent is worthy of my Sasuke. Ow. But, if Terumi Mei is attracted by Jin Sasuke, what will Nasugaku do? Where is the next Mizukage? Senju Tobirama. What are you thinking about Mizukage? Uchiha Sasuke's plan is to annex Mist Shinobi in a few years. There will be no Mizukage by then. Can't it really be replaced by someone else? Yugura said helplessly. The next Mizukage went to Konoha and became a hostage before taking office. Although Mist Shinobi has become a joke now, at least don't make it even more of a joke. Besides her, does Yuanyan have any other potential candidates? Sasuke leaned back slightly and said, Terumi Mei has 2 blood inheritance limits, is strong, and is also beautiful. Qualified to inherit the bloodline of Uchiha. If Mist Shinobi has other suitable female ninja candidates, Sasuke doesn't mind taking it away. At worst, just find a few other reasons. Alas. Yugura sighed, okay. But, Terumi Mei will be Mist Shinobi's future Mizukage, and I hope Master Hokage can take care of it. Don't let us Mist Shinobi lose face. This is natural. Sasuke picked up the teacup and took a sip slightly. Feel good. Open Mangekyo Sharingan and glare at Terumi Mei. Buzz. The left eye insight technique has learned a lot of information. Lava style and boil style are 2 blood inheritance limits. Lava style is the fusion of the dual attributes of water and earth, and boil style is the fusion of the dual attributes of water and fire. Both bloodlines have corrosive properties, but lava style has a larger range and stronger controllability, while boil style's corrosive effect is more outstanding. Well, it's okay for now, Sasuke commented casually. Then, the pupil technique of the right eye is activated to copy these two bloodlines to oneself. Wow. Purple Susanoo appears. A skull-shaped Susanoo arm appears in front of Sasuke. Huh. Sasuke spits out a blast of boil-style acid mist. Z. A burst of steam rises. The purple Susanoo arm was corroded quickly. The corrosion effect is really good, Sasuke nodded and commented. The initial form of Susanoo will probably be completely corroded in a few seconds. Next, Sasuke tried the effect of lava style again. The acid of lava style falls on Susanoo, and the corrosion rate is much slower. It really doesn't work. Sasuke shook his head in disgust. It seems that the large range of this lava style is an advantage. Opposite. Terumi Mei felt a lump in her chest. This fifth Hokage has mastered the limits of her blood inheritance by some means. Now I still feel a little disgusted. This is simply too much. After you find Zabuza and the Ice Escape Boy, let me know. Serve it with wolfberry, Yugura warned. Although he doesn't think much of the power of these ordinary blood successors. But you might as well collect them. Maybe it will come in handy sometime. Anyway, it's just a matter of glaring from left eye to right eye. Yes. Yugura nodded and responded. Rear. Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed slightly. Did Uchiha Sasuke master these blood succession limits through Mangekyo's pupil technique? There is also the Yang escape chakra that he sensed before that is comparable to his big brother. This guy seems to have mastered the sage body of their Senju clan. Hateful. How can Mangekyo still have this kind of pupil technique? How unreasonable. Sasuke looked at Terumi Mei and said. Your lava style seems to be mainly water style combined with the attributes of earth style, so the combination is lava style, not wood style, which is also a combination of water and ugliness. The different ratios of this chakra lead to different blood inheritance limits. I also want to learn wood style. But I am better at water style. Terumi Mei said with some envy. Recalling the terrifying sea of trees that I saw before covering a radius of more than 10 miles. And wood style can also absorb the chakra of the restrained ninja. This is completely like a monster opening bloodline. You have the attributes of earth style and water style. In theory, it is possible to learn wood style. After Sasuke pondered for a moment, he continued. As for wood style, I may be able to let you master it in some way. Well, this can be regarded as a kindness shown by Konoha to Mist Shinobi. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up. Some people can't believe it. This is the wood style of first Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke is actually willing to teach her? Are you so generous? Hokage Dono, are you serious? Yugura's breathing was a little rapid. If Terumi Mei goes to Konoha to be a hostage for a few years, and then comes back with wood style. This is such a huge profit. It's just. Is this fifth Hokage serious? Teaching them wood style Mist Shinobi, isn't this benefiting the enemy? It's just a wood style. Sasuke said nonchalantly. Anyway, even if you master the wood style, you can't be my opponent. It's just a wood style that combines the dual attributes of water and earth, it's far from perfect. Without Yang Dun's wood style, there would be no vitality. Without the huge amount of chakra of the sage body, there is no way to perform a large-scale ninjutsu like the Tree Realm's birth. Nothing to worry about at all. Yugura. Terumi Mei. This guy is still very irritating when he talks. If this is the case, I am willing to go to Konoha and be a hostage. Terumi Mei even looked forward to it when she spoke. Now that I think about it, this doesn't seem to be something difficult to accept. Not only do you have the opportunity to learn wood style, and it's the handsome guy Uchiha Sasuke who is here to teach her. Terumi Mei even feels a little excited now. Although Uchiha Sasuke's words are quite irritating. But he is handsome. Although what he did was very unfriendly to Mist Shinobi. But he is handsome. Although he asked himself to go to Konoha as a hostage. But he is handsome. Looking handsome is the reason. Terumi Mei has thought about it now. Go to Konoha and be a hostage for a few years, master the power of wood style, and at the same time build a good relationship with the fifth Hokage. Return to Mist Shinobi in the future to take over Mizukage's position. Absolutely perfect. Chojuro. Terumi Mei-sama is such a spendthrift. Well, I didn't say anything. Ow. Chongjuro, you were trying to say that you are a nymphomaniac, right? Terumi Mei. Ching, do you want to die? Green. Cut it, woman. He just told the truth, and he was not in a hurry. Orochimaru. It's hard to say whether Terumi Mei can go back with wood style. Even if she can go back to Mist Shinobi, I'm afraid she will go back with the child in her belly. Terumi Mei. At least it's not a loss. At least I can get married, and the other person is a handsome guy. but he's a bit of a scumbag. Ahem. Then when should I go to Konoha? Terumi Mei said impatiently. Yagura's eyelids twitch wildly. Why does he feel something is wrong? After Terumi Mei goes to Konoha, will she come back again? Don't forget that you are Mist Shinobi. Just sign the treaty later. Sasuke took a sip of tea and was in a good mood. By the way, Sasuke suddenly remembered something. The Hyuga clan lost a Byakugan during the Third Ninja War. It was on the Jonin named Ao, right? Ask him to hand over the Byakugan. 4 powers inherited from Kagaya. Sharingan, Sage Body, Dead Bone Pulse. Sasuke already has these 3 types. Now I can just roll my eyes. There happens to be one here at Mist Shinobi. No problem. Yagura nodded and said. The other party is a Hokage, and it is normal to take back the pupil technique blood successor lost to his village. And, compared to other conditions, this is already very easy to accept. Compared with the astronomical compensation, and the next Mizukage going to Konoha as a hostage. This is just a white eye. That's the main part of the treaty. You can discuss the remaining details with Nara Shikaku. Sasuke waved his hand, indicating that Gofu Tianhei and the others could go down. Yagura got up and left with a bad expression on her face. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be his Mizukage office, right? When he was controlled by Uchiha Obito, he couldn't make the decision. Why is it that now that the control is released, he still can't make the decision? Then, if Hokage-sama wants to return to Konoha, remember to inform me, I can leave at any time. Terumi Mei said reluctantly, no problem. Sasuke nodded easily. Yagura has a black line on her face. He feels that Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage, seems to want to marry to Konoha now. After Yagura left, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but speak. You must have fallen in love with that little girl named Terumi Mei, right? That's right. Sasuke points directly the head admitted. Really? Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes. This guy is really working hard to rebuild Uchiha seriously. You really took great pains, and you actually came up with the name hostage. Senju Tobirama shook his head and said, this method, to be honest, it's pretty good. If there are heavyweights from other villages serving as hostages in Konoha. If there is any conspiracy against Konoha, you need to consider the cost. Uchiha Sasuke's strength is shocking on one hand. The existence of this kind of hostage is also another form of deterrence. The hostage idea is a good idea. We can do this with other villages in the future. I remember that many people in Sand Shinobi are still imprisoned in Konoha. Senju Tobirama said seriously. The Sand Shinobi ninjas who were captured during the Konoha collapse plan are still in Konoha prison. This even includes the 3 children of 4th Kazekage. Tisk, tisk. Sasuke couldn't help turning his head, looking at Senju Tobirama and said, you old Senju ghost who was born evil, now you seem to be able to bring yourself into the role? Before, you actually took the initiative to play blackface and cooperated with me to threaten Mist Shinobi. Yes, Izuna, you were really smart. What the hell is this title again? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but curse in his heart. This annoying brat copied his sentence patterns and scolded him instead. I am doing this all for Konoha, Senju Tobirama said coldly. Because it is good for Konoha, he will actively cooperate with this annoying brat Uchiha Sasuke. By the way, are you really going to teach that Terumi Mei the wood style? Senju Tobirama asked with a frown. Wood style's power flows out of Konoha, which is not a good thing. What are you worried about? Sasuke said nonchalantly. The hostage condition is just that I found an acceptable explanation to let Terumi Mei come to Konoha. Now that she's here, can she still be let go? By then, we will all become members of the Uchiha clan. Let him go. Impossible. Senju Tobirama was a little speechless. Speaking of which, you taught her wood style, could it be to make her bloodline better, so that she can give birth to better heirs? Yes, Izuna, you evil old ghost is really smart. Sasuke smiled and praised. Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes. This guy is quite calculating. Use wood style to seduce a young girl to come to Konoha as a hostage, and do this for the sake of the bloodline talent of future generations. In the chat room. Terumi Mei. Is this what Kim Sasuke actually thinks? She was plotted again over there. Uchiha Madara. He can obviously rob people directly. By doing so, he has already given you Mist Shinobi a lot of face. Orochimaru. Although it is possible to rob someone by force. But this method can not only increase the favorability of the woman, but also improve the woman's bloodline, so both aspects are acceptable. Hitaki Kakashi. It's too outrageous to directly rob a female ninja. Kim Sasuke probably wouldn't do such a thing. Ching. So he chose to calculate like this. Terumi Mei. I personally am not at a loss. But Mist Shinobi is at a loss. Mizuki's office. The white eye in Ching's place has been removed. Sasuke took the Byakugan out of the bottle and held it directly in his hand. It really works. Sasuke felt happy. After activating the left eye pupil, I gained insight into the information of this white eye. The flawless Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. A bloodline that can be copied to Byakugan through the right eye. Buzz. The pupil technique of the right eye is activated. Byakugan's special chakra is absorbed into Sasuke's body. A kind of yin escape chakra that is different from Sharingan. Sasuke carefully appreciates the changes taking place on his body. Just a white eye, the chakra was quickly sucked dry. This white eye is now an empty shell that has been completely sucked dry. It's far from reaching the upper limit. Sasuke puts away the discarded Byakugan. Well, I will add a subject of cloning Byakugan to Orochimaru later. Buzz. Sasuke controls the special yin escape chakra and focuses it on his eyes. Veins popping up around both eyes, white eyes open. Sasuke held a mirror in his hand and looked at it. It seems that I can switch between the Byakugan and Sharingan forms at will. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh in relief. The eyes are still the original black pupils. When chakra gathers toward both eyes, it will switch to Sharingan or Byakugan form, superior. Senju Tobirama on the side looked at Sasuke's changing eyes. My eyes almost popped out of my head, rolling eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy actually got the Byakugan again. Did you do it with your Mangekyo eye technique? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but ask. That's right. Sasuke replied cheerfully. Senju Tobirama frowned. What the hell? Are you being unreasonable? How come Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can still awaken such unreasonable eye skills? Now, he is absolutely sure. Uchiha Sasuke must have obtained the sage body through the same method. Original Mangekyo Sharingan also had the defect of blindness. As a result, after obtaining the sage body and combining Yin Dun and Yang Dun, this problem was solved. Copy the pupil technique of blood succession limit. This is too foul. This pupil technique of yours should have quite a limit, right? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but said, there must be restrictions. Otherwise, this damned ninja world, why don't we even talk about the balance of combat power? There are indeed some limitations. If it was just a white eye, my improvement would be very limited. Sasuke carefully put away the empty Byakugan. This can be handed over to Orochimaru later for use in cloning research. Based on your strength, the Byakugan can't increase your experience much, right? Senju Tobirama asked with a frown. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan cannot improve combat effectiveness as much as the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Not to mention comparing with Mangekyo. Judging from Uchiha Sasuke's current wood-style strength, he should look down on Byakugan's improvement. It was supposed to be like this. Sasuke smiled happily. But, Hyuga with Byakugan and Kagaya with Dead Bone Pulse, these 2 ninja clans should both be inherited from Otsutsuki Hamura. Now, Sasuke has gathered both powers. Just like the combination of Sharingan's Yin Escape and Sage Body's Yang Escape, wonderful changes will occur. The combination of Byakugan's Yin Escape and Dead Bone Pulse's Yang Escape also has a magical effect. Originally speaking, Sasuke only absorbed the special chakra of one Byakugan. Even if you can get the white eyes of both eyes through this, the pupil power of each eye should be very poor. But, combined with Dead Bone Pulse, Sasuke's current white eye power has been greatly improved. In Sasuke's perception, the power of his Byakugan is probably comparable to Mangekyo Sharingan. Comparable to the strength of Mangekyo's Yin Escape. With Byakugan's abilities, he should be able to develop many interesting moves. Now we need a target to test Byakugan's ability. Senju Tobirama frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Why are you looking at me suddenly? It feels like there must be nothing good going on. I need a target now to test the Byakugan's ability. Izuna, tell me, who should I use as a target? Sasuke touched his chin and said with a smile. Senju Tobirama's face immediately darkened. This damn bastard. Who to use as a target? Is there any more suitable target than his current immortal body of filthy earth? Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard. If you want to beat yourself up, just say so. Why are you beating around the bush? In the chat room. Senju Tobirama. Damn it. As expected, I am naturally at odds with this annoying brat Uchiha Sasuke. I originally saw myself over there cooperating with Uchiha Sasuke to threaten Mist Shinobi. His opinion of Uchiha Sasuke has also changed a lot. Result. This annoying brat can still irritate him as always. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, you still want to see how much fun I have, but it turns out that you can provide me with fun all the time. At most, he would be laughed at when he knew about Infinite Tsukuyomi and Black Zetsu. And this guy Senju Tobarama. But he may be tortured by Jin Sasuke at any time. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. Oh, Madara, Tobarama. Why are you two bothering? Why are you always thinking about making fun of each other? They won't deal with each other while they are alive. Now they are all dead, but the result is still the same. Senju Tobarama. Brother, I am different from that guy Uchiha Madara. He was taken advantage of because he was stupid and was deceived and used, and I was all because of that annoying brat Uchiha Sasuke. He is not being laughed at because he is stupid. Uchiha Madara. You ride on a horse. He wanted to refute but found that he couldn't. It's all Black Zetsu's fault. Hyuga Hiyashi. What will happen to our Byakugan combined with Dead Bone Pulse? Mangekyo level of sly white eyes. I don't know what capabilities it will have. Can I refuse? Senju Tobarama has a bad face. What do you think? Sasuke said with a smile. Senju Tobarama rolled his eyes. This annoying brat just wants to torment him on purpose. However, this is a test of strength after all. Sasuke said seriously, I can allow you to resist, including using the Flying Thunder God technique. Are you serious? Senju Tobarama looks suspicious. Can Uchiha Sasuke be so kind? Hey, something feels wrong. Why do I think this condition is good because Uchiha Sasuke allows me to resist? I feel like some strange changes have occurred in my thinking. Of course I am serious. Sasuke said while staring at Senju Tobarama with his white eyes. Ha! Senju Tobarama sneered, that's what you said. It's just a test of Byakugan's ability. When he is allowed to use the Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobarama feels that he can handle it. Whoosh whoosh. Several kunai engraved with the Senju technique of the forest flew towards Sasuke. In terms of dynamic vision, Yuyan is still not as good as Sharingan. Sasuke said, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. The figure flashed and appeared in front of Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama's face turned dark. Again, it's the Flying Thunder God spell that was left on him before. But, you can Flying Thunder God, can't I? That little girl named Shang Phosphorus is not here now. Without the adamantine sealing chains restricting chakra, he can always use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer. Whoosh. With the help of the kunai thrown before, Senju Tobarama's figure disappears instantly. Whoosh. Sasuke uses the Flying Thunder God technique on Senju Tobarama and also follows the flash. Stamp. The finger quickly clicked on Senju Tobarama's body. Point? Senju Tobarama's expression changed. Hyuga clan's acupuncture points. This can also restrict the flow of chakra. No. If more acupuncture points are hit, his chakra will be limited to the point where he cannot activate Flying Thunder God. Whoosh, 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 in Mizukage's office. Two figures flashed quickly, not long after. Hateful. Senju Tobarama's figure was forced to stop, his expression extremely ugly. Too many acupuncture points were hit. His current amount of chakra is no longer enough to activate Flying Thunder God. Phew, it feels good. Sasuke is in a very happy mood. Finally, I can use my own power to control this inherently evil old Senju ghost. Unlike before, you can only use adamantine sealing chains. But after all, adamantine sealing chains are more useful. With a bundle of adamantine sealing chains, the target's chakra will be restricted to death. As for Baiyin's acupuncture, you need to hit several acupoints, which is very troublesome. I feel that your acupuncture points are more powerful than those of the strong Hyuga I have seen. Senju Tobarama said with a frown. During the Sengoku era, he also fought against many strong men from the Hyuga clan. But, those strong men with white eyes he had seen before. The strength of those people's acupuncture points is not as strong as the ones Uchiha Sasuke used before. This should also be related to the intensity of yin escape. Sasuke guessed and said, acupuncture is to drive chakra into the target's body, and yindu is stronger, which means that the chakra injected into the target's body will be more solid, and the obstruction to the flow of chakra in the target will be stronger. Is that so? It makes some sense. Senju Tobarama nodded. Etc. This means that Uchiha Sasuke's Byakugan yin escape is higher than the strong Hyuga he has ever encountered? What the hell? Didn't he just get a white eye? Is this the change of combining Byakugan with Dead Bone Pulse? What are you going to test next? The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, you probably haven't learned this before. Senju Tobarama immediately started to mess up. Now he can't even run away with Flying Thunder God. It's better to just open up. What's there to learn from boring stuff like gentle fist? Sasuke looks disgusted. Acupoints can be used to limit chakra and have control capabilities. And things like Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms. Pure garbage. That should be over, right? Senju Tobarama breathed a sigh of relief. Except for acupuncture and Gentle Fist, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan probably has no other abilities. Very good, he no longer has to be tortured. Don't worry. Sasuke frowned and thought, I have some ideas. Byakugan can knock out chakra directly. With this characteristic, how else can we use the Byakugan's ability? Let's try using it like this first. Sasuke sets his sights on Senju Tobarama. Byakugan's yin escape power is focused on the eyes. Then, released directly through the eyes. You want to do? Senju Tobarama hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly I felt a strong pressure. It's like the materialized chakra shot out from the white eyes, setting off a storm. The entire Mizukage office was turned into a mess. In this storm, there is still a pressure that directly strikes the soul. Well. Senju Tobarama closed his eyes tightly. The expression is ferocious. The pressure directly oppressed his brain, making him feel like he almost fainted. What's this? Byakugan still has this kind of ability. I don't know how long it took. Senju Tobarama felt the pressure on his brain suddenly lighten. Call. Senju Tobarama collapsed on the ground, panting rapidly. My brain feels relaxed at this moment. Senju Tobarama raised his head and looked into Sasuke's white eyes. Is this the Byakugan's ability? That's right. Sasuke smiled and nodded. Well, let's call this move Byakugan coercion. Punch out the Byakugan's yin release eye power, penetrate the target's body, and hit the mind directly. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably faint instantly. The strength of this move depends on the strength of Byakugan's yin escape. White eyes coercion. Senju Tobarama muttered to himself. In his impression, he has never seen this kind of ability of the Hyuga clan. In the chat room. Hyuga Hiyashi. I have never seen it before. Even he, the leader of the Hyuga clan, has never heard of the ability of Byakugan and coercion. Senju Hashirama. I have never seen such a move in the Sengoku era. Uchiha Madara. According to Uchiha Sasuke, his current white eye power is comparable to Mangekyo Sharingan, which is normal even if the Hyuga clan has never seen it before. Just the strength of the Hyuga clan. How could there be a yin escape comparable to Mangekyo? Hyuga Hiyashi. Damn it, they are now substitutes. The same bloodline with Byakugan is now an Uchiha with stronger abilities. In the ninja world. Black Zetsu, who was also watching the live broadcast, was in a bad mood. White eyes coercion. This move can only be mastered by him. My mother once used it on that traitorous son of Hamura. Even with the strength of Otsutsuki Hamura, using this move with the power of my mother's eyes would still be extremely painful. Uchiha Sasuke. I didn't expect this guy to actually master this move. Should it be over? Senju Tobarama gets up from the ground. He was almost exhausted from the torture. I have another idea. Sasuke's eyes move slightly. Looking at the messy Mizukage office. The next move may be more powerful. Sasuke said, putting his palm on Senju Tobarama's shoulder. Let's change places. Whoosh. Flying Thunder God technique activates. The place where I fought with the Mist Shinobi ninja before. The sea of trees covering more than 10 miles is still here. If you activate Byakugan's yin escape to ultimate, and then hit it directly with the palm of your hand, the power should be considerable. Sasuke guessed and said, so, can you stop using me as a target? Senju Tobarama said with a stinking face, cannot. Sasuke simply refuses. You were riding the horse just because you want to hit me. Senju Tobarama cursed in his heart, son of a bitch. How can there be such a nasty little brat like Uchiha Sasuke in this world? Call. Sasuke began to take a deep breath and mobilize the chakra in his body. Byakugan's yin escape power, work hard to reach ultimate. A nearly solid chakra flows to the arm. Then, punch it out with the palm of your hand. Boom. Endless white light illuminates the world. Dazzling white light completely blocked Senju Tobarama's vision. What happened? I haven't realized what happened yet. An almost substantial terrorist attack hit him. Boom. The dirty earth body's body instantly collapsed. The terrifying chakra palm directly shattered Senju Tobarama's body, and then continued to attack the tree behind. The trees that were originally extremely strong in the tree realm were instantly destroyed by this terrifying chakra palm. Crack. Click, click. The nearly substantial chakra palm penetrated the sea of trees and created a passage dozens of meters wide in it. A long time. The terrifying chakra fluctuations gradually subsided. In the sea of trees covering more than 10 miles, a large number of trees were destroyed, and a wide passage appeared in the middle, leading to the distance. In the air, confetti is flying. Senju Tobarama's filthy earth body is reunited. Looking at the vast passage dozens of meters wide in the sea of trees, Senju Tobarama felt his brain was dizzy. Is this the power of the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? How can Byakugan have such a powerful move? To be honest, although the Hyuga clan is the ninja clan second only to Senju and Uchiha, but for Senju Tobarama, he actually doesn't think much of the history of the Hyuga clan. After all, Gentle Fist, a descendant of the Hyuga family, does not have a high upper limit of strength. But today, Sasuke used this move through his Byakugan. It completely broke his understanding of Byakugan. This terrifying destructive power is no less than that of Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. What kind of move is this? Senju Tobarama asks somewhat absent-mindedly. He is completely unable to defend against this move. Just now, after his vision was blocked by the dazzling white light, before he could make any reaction, he felt that his body was instantly destroyed by a powerful force. And then, the body of the dirty earth body recovers. That's when I saw the current scene. I just created this move, I haven't thought of a name yet. Sasuke shook his head and said, it looks a bit like the 8 trigrams, sky palm of the Hyuga clan. Senju Tobarama recalls the feeling before. The terrifying chakra is shot out through the palm of the hand, attacking from a distance. The 8 trigrams? Sky palm of the Hyuga clan is somewhat similar to this. Certainly. The power is completely different. 8 trigrams. Air palm. Sasuke's eyes moved slightly. Forget it. Let's call it air attack. White Eye's air attack is a pretty good move. The corners of Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched slightly. Such a level of destructive power. In this guy's words, it's actually just good? Normal S-level ninjutsu has no such terrifying destructive power. In the chat room, Hyuga Hiyashi, Byakugan airstrike. Hateful. Why does it feel like their white eyes are pirated copies? Why can't he perform such a move? Hyuga Neji. It does feel a bit similar to 8 trigrams air palm. I don't know if I can learn this trick. The strength of wood style, which was born from the world of trees, was easily able to create a passage dozens of meters wide. If he could master this move, even if he is a strong person at the level of 5 shadows, he will be able to handle it. It seems that he has thought too far. He has not even been able to master 8 trigrams and air palm. Senju Tobarama. According to Uchiha Sasuke, if you want to perform this move, the requirements for the Byakugan's Yingwan pupil power should be very high. You probably need a sufficiently high purity Byakugan to be able to learn this move. Uchiha Madara. The power of this move is indeed good, it has surpassed the ordinary Yasaka Magatama. It seems that the power of the Byakugan is worthy of attention, and it is not the Byakugan that is useless. It is the Hyuga clan that is useless. Hyuga Hiyashi. In the ninja world, Black Zetsu, who was also watching the screen, felt numb. 80 God's airstrike. This is another trick of Mother Kagaya. The so-called Byakugan airstrike developed by Jin Sasuke can be said to be a low-end version of the Yasugami airstrike. The principles of both techniques are similar. The only difference is the power of the white eyes between Sasuke and his mother, Kagaya. The power of the move just now should be controllable. Perhaps it can be used to attack continuously, just like the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Sasuke analyzed and said, the intensity of Byakugan's airstrike depends on Byakugan's yin escape. The scope and breadth of the attack depends on the mobilized chakra area. If you reduce the amount of chakra you shoot each time and choose continuous attacks, you can achieve continuous large-scale and high-intensity attacks. Think about it. Sasuke turns his attention to Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama's face turned dark instantly. Are you done yet? He is going crazy. Are you crazy? This move doesn't require him to be a target at all. If you want to test your power, why don't you just hit the tree realm? You have to hit him. The intention is just to torment him for fun. Tisk. I'm so impatient. Sasuke shook his head. You don't feel honored to accompany me, a contemporary Hokage, to be the first to experience the power of my new technique, and you still have this attitude. Oh, you are really ignorant. Senju Tobarama has a dark face and doesn't want to say a word. This damn bastard. I don't want to be beaten, naturally I still don't know. This bastard, is he addicted to stimulating him on purpose? Forget it, I won't continue the experiment from now on. Sasuke looked at Senju Tobarama and ordered. When you go back later, remember to use the transformation technique, and then prepare a new set of original equipment. Just now, Senju Tobarama was hit in the front by Byakugan and airstrike, and his body was crushed to pieces. The original Ambu hooded robe and 3 Magatama white masks were smashed into pieces. The current Senju Tobarama is completely the same as when he first appeared in Impure World Reincarnation. Senju Tobarama was so angry that his teeth itched with hatred. He still has to prepare that shit himself? That annoying 3 Magatama white mask always causes him to be mistaken for an Uchiha descendant. Originally, the mask was broken by this annoying brat. And Uchiha Sasuke, this annoying brat, actually asked him to prepare another mask like this and put it on again? Can this bastard do something good? Watch your attitude. Sasuke looked at the expression on Senju Tobarama's face and reprimanded. When you were wearing a mask before, I didn't care what expression was underneath the mask. But now that you are not wearing a mask, remember to control your face. Is this what you were saying to me? Hokage's attitude? Senju Tobarama's face stiffened. I didn't say a word when I stepped on the horse, and I couldn't even get angry. This annoying little devil is bullying people too much. Yes, Lord Hokage, Senju Tobarama said while trying to control his expression. Don't be angry, don't be angry. His anger will only make that bastard Uchiha Sasuke happy. Just deal with him casually. It seems like it would be better to wear a mask in the future. After putting on the mask, Sasuke Mejiha can't control what expression he has under the mask. Okay, it's almost time to go back. Sasuke feels slightly happy. This time I solved the mist shinobi problem and the results were pretty good. Discovered the secret of Black Zetsu. Although there is no way to solve Black Zetsu yet. The Uchiha flame fan was seized and a white Zetsu was captured. These are the materials for subsequent research. Mist Shinobi has almost become a ninja village affiliated with Konoha and received a large amount of compensation. After that, Orochi's research progress can be accelerated. Terumi Mei was taken to Konoha, and the Uchiha reconstruction plan was slowly advancing. Acquired the power of the Byakugan. But if you want to further improve it later, you need to absorb more Byakugan. This requires cloning research on Orochimaru's side. I still need to urge Orochimaru one more time. In the chat room. Orochimaru, don't rush, don't rush. If you push it any longer, the snake will probably be exhausted. Onoki. I originally thought that after Kim Sasuke became the Hokage, the whole body would undergo great changes in the ninja world. But I didn't expect that this change would come so quickly. Ow. Mist Shinobi has become a ninja village affiliated with Konoha. Terumi Mei. Looking at the bright side, at least we discovered Uchiha Obito's conspiracy in advance. Mist Shinobi should save a lot of people from dying, which is a good thing. 4th Raikage. Mist Shinobi's future 5th Mizukage is gone. But there will probably be one more Mrs. Konoha's future 5th Hokage. Terumi Mei. Although Kim Sasuke is very handsome. But she probably won't give it away too quickly. Probably not. Namikaze Minato. Overall, it should be a good thing for Konoha. Tsunade. Yes, at least Konoha should not encounter war again for a long time in the future. Unless Kim Sasuke takes the initiative to start a war with someone else. Jiraiya. But. Kim Sasuke is in cahoots with that guy Orochimaru, and he also does things like human experiments. Senju Tobarama. What happened to some human experimentation? There are so many inherently evil Sarutobi, Shimura, Mitomen, and sleeping imps. There is no shortage of material for human experimentation. Orochimaru. I agree, Jiraiya, you are too pedantic in this regard. Jiraiya. If it was just Orochimaru who said that, he could still refute it. But why does second Hokage say so? Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama, you think it's a good thing that Kim Sasuke becomes the Hokage now? Senju Tobarama. For Konoha, it is a good thing to a certain extent. But for him over there, it makes me sad just thinking about it. Who knows how much more humiliation he will suffer over there. In Orochimaru's base, Mist Shinobi's first compensation has been delivered before. Orochimaru informed Sasuke that there were some preliminary research results. Sasuke-sama, you are here. Orochimaru said with a somewhat hoarse voice. Why do you look like you're going to die? Sasuke looked at Orochimaru and said with a frown. Originally Orochimaru's skin color is pale. Now, Orochimaru's face is a little abnormally white, it looks like the white color of a corpse. And the dark circles under both eyes are very thick. Orochimaru's yellow eyes dimmed slightly, looking at Sasuke faintly. Why am I so tired? Don't you have any idea? How many subjects have been thrown at him? An ordinary person would have been exhausted long ago. Orochimaru even feels like he is going to die suddenly recently. Ahem. Sasuke coughed twice and changed the subject. Just tell me what you said. Research results. Yes. Orochimaru's voice rose slightly. There is more sparkle in the eyes. Take Sasuke towards a certain laboratory. This is the place to study White Zetsu. This creature named White Zetsu is very magical. Orochimaru wanted to say human, but it feels like White Zetsu can hardly be considered a human. In addition to looking like a human, this thing is completely different from humans in other aspects and various body structures. First of all, this White Zetsu, he is solid. There are no human organs in his body. Orochimaru said while fiddling with the White Zetsu on the experimental table. Has the same head, torso, and limbs as humans. But that's about it. This thing doesn't have an excretory organ. So he is probably very curious about the feeling of excretion and always asks about this kind of thing. Also, this guy's IQ is very low, probably only equivalent to a 3 or 4-year-old human child. Orochimaru said slowly. Woo. White Zetsu on the experimental table, his mouth is blocked and unable to speak. I can only moan like this. I have experienced this before. Sasuke nods slowly. When he caught this White Zetsu before, the White Zetsu was screaming and asking him how it felt to defecate. It's simply weird. The biological weapon made by Infinite Tsukuyomi actually looks like this. What about other aspects? Are there any special qualities? The special techniques that White Zetsu can cast should be related to his physique. Sasuke asked. Mayfly technique that can conceal its aura and move at high speed. A special transformation technique that can change and disguise chakra breath, even the white eyes cannot tell the difference. These techniques are all based on the unique physique of White Zetsu. Even the pupil technique on Sasuke's right eye cannot be copied. His physique is indeed amazing, Orochimaru said with emotion. White Zetsu's physique has a high affinity with nature, so his Mayfly technique can blend in with nature. Although the internal structure of White Zetsu's body is different from that of humans, it is highly adaptable to almost anyone. For example, if this White Zetsu's arm is cut off, it should be able to be transplanted directly into humans without any rejection reactions. In addition, this White Zetsu is also easy to cultivate. You only need to consume the chakra in the first Hokage cells to induce their division and cultivate a new White Zetsu. The new White Zetsu cultivated, although mentally inferior, can obey our orders and be used by us. Orochimaru introduced slowly. It's really interesting. Sasuke couldn't help but nod while listening. White Zetsu should be able to play a lot of roles. The new White Zetsu cultivated can use its ability to sneak underground and move at high speed to gather information. White Zetsu's limbs and human adaptability may be used in medical treatment in the future. Putting aside White Zetsu for now, Sasuke asked instead, how is the progress of human cloning? What about the attempt to clone Sharingan? Orochimaru's expression froze. Sasuke-sama, clone a complete human body. I have never done this kind of thing before, and the progress cannot be too fast now. That means there is no progress now, right? Sasuke frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Orochimaru's face suddenly changed, his expression was very exciting. Sasuke-sama, actually, I want to say that maybe, I only have 24 hours in a day. I also need to eat, sleep and rest every day. I have spent as much time as possible on scientific research, so I even used Shadow Clone. This is not enough. Orochimaru feels aggrieved. You can't exploit people like this. Really want to squeeze him to the point of sudden death? The progress is still too slow. Sasuke is still a little dissatisfied. He is Uchiha. Wood-style's power far exceeds Susanoo's power. It feels weird. And if you want to increase the strength of Susanoo, you have to let Orochimaru try to clone Mangekyo Sharingan, and then absorb and evolve into Eternal Mangekyo. Looking at Orochimaru, Sasuke suddenly had a strange idea. Otherwise, kill Orochimaru and then Impure World reincarnation. Then Orochimaru shouldn't need to eat or sleep. Perhaps then I will be able to work day and night. Hiss. Isn't it a bit immoral to do this? In the chat room. Orochimaru. This idea is so damn evil. What the hell? Orochimaru felt like his brain was going to freeze up. Is this an idea that humans can come up with? In order to allow him to work day and night, we killed him and then came out with Impure World reincarnation? How can this be done? It's too much to exploit people to this extent. Absolutely not. He also wants to live forever. He wants to gain eternal life and learn all the ninjutsu. But he definitely doesn't want the form of immortality like a body of filthy earth. Jiraiya. This idea is indeed a bit too evil. Tsunade. Orochimaru, how do you feel now? Are you touched that Kim Sasuke values you so much? Orochimaru. Senju Tobarama. This guy Uchiha Sasuke must have drawn inspiration from me over there. He over there has a filthy earth body and doesn't need to eat or sleep. When you don't need him, just order him to lie down in the coffin. It can be called the perfect toolman. Orochimaru. F*K. I don't want to be like that. Senju Tobirama. Isn't it great? Now you have enough time to do scientific research. Orochimaru. Damn it, what kind of mentality is second Hokage? Because he was unlucky, is he now expecting others to be unlucky like him? Who is this? On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Sasuke hesitated for a moment. On the one hand, I am not sure if there are any flaws in the impure world reincarnation technique. The summoned dead have existed in the world for a long time, and I don't know if there will be any changes. For example, the sacrifices may become invalid. On the other hand, it is because it is easy to kill Orochimaru, but it will be troublesome if you want to resurrect Orochimaru in the future. Besides, if Orochimaru dies, it may affect his enthusiasm for research. This thing is very important, although now I have arranged a bunch of research topics for Orochimaru. But these things are what Orochimaru is originally interested in. So, snakes are very interesting to study, and if Orochimaru dies, what's the point of studying these things? So, should we implement this idea? Opposite. Orochimaru's heart suddenly beats wildly. He suddenly felt like he was having heart palpitations. It seems as if some terrible danger is about to come. Looking across the way, Sasuke glances at him dangerously from time to time. Orochimaru feels that he must show his worth. Ahem. Although I have encountered many obstacles in the progress of cloning technology before. But fortunately, there is White Zetsu now. Using White Zetsu's special physique, combined with Nobu's physique that can accept any cell transplant, the progress of cloning technology should be greatly accelerated. It is estimated that the results will be available soon. Orochimaru said quickly. After saying this, Orochimaru felt that Sasuke's gaze towards him seemed to soften a little. The strong sense of crisis I felt before has also reduced a lot. Not bad. Is there any other progress? Sasuke nodded and asked. Orochimaru's brain is working rapidly. My previous idea was correct. He must show his worth. Otherwise, I don't know what terrible things Sasuke will do to him. Also, I discovered a very magical thing. This White Zetsu, although he was born with a mind, he has no soul. This means that White Zetsu will become a very suitable reincarnation for me. Also, if first Hokage cells are transplanted into White Zetsu, the amount of chakra will be greatly increased after my reincarnation. By then, I should be able to create more clones to speed up research. Orochimaru said without stopping. Good. Sasuke nodded with a smile. Call. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but wipe the sweat from my forehead. He is probably barely getting through it now, satisfying Sasuke. The inexplicable crisis just now should be temporarily resolved. But? Sasuke paused, then looked at Orochimaru and his heart started to rise again, and continued. You are the only one doing research, and the speed is too slow. Your subordinates here are not enough in terms of ability and number. Go back to Konoha. I will establish a Konoha Scientific Research Institute in the future, and you will be the first director of the Scientific Research Institute. When the time comes, you can select suitable ninjas in Konoha and join the Research Institute to serve as your assistants and advance research together. Besides, in Konoha, everything is more convenient. For example, funds, equipment, materials, etc. These things will be more conveniently delivered to Orochimaru in due course. Orochimaru looked startled. Return to Konoha? He defected to Konoha because he could not do research freely in Konoha. Now, do you want to go back again? What? Don't you want to? Sasuke is a little curious. Orochimaru seems to be in a very complicated mood right now. This is not. Orochimaru shook his head. After returning to Konoha, there are more subordinates and convenient resources for him to do research. This is very attractive to him. It's just that. This kind of reluctance made him feel a little embarrassed. Orochimaru thought for a moment and asked. I, an S-class rebellious ninja, openly returned to Konoha and served as the leader of a new department. Wouldn't others have objections? No need to worry about these. Sasuke waved his hand. I have the final say now. Orochimaru nodded slowly. It seems that Sasuke has a strong control over Konoha now. In this case, it's really no problem. Director of Konoha Research Institute, Orochimaru. Hiss. I can't help but feel a little excited. Now he has a platform where he can fully display his talents. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Huh. It's okay. Fortunately, he showed his value over there, so that Jin Sasuke gave up the idea. Otherwise, after being killed, impure world reincarnation comes out to work at. It would be better to die immediately. Senju Tobarama. It's just like this. Tisk, Uchiha Sasuke. This guy, he doesn't even follow through on his own ideas. Orochimaru. Haha, second Hokage, it seems that the impure world reincarnation toolman is still on your own. Senju Tobarama. This annoying kid actually mocked him in return. Jiraiya. Orochimaru over there, just returned to Konoha. He chased Orochimaru for more than 10 years, but failed to bring him back to Konoha. In another world, Kim Sasuke did this. Tsunade. I don't understand Jiraiya why you are chasing Orochimaru so stupidly. Do you still want to force him back to Konoha and imprison him? Even if you imprison him, he still wants to do those messy forbidden techniques. When the time comes, the snake license will still find every opportunity to escape. Unless. Just kill Orochimaru. However, Jiraiya probably won't be able to do it. Jiraiya. Then what can I do? I can't just give up. Orochimaru. Like Jin Sasuke, if I can realize my own ideas in Konoha, then I will naturally return to Konoha on my own initiative. Next. He rejects Orochimaru's harmful forbidden technique research, but he also wants Orochimaru to return to Dawang. No wonder the pursuit for more than 10 years has yielded no results. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Clone Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the most important research in the future, others will come later. Sasuke warned seriously. This involves the upgrade of Mangekyo to Eternal Mangekyo, and the further opening of the Rinnegan. This is the most important aspect for Sasuke to improve his strength now. No problem. Orochimaru nodded. He was originally thinking about the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Clone Mangekyo. This is also something he is willing to study. Besides, cloning the Byakugan, advancing the version of the curse seal, researching the materials for the flame fan, researching the power of tailed beasts, and the application of white zetsu. Sasuke counts them one by one with his fingers. Orochimaru's face froze. Research in these areas must be promoted. It seems a bit much. Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Suddenly I want to kill Orochimaru and impure world reincarnation. In these aspects, after you put forward the idea, let your subordinates do the specific implementation, but you have to keep an eye on the results and progress of the research and set the research direction in a timely manner. Sasuke said with a frown. Huh. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, no problem. If you just let him keep an eye on the research, the pressure should be less. There are still too few people who can use it. Sasuke said with a sigh. There are not many research talents at Orochimaru's level. Senju Tobarama, that evil old ghost, may be one of them. In the future, we can't just use him as an errand boy, we must also make use of his research talents. Regarding the research on curse seals, my current version has greatly reduced the risk and will basically not cause irreversible damage to the ninja's body. Of course, in order to ensure safety, the increase in strength of the cursed seal magic will be reduced a lot. Orochimaru said slowly. Not bad. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction, and then he could slowly start to inoculate the cursed seal. Sasuke was very dissatisfied with the strength Anbu showed when he was cleaning up the remnants of Konoha F4. With the increase in curse seal, Anbu's strength should be improved a lot. There is also the flame fan made from the sacred tree trunk. I cut some materials from it and studied it, and found that the properties of this material are very similar to wood style. Orochimaru expression very excited. The legendary sacred tree, the fruit eaten by Kaguya, the ancestor of chakra, came from this tree. I didn't expect that he would be able to study this kind of thing one day. Although working for Sasuke is a bit tiring. But Sasuke can always bring him valuable research topics and materials. Sacred tree and wood style. Are normal. Sasuke nodded slowly. Basically speaking, the flame ball fan can absorb the rebound of ninjutsu chakra. Wood style also has the property of absorbing chakra. Sacred tree. According to White Snake Sage, Kaguya used the sacred tree to bind the humans who were sacrificed when he activated infinite Tsukuyomi. Before this, the sacred tree should have produced fruits by absorbing the natural energy of the ninja world. Perhaps. This special bloodline of wood style comes from the power of the sacred tree. Sasuke guessed and said, I think so. Orochimaru nodded and responded. The material strength of this flame fan is very high. According to my estimation, it can resist tailed beast bomb without any problem. The material is very strong. In what ways can this be applied? Sasuke frowns in thought. Subject to follow-up research. Orochimaru also has no idea. His research on the materials of the flame ball fan has not progressed very far yet. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara. I actually cut the material from the flame fan to study it. This is the weapon and token of the Uchiha clan leader. This flame fan has accompanied him from the Sengoku era. Now, it has become research material for Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha clan is gone, so what kind of keepsake of the clan leader is there? Besides, this is the decision of Uchiha Sasuke, the contemporary Uchiha clan leader. Study the flames. What happened to the round fan? Uchiha Madara. It's not something you, the Senju clan, do. You can stand and talk without back pain. Senju Hashirama. Is my wood style derived from the power of the sacred tree? Orochimaru. Judging from the characteristics of wood style absorbing chakra in the origin of the Senju family, it may really be related to the sacred tree. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Nara Shikaku is reporting on Hokage's recent events one by one. About Sarutobi and other ninja clans, as well as the arrangement of the original Uchiha clan, and the location of the Konoha Scientific Research Institute to be established in the future. These matters. There are many. Nara Lugiahui said. The areas occupied by several tribes are quite large. They all need to be reused later. Let's build the Konoha Research Institute first. This will be one of the most important institutions in Konoha's future. We will talk about the others later. Sasuke thought for a moment and said, Orochimaru's research involves improving his future strength. This is the most important. Next item, the new Hokage needs to choose his own Hokage guard. Nara Shikaku said, looking at Senju Tobirama who was standing behind Sasuke. This Anbu, codenamed Izuna, is pretty good, so he will be the guard of 5th Hokage. Guard. Ha. Sasuke couldn't help laughing. The guards are not as powerful as the Hokage, and they won't have much effect. The evil old ghost Senju Tobirama took a few guards to negotiate with Cloud Shinobi, and the result was. If he himself died, all those useless guards would come back. Senju Tobirama stood in the back without saying a word. This annoying little devil. From time to time, find an opportunity to mock him. Izuna, it's too wasteful for him to be a Hokage guard. Let him go to Konoha Research Institute to work as Orochimaru's subordinate. Sasuke tilted his head slightly and smiled at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama has a question mark on his face under the mask. He went to work as a subordinate for that evil brat Orochimaru? Horse riding. I am also the second Hokage of Konoha after all. Hikari. Uchiha Sasuke, it's just that he doesn't respect himself, but now he actually lets him work as Orochimaru's subordinate. It's too bullying. As for the Hokage's guards. Sasuke frowned and thought for a moment. Just Izuki Yugon, transfer her out of Anbu. There is no need to use her as a guard, just take over Izuna and run errands for me. He doesn't need any real guards anyway, it's better to pick one that looks good on the eyes. In the chat room. Moonlight Gale, hateful. Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke, what do you want to do by transferring Yugo to his side? Terumi Mei. Kim Sasuke did this, maybe he has fallen in love with another female ninja. He obviously just set his sights on her not long ago. At least get rid of her over there first. Actually, this has set my sights on the next goal. Pooh. Men are all big pig hooves. Senju Tobirama. There is no doubt that when choosing one, Anbu specially chooses the beautiful one. Ha. The wolf's ambition is obvious. Uchiha Fugaku. There is only one person in Sasuke. It is too difficult to rebuild Uchiha. Of course, more people need to work together. Jiraiya. Bah. Just start a harem. What excuse are you looking for? Orochimaru. Jiraiya, are you envious? Jiraiya. Nonsense. I'm not envious at all. There is only Tsunade in his heart. Orochimaru. You can deceive me by saying this, just don't deceive yourself. Ext. Moonlight Gale. Damn it. I don't know if I survived over there. Sarutobi Asuma. Hayate, save your body. Even if you are still alive, what can you do if I give you a girlfriend? However, now I hope that Izuki Yugo will be taken down by that bastard Uchiha Sasuke. Moonlight Hayate. Asuma, what nonsense are you talking about? Shiranui Genma. By the way, both Hayate and Asuma are dead now. Ebisu. That's right. Asuma's idea is probably that he also wants Hayate to experience the feeling of watching his childhood sweetheart being snatched away by others. Just like Asuma himself. Sarutobi Asuma. Moonlight Gale. Impossible. Shien must be able to control herself. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Big. Orochimaru? Nara Shikaku wonders if he heard wrongly. Could the director of Konoha Research Institute be Orochimaru? Isn't that an S-level Konoha rebel ninja? By the way, I seem to have forgotten my strength in this matter. Sasuke casually ordered. The wanted treason against Orochimaru will be lifted later. After he becomes the director of the Scientific Research Institute, he will select suitable talents in the village to join the Scientific Research Institute. The corner of Liang Shikaku's mouth twitched slightly. Orochimaru, who once defected due to human experimentation and just launched the plan to collapse Konoha with Sand Shinobi not long ago. He actually returned to Konoha like this, and he is still in a high position. But think carefully, this fifth Hokage has also participated in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. Never mind. Sasuke, whatever he says is what he says. After the previous battle with Mist Shinobi, no one in Konoha dared to refute Sasuke's ideas. The next thing, this one is more important. Nara Shikaku looked more serious. It has been a while since Master Hokage succeeded to the throne. Logically speaking, he should go to see the daimyo. What a great name. Hey. Sasuke leaned back slightly, leaned on the back of the chair, and sneered. Going to meet the daimyo? You want to respect and worship a useless thing like a daimyo? Impossible. What is the best way to kill the daimyo? Lord Hokage, I don't know what your plans are. Nara Shikaku said cautiously. Why does he feel that there is something wrong with Sasuke's attitude? Could it be that he has some objections to the daimyo? Hokage-sama, if you plan to go, we need to notify the Daiming Mansion in advance, and then the Daiming Mansion will give a specific time to visit. Nara Shikaku briefly explained the process of meeting the daimyo. Sasuke lowered his head and thought for a moment. Let's put this matter aside for now. Sasuke waved his hand and said, Shikaku, you can tell Mr. Kakashi to come over to me later. Nara Shikaku nodded in response. What do you want to do by calling Hitaki Kakashi here? In the chat room, there was silence. Kill the daimyo. After seeing Kim Sasuke's thoughts, almost everyone was frightened. Onoki. I originally thought that Jin Sasuke would bring great changes to the ninja world, but I didn't expect that. I still underestimated him. Fourth Raikage. He actually wants to kill the daimyo. Why is he so bold? Doesn't he have any respect for the daimyo in his heart? They couldn't understand it at all. It seems that in Jin Sasuke's mind, daimyo are just like ordinary people. If it hinders him, he will be killed directly. What a famous name. Why is Kim Sasuke so unafraid? Orochimaru. I can probably understand. Kim Sasuke, Jinping has not trusted anyone since the night of genocide. Senju Tobirama. I remembered. After the night of genocide, he had already begun to doubt Sarutobi's words, doubt Uchiha Itachi's words, and then wanted to find out the truth himself. Jiraiya. Does this mean something? Hitaki Kakashi. I guess it means that Jin Sasuke lost his parents when he was young, and he also began to doubt the Hokage. So he actually has no fear of anyone in his heart. I lost my father when I was young, and I no longer have a reverent father. I suspect that the Hokage is related to the Uchiha genocide, and I have lost respect for the Hokage. This kind of growth experience led to Jin Sasuke, who was actually a lawless person since he was a child. So, even if he is a daimyo, he is nothing in Sasuke's mind. Killing the daimyo has no psychological burden on him. Uchiha Fugaku. So that's it. Namikaze Minato. Even the 5 cages are in awe of the daimyo. But for Kim Sasuke, because of his special growth experience, there is no one worthy of awe in his mind. Onoki. So, will he really kill the daimyo? Senju Tobirama. Maybe he is serious. I remember he asked my elder brother over there for advice before, and he said at that time that if he became Hokage, Wei Neng would change the system of Kunichi village. Maybe. He planned to attack the daimyo at that time. What are you going to do to the daimyo? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but ask. During this period, I have been working as a guard for this annoying brat. He now has some understanding of Sasuke. This guy. I definitely have some thoughts about the name. No hurry, wait a moment, Sasuke said with a smile. It didn't take long. Kakashi has arrived. Sasuke, what do you want from me? Kakashi asked, scratching his hair. Teacher Kakashi, I plan to take you to kill the daimyo, please prepare. Sasuke said earth-shattering words in a calm tone. Both Senju Tobirama and Hitaki Kakashi were stunned. Both of these two are familiar with Sasuke. But I never expected that Sasuke could be so bold. Who to kill? Kakashi asked with some uncertainty, did I hear wrongly? You heard me right, kill the daimyo, Sasuke repeated. Why do you want to kill the daimyo? What you do is too. Senju Tobirama suddenly paused as he spoke. What's wrong? Sasuke asked, turning his face sideways with a smile. That's too bold. Kakashi continued. Well, this is very bold. Sasuke nodded. What else? What other comments do you have on the idea of killing the daimyo? Senju Tobarama. Isn't this evaluation enough? Perhaps, I should have said it more clearly. Sasuke said seriously. You two are very smart, so please tell me, what are the disadvantages of killing the daimyo? Senju Tobarama's breath froze. He heard it. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy is serious. He really wants to kill the daimyo. If you kill the daimyo, it will cause a lot of chaos. It will also have a great impact on the ninjas in the village. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, my own Hokage killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After the ninjas in the village know this, they may fall into confusion in their knowledge and beliefs. Well, this can be considered a disadvantage. Sasuke nodded and said, this kind of belief cannot be solved by him showing his strength once or twice. It takes time to erase the respect for the daimyo from the hearts of ninjas. The village's funding depends largely on the daimyo's allocation, especially during war times, when the daimyo is needed. Senju Tobarama stopped talking. Will there be a war period after the war period? With Uchiha Sasuke's strength, he can put down the war by himself. Even if you don't consider the issue of war, the development of the village still requires money. Especially since I have many ideas that I want to implement, I need more money. So, I plan to kill the daimyo and let Konoha take over the management of the Fire Country. The taxes collected by the Fire Country are directly handed over to Konoha, and there is no need to go through the daimyo appropriation. Sasuke said slowly. Senju Tobarama's cheeks twitched slightly under the mask. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy is really serious. He even thought about what to do after killing the daimyo. If we kill the daimyo, Kakashi frowned and said, what if the other villages are forced by their daimyo to start a war against us? There is no need to worry about this at all. This guy is probably still looking forward to this kind of thing. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and said coldly. Kakashi's head is filled with questions. This special Anbu doesn't seem to be very polite to Sasuke. Who is he? Is there any other reason? About the disadvantages of killing the daimyo. Sasuke leaned back, squinted his eyes and asked. If you can't think of it, why not continue to think about this question? Daimyo, what is his use? Opposite. Kakashi at a loss. What is the use of a famous name? He has never thought about this problem. A daimyo is a daimyo. Let me remind you. Sasuke raised his fingers and gestured to himself. What is the use of Hokage and Konoha? Compare it with the daimyo and think about it. Think for a moment. Kakashi said, the ninja village is the military force of a country, which can prevent the invasion of other ninja villages and defend the country. The Hokage, generally speaking, is the strongest ninja in the village, and is also responsible for the highest management authority over the chunin in the village. Papa. Sasuke smiled and clapped. That's right. So, by analogy, what is the role of a daimyo? Daimyo, he has the highest management authority over the country of fire. Kakashi was silent for a moment before speaking. So, that's all, right? Sasuke looked at Kakashi, and then at Senju Tobarama behind him. Daimyo. Does he have strong blood or talent? Is he as powerful as the five shadows? Does he have special talents? Such as scientific research talents, business talents, management talents? Does he have these? Tell me, what is the use of a daimyo? Sasuke asked more loudly. Whether it's Hatake Kakashi or Senju Tobarama. Everyone is lost in thought at this moment. Daimyo. The existence they originally recognized as revered. What is the use of it? Without any special talents, how can one become a great name because of his name? In the chat room, everyone in the ninja world also started thinking. And once they started to think about it, they discovered that the name seems really useless, right? Senju Tobarama. If we say the only role of the daimyo, it should be that the daimyo is the culmination of a management system, and the daimyo is the top of this management system. Powerful person. Orochimaru. As for the daimyo, there is actually nothing really special about him. If he changes to another person, there may not be much change. Jiraiya. But then why do we respect the daimyo so much? Namikaze Minato. Because it's how we're born, that's how we've been taught since childhood. Generation after generation. This is passed down. A knowledge that has been ingrained since childhood. They had never thought about such a thing before seeing Kim Sasuke's thoughts on the gold-framed screen. For a while, more and more people are starting to think about it. The daimyo's status in the hearts of everyone in the ninja world began to waver. Onoki. We, the 5 Kages, are at least very powerful, but the daimyo. There is nothing truly special about him. 4th Raikage. So, it is actually feasible to use a ninja village to take over the daimyo's management of the entire country? Terumi Mei. It seems to be true, in the ninja world. Big names from all over the world are going crazy. This damn live broadcast room. Because of that damn golden Sasuke's idea. Now, even their noble status as daimyo has been shaken. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. I can probably understand your thinking. Senju Tobarama thought for a long time and said, however, 5th generation, you must also consider that if you directly kill the daimyo, it will cause a lot of chaos. This is not your practical use. It can be completely solved by force. The armed forces controlled by the daimyo will fight back. The ninjas in the village will also be confused. So I didn't intend to kill the daimyo myself. Sasuke pointed at Kakashi and said, well, maybe it should be said that I didn't intend to kill the daimyo in my own name. Kakashi is confused. What does this have to do with him? You don't plan to use your own identity. I mean, do you want to blame others after killing the daimyo? However, using the transformation technique will be noticed by others unless everyone who sees it will be silenced, Senju Tobarama said coldly. Or don't do it, or just do it directly. Tisk, you are so evil. Sasuke chuckled, shook his head, and continued. I have already thought of a specific method. I will pretend to be Uchiha Obito, kill the daimyo and put the blame on him. And since Obito is going to take the blame, naturally, there needs to be some survivors. Do you need me to pretend to be Obito? Kakashi touched his left eye and said, there are two problems. One is that the transformation technique will be noticed by others, and the other is an eye problem. Mine is the left eye, and Obito's is right eye. If these two problems are not resolved, others will see that the decision is broken.